Hey everybody, how you doing? Happy, Tuesday? I upgraded my internet a while back and was still having problems sometimes, and it turns out that the internet company forgot to tell me that I also needed a new modem that I needed to get from them, which was free of charge, but yeah, that's why I was still having problems, and I just canceled the stream last night when I was getting 50% drop frames, because I upgraded the internet. Fortunately, they weren't charging me for the upgrade, but you know, I just didn't have the right modem for it. But now, everything's hooked up. I was going to spend the entire stream yesterday just playing the Namco Museum Archives, but because that stream got canceled, I'm just going to probably spend about maybe an hour and a half on that, and then move on to FF7, which I have not played since, 2002? Oh, I guess I did. Oh, I might as well show you this. I got this big joystick. I don't really care about fighting games, I just want to have an accurate controller for playing old arcade games, which is something I was very interested in with the Switch. I've never used it much, but the thing is very loud, and I haven't quite figured out how to get it to... I haven't figured out the... excuse me, I'm just... I haven't cropped to 4x3 because the games I'm going to be playing are 4x3 anyway. I haven't quite figured out the tricks to not have the micro-switched joystick and the buttons be really loud on microphone. I've heard about, tips about using what they call a noise gate, but the noise gate only helps when, like, if I'm typing and I don't want the typing to appear, to show up in the recording, but so if I'm typing, then it's not going to be loud enough to trigger the microphone, so that helps with that, but I'm always going to be using the joystick and controllers, so I'll just play a little bit with this, but it's probably, in my test, it was just really obnoxiously loud. It wasn't very, I'll just play for a couple of minutes. Actually, excuse me, I should actually set the timer, because I'm only going to be playing this for about an hour and a half. What? How much is... 60, yeah, put in 490. There we go. Yeah, just so no one comes in expecting a whole stream of this, or if they come in expecting FF7 and want to know when they can expect that to start. I mean, and now and Galaxian is one I never actually played in an arcade. This is just too loud. This is way too loud. Hey, what's up? I had to cancel my stream yesterday. What I want to do, I actually do want to play. Let's see, I'm just switching controllers here. Cancel download. I just want to, switch to my, there we go. Yeah, I have this big, I don't know if you saw it, I have this big, this joystick. I really don't care about fighting games, I just wanted an accurate stick to play arcade games with. But the buttons are so loud on the microphone, and I haven't quite figured out a solution to that. So I'm just going to switch to the Pro Controller here. Now the main reason I was really excited about Namco Museum Archives Volume 1 when it got announced is because this has a version of Pac-Man Championship Edition that was originally intended to be released for 3DS, and what it actually is an NES, like a D-make of Pac-Man Championship Edition, which was an HD game, was originally released for the Xbox 360 in, I think, 2005 or 6, and I've really coveted that game ever since, because, I'm a huge Pac-Man fan. My mom got me these Pac-Man sheets back in the 80s. I mean, these Pac-Man sheets, like, she got them for me in the 90s, but it was in the 80s when these came out. The interesting thing about these Pac-Man sheets, just real quick, there are three different art styles Pac-Man is depicted in. There's this, which kind of resembles the traditional Japanese look of him at the time. Then there's this version where he has horns. Then there's this other American version, which is what appeared on the American arcade cabinets, where he looks like some kind of weird, I don't know, Dr. Seuss thing that like a 3-year-old drew. I don't know. So we have three different art styles for Pac-Man on the same poster, well, the same bed sheets. So yes, my first attempt at anything resembling a backdrop. More complicated than it should have been to actually hang this up. And I was just really... Yeah, so I coveted Pac-Man Championship Edition since it came out on the Xbox 360. I just never had a system that it was available on, because it never came out on the Nintendo systems. And I didn't own a 360 or a PS3, because really until like late 2017, I didn't even own an HDTV. The only reason I got a Switch when I did is because I was able to play it without use of any television. And the only reason I have a Wii U is because one of my gracious YouTube viewers bought it for me. And I've used that many times on stream to play Game Boy Advance games and N64 games, which has been pretty cool. Actually, no, yeah, or Game Boy Advance, because I played WarioWare Inc. Now, Galaxian I first learned of... My mom had this book that must have came out in the mid-'80s, that with all the different fads that had arisen throughout the 20th century up to that point, and it had a chapter on arcade games and Pac-Man. No, video games and Pac-Man was the chapter. And this was probably one of the first sources, this one chapter in this book that wasn't even about video games or arcade games in any real way. It just happened to have a chapter about it. But it was a pretty extensive chapter, and it was one of the first sources where you could actually that I ever encountered where I could read about video game history that I wasn't around to see for myself. And it was just describing the boom in video game arcades. Now, arcades went from being pinball machines to being more video game based. I'm not doing very good right now. This is the first time playing Galaxian in a long time. And the first time I learned about Galaxian is because it was just explaining how Pac-Man worked and explaining the different bonus items. Oh, there are cherries, there's a bell, and there's, what is there? There are cherries, an orange, a bell, and in the chapter it described it as a Galaxian man. So I didn't know if they meant like a little space man or something like that, but they're describing an extra life icon from Galaxian. Or like the spaceship from Galaxian was one of the bonus items in the original Pac-Man. But when it described it as a Galaxian man, and I didn't know Galaxian was another arcade game, so I had no idea what they were referring to. Until I learned that there was an arcade game called Galaxian, and oh, they're referring to the ship, or the 1-up icon, as like some people would call a 1-up a free man, or an extra life, a free man. So that's what they meant by Galaxian Man. I thought it was going to be like a little picture of an astronaut or something like that. And I learned Galaxian, which is an earlier arcade game Namco came out with, which is basically just trying to be its own take on Space Invaders, without bases, and where the enemies actually swoop down to attack you. Which, now the first home version of Galaxian I ever owned was on the Apple II, which I actually still have. And Apple II, for an old computer, it is incredibly easy to stream. All you need is an AV to HDMI adapter, and you can just plug a video line straight into an Apple II, and just hope your mic picks up the little speaker inside the computer. And that's all there really is to it. But my Apple II is in storage right now, and maybe later on, maybe someday in the future, I'll stream some Apple II, using my original hardware. But it's not the easiest thing in the world to set it all up, but it's in terms of having to, it's not very complicated. Oh, shucks. And so I had the Apple II version, then I had the version on one of the joysticks that Jack Specific put out, the one that was called the Pac-Man arcade joystick. It wasn't that the earlier one that was purple that didn't save your games. It was the more sophisticated one that actually did save your games. I remember when I was in Target, when I first saw that joystick, I was like, I actually called Jack Specific's like customer service number and was like, hey, I'm in Target right now. If this thing saves my high scores, I will buy it right now. And they said it did, so I went ahead and bought it. Now, these are the NES versions of these games. I think this has the NES, various NES games that Namco published in Japan. There's, this, obviously, Galaxian. There's no Galaga, unfortunately, but there is Pac-Man. The NES version of Pac-Man is actually one of the versions I've spent the most time with. I didn't own it on NES. I actually had it on Game Boy Advance. In 2004, it came out as part of the classic NES series, where they were releasing NES games on the Game Boy Advance for $20 a piece, which probably sounds like a huge ripoff nowadays, but honestly, in an age, this is an age before the Wii, before Virtual Console, before downloadable games to home game systems. So just being able to have access to these NES games on a modern system was a huge deal, and if you had a Game Boy player, you could play them on the TV. I mean, I had my NES, but I generally got games that well, the only NES classic games for Game Boy Advance I got were Pac-Man, just because it's nice just to have a good version of Pac-Man, and I know it's not suitable for purists who are trying to practice for, world record scores or anything. You need the original Pac-Man ROM on MAME for that, and, or an actual arcade cabinet. But it was just good to have a nice version of Pac-Man in my little pouch I'd keep my cartridges in, which sounds so archaic to say now, the idea of just carrying around a bunch of cartridges, and then especially with the classic NES series, when the original DS came out, the original model DS, they call it the DS Fat nowadays, I actually got through the first stage. Let's see if we can beat the default high score of 5,000. And that early version of that first version of the DS, you had a slot for your DS game, and you also had the Game Boy Advance slot. And unlike the DS Lite, where the Game Boy Advance cartridges would stick out of the system and make it kind of cumbersome and bulky, with the DS, there was no reason not to have a Game Boy Advance cartridge in there if you owned it. Not only it just protected from dust, and then wherever you went, without carrying anything other than the system itself, you always had one DS game and a Game Boy Advance game with you. So it's sort of teasing the digital future that would come with the DSi, and really more prominently with the Nintendo 3DS, where you had an entire library of downloadable games. You could have a whole bunch of games in your pocket without having to carry around other game cards. But what I would do is I'd have my DS game in there, and then I'd usually have I'd always have the NES Classic Series Game Boy Advance version of Pac-Man. So if I only had a couple minutes to play or something like that, and I didn't have time to get into Mario 64 DS or something more complex, one of the more in-depth games, I could just go ahead and go to the main menu and start up the Game Boy Advance game, and I had Pac-Man right there ready to go. So that was really cool. Let's beat the. I won't really want to beat that default high score. I don't even have to get further than that. Just to put my mark on this a little bit. But the first version, I've been interested in Pac-Man since I was young. I remember just being really little. My mom had a Pac-Man button from, the Pac-Man craze, days when it was at its heyday in the arcades. She had a Pac-Man button from back then. And I really just was like, oh, who is that? It's like, oh, that's Pac-Man. He was a video game character, And it's funny because at the time, let's see, 83, 84... This is not even barely even reached... Pac-Man had barely come out a decade earlier, but at the time it just seemed so ancient. Talking about this video game from when she was young. And at the time I really didn't even care much about video games. And I was one of those kids that loved my PBS growing up. And there was one show I watched a lot, 3-2-1 Contact. There was a skit in that show called Math Man, which was a parody of Pac-Man, where he would, it was kind of like Number Munchers, I guess, on Apple II, if anyone knows what I'm talking about. I just keep dating myself here, but it was a Pac-Man-like character who, instead of dots, he would eat numbers to solve math problems. And there was, some kind of ghost analog thing that would attack him. I don't remember much about it, but something about the sound effects, or maybe the monster in it, would scare me, and I'd hide in the wardrobe in my parents' bedroom that I used to watch 3-2-1 Contact on, and it used to make me cry. So I kind of had and I knew it wasn't actually Pac-Man, but I knew it was something brown Pac-Man, so I had a bit of a interesting history with this Pac-Man parody before I really even cared much about Pac-Man itself, who I only really knew as the character from the pin that my mom had in her jewelry drawer. And really, when I started getting interested in Pac-Man was when I was just reading. I would just read books that were in the house, and I was reading this book about all these weird fads from the 20th century, like flagpole sitting and goldfish swallowing and panty raids. And there was this chapter about Pac-Man and video games. I was talking about Space Invaders and stuff like that. And by this point, I already had Game Gear and Game Boy, so I was already interested in video games. I just wasn't particularly interested in. Well, actually, anything I was into, I was always interested in how this started, where it came from, what's the history of it. For instance, I grew up near Coney Island, and I loved going to Coney Island and riding the kiddie rides. So I was always interested in the history of Coney Island, and one day a show came on PBS talking about the history of Coney Island in 1910s times, about the 3 great parks that used to be there, Luna Park, Dreamland, and Steeplechase, which outlived them all. And so I would just watch these history documentaries. I'm like 4 years old watching these history documentaries about 1910, about what this place I liked was like, not even 100 years ago at that time. Shucks. Okay, there we go. Wow, I'm actually doing pretty alright. And the interesting thing about this is when you accidentally shoot in between the ranks, and they all freeze so that your bullets... Ooh, this is really fierce. Oh, we got the high score. There's no chime or anything. There should be a chime to let you know that you got the high score. So at this point, we can lose without regrets. We'll see how far we could take this and move on to another game. So anything I was interested in, if there was a certain toy I liked, I wanted to know the history of the toy. When did it first appear? I got a Slinky. I want to know when was Slinky invented? What were the first Slinkies like? Oh, they were made of metal instead of plastic? Wow, that's so interesting. Or there was a K'NEX-like toy called Tinker Toy that I had, in this time period. And I was like, and I asked my parents, oh, where did Tinker Toy start? Oh, it started, in the, decades ago, and the pieces used to be made of wood. And I wanted to see if I could find the old wooden pieces whenever we go to, like, thrift stores. So I was interested in video games at that point through Game Gear and Game Boy, and so when I saw this article about how this all kind of started in the arcades in the late 70s and early 80s, it was I read all about it, and it talked a lot in particular about the Pac-Man craze, and I was just so interested in how the character came about and how there was all this merchandise and a cartoon series. And at this point, by the 1990s, the series was apparently, I didn't have Cartoon Network then, but in the early 90s, from what I hear, the Pac-Man cartoon by Hanna-Barbera would actually air quite often on Cartoon Network. But by the time I got Cartoon Network, they were mostly just showing the Smurfs and eventually old Looney Tunes stuff. All right, 7,900 points. We could go home. We could go home proud. ZL. Okay, there we go. Return to main menu. And get a little sip of water. Now, what I've learned to do is... Oh, excuse me, I accidentally... No, okay, good, I didn't have to... Okay. I have no... Tower... Xevius. I don't have much experience with this game. Let's give it a shot. Let's play it for maybe 15 minutes. Yeah. Let me set my timer for myself there. Xevius. Sorry, it's cut off a little bit, but yeah, I don't want to mess with my layout because I cropped to 4:3 so that on the layout the challenge of a lifetime. Enemy troop advance on all terrains such as forests, plains, rivers. Enemy troop advance. It should be enemy troops advance. Anticipate enemy planes launching intense attacks. Instructions. Oh, let's just go for it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we play. Yeah. So I'm not familiar with this. This is the first time. Two Sovalu left. I'm guessing Sovalu. Okay, so I could drop bombs. Okay. Oh, I see that. I could drop bombs and shoot forward. Now, I don't know if any of these objects... I guess I'm up high, so... The reason... none of these objects have really posed much of a threat yet. And it's funny, because I've played Ikaruga and love it. I actually have it on the Switch. I want to stream it someday. I'm not going to do very good at it, mind you, but it's just really... Oh, shucks. I want to turn up my volume a bit. Now, if my microphone is too loud or too quiet, or if the game is too loud or too quiet, I don't want one overpowering the other, because I do care a lot about the sound of the games. I personally am not one of those people who are super into streams where people are playing a game but playing unrelated music over it. I just... For me, it's about the sound of the game itself. I mean, there are a few games where I guess it can work, like maybe certain versions of puzzle games or whatever, but I much more prefer the sound. Now, these don't even look like ships or anything. It's just like a... Oh, wow. Yeah, so I'm getting... These aren't even ships, they're just like little discs. Now, if I hold, it does fire automatically. Okay. Okay. There we go. Hey, Kalaka boy, how you doing? Yeah, I'm playing Xevius for the first time, and I was talking about how just sort of my lifelong interest in Pac-Man. Anything I do, whether it was a toy or a television show or a game, I was always a game in terms of board games. I was always interested in where they came from, what kind of what was the origin of it, how did this get started. So like I grew up near Coney Island, so I wanted to watch documentaries and read books all about the history of Coney Island. So I'm like 3 or 4 years old watching documentaries about what Coney Island was like in 1910. And so by the time I had gotten a Game Boy and then later a Game Gear, I was interested in like where did video games come from? Where did all this start? And I remember when I was really little, my mom had a Pac-Man button from the 80s in her jewelry box, and she explained who Pac-Man was. I didn't really care too much at the time because I wasn't into video games yet. But later on, once I had my Game Boy and Game Gear, I found a book that had all these fads from the 20th century up to that point. The book was probably from the mid-80s, so it had like things like flagpole sitting, goldfish swallowing, panty raids, all these just fads that had come and gone, and just documenting the history of them. And I'm not doing very good at this, but... And one of the chapters was on Pac-Man and video games, and it was probably one of the first places you could read anything about the history of video games in book form, because the internet is in its infancy, and a lot of this information just hadn't been written down. There wasn't... And this book is very interesting because it talks about video games in the past tense as something that happened, but isn't a thing anymore. Something that just sort of came and went. Because this is by the mid-80s. They didn't really talk much about the video game crash in that book. But what they did talk about was just, how Space Invaders, Pong, and then Space Invaders... But Pac-Man really is where it became a sort of a craze, where there was all this licensed merchandise. And I was just so interested in all this. They were talking about the cereal and the cartoons, and by the early 90s when this was going on, the Pac-Man cartoon wasn't on the air anymore. It had been long out of production, and it was no longer airing in reruns. Apparently, in the early days of Cartoon Network, in the very early 90s, Pac-Man would be used a lot as filler because they didn't have many cartoons in their library to choose from, but they'd play Pac-Man and the Smurfs a lot. By the time I got Cartoon Network, there really wasn't much going on in terms of Pac-Man, or I would have probably at least watched it just because it was on, even though I wasn't interested in Pac-Man at that time. And if you're not familiar with the Pac-Man Hanna-Barbera cartoon from the 80s, it is basically a ripoff of the Smurfs, complete with having a ripoff of Gargamel, who they sort of refashioned into this space wizard guy called Mesmeron. So it's very interesting how they approach the problem of trying to create a coherent narrative out of Pac-Man. Now, one thing I'll just stick on just me learning about Pac-Man. So I was so interested in it, I actually wrote my own article about it using the very few sources that I had available. And I wanted to play Pac-Man and actually see what this game was like. and that was my beginning of my interest in retro gaming. Now, it's funny at the time, because Pac-Man was just barely even a decade old at this time, but even then, it was like seen as this storied franchise that, this sort of, I mean, we think of Pac-Man then the way we think of, even by the early 90s, it was kind of had this legendary status. So I traded in a bunch of Game Boy games I didn't want to play anymore into Funkoland to get a used copy of Pac-Man for Game Boy. And yes, that version's kind of infamous because it is black and white, and you could either choose between having a tiny, almost microscopic version of the maze or having it be full size, but you can only see a quarter of the screen at a time, and it scrolls horizontally and vertically. But I just wanted to be able to play Pac-Man. I chose against the Game Gear version just because I knew by then the Game Gear, it was just, the batteries just didn't last long enough, and I wanted to actually be able to play it as long as I wanted. So I sacrificed color for having longer battery life, which was the sacrifice that ultimately helped Game Boy beat out the Game Gear, which I got first and was much more loyal to, but as a matter of practicality, for bringing the system around, it was smaller, and I couldn't play it in the dark without a flashlight, but I was able to play it longer, so I went with the Game Boy version of Pac-Man, and that was the first version I played. And then actually, even by then, in arcades and pizza parlors, some places still had Miss Pac-Man, but Pac-Man, for some reason, it was so rare to find it. I never found an original Pac-Man arcade machine out in the wild. But there was a video game arcade exhibition at the Liberty Science Center in New Jersey, and that was a significant drive from where I lived. My parents took me there, and they had all these arcade machines on display to free play. You just paid admission to get into the museum. And that was the first and really only time I ever got to play Pac-Man on an original cabinet. So that's my first time I played Donkey Kong. I didn't get anywhere in that because I'm a little kid, and Donkey Kong's a tough game, especially if you're used to like super modern Mario gameplay by then. Whereas with Donkey Kong, you can't even fall any distance. Mario is very delicate. He actually acts like a human being, where he can't jump all that high and he can't fall from very high without dying. So, I'll give this Xevius a few more minutes. This is my first time playing this, and we'll move on to some of the other games on here. I mean, the start of the show is going to be Pac-Man. And after this, I will be playing Final Fantasy VII for the first time since 2002. So, and I didn't even get to the end of Disc 1 in Final Fantasy VII back in the day. When I first played it in the 90s, it was my first RPG, so me and my brother didn't get that far into it. But, and by 2002, I was more sophisticated in terms of understanding the mechanics of an RPG, so I was able to better prepare myself. Because what happened when we played it in the 90s is we barely survived the boss rush at the end of Midgar, and then after that, we got to the first Genova battle on board the Shinra freighter, and we just didn't do that. We just couldn't beat her. We were basically soft locked because we had no chance to level up, and we weren't powerful enough or properly equipped to defeat her. Then when I played in 2002, I was playing by myself, and I was older and understood RPGs more by then. Because as far as I remember, when me and my brother were playing, we didn't even understand upgrading the weapons. Cloud still had the Buster Sword even after the end of Midgar. They're trying to use the Buster Sword against Genova, and by that point, you should have upgraded your weapons a couple of times at least. So we really just didn't understand a lot of the mechanics. And even in 2002, when I had more of a sense of what was going on, in terms of how an RPG works and how to customize your characters to survive the scenario, I didn't understand things like the idea of defending instead of attacking, or I understood using materia in combination because I'd use the cure and all materia together to be able to cure all my party members at once. But I didn't understand things like the front row and the back row, which doesn't help by the fact that in Final Fantasy VII, the front and back rows, there's no visual distinction between them, I don't think. So I didn't do that great. And I got up to Coral Prison after the Golden Saucer, and I really just kind of lost interest. So I never beat it, and I still have that copy of Final Fantasy VII. Me and my brother used to rent it back in the day. In 2002, I got the game for like 10 or 15 bucks or something like that at EB Games Used. And somehow I think I lent the game to a friend, and somehow I never got my disc 1 back. So I just haven't been able to play it on my PlayStation. So I do have it on Nintendo Switch, and it'll be my first time playing it since 2002. So in about an hour, we're going to switch over to that. I was originally planning to only stream this for about a half hour yesterday, but I had to cancel the stream yesterday. I already went live, but I had lost more than 50% of my... I was losing 50% of my frames because I was having internet problems. I didn't... when I upgraded the internet, they didn't tell me that I needed to go to a location of the ISP and pick up an upgraded modem that could handle the faster internet speeds. So now it's rock solid, and I'm not having problems anymore. Yeah, there we go. Oh wow, I've attained the high score at this point. Oh shoot, that's rough. Okay, so we got the high score there. Yeah, let's play it once or twice more. No, actually the high score is 20,000. Excuse me. I thought the score I was showing was my current score. I mean, was the high score. Oh, you made it all the way to the infamous one-winged angel himself, huh? Yeah, so like a lot of things I didn't understand, like attacking multiple targets, but we did play through Midgar a few times, and just Midgar alone is such a distinctive setting that I have a lot of nostalgia for that alone. I doubt this playthrough of FF7 will go much further past Midgar, because I don't want to make... it would take forever to play through FF7 on stream, and I don't know if I'll lose interest or what. I'm at least going to play through Midgar, probably at least up to the Golden Saucer. At least I'll get up to there. Or up... Yeah, I'll get up to Genova, if not the Golden Saucer, and we'll see how it goes from there. So I just did a little testing I tested the game just to make sure my layout was cropped properly for FF7. But I didn't play past the first couple of random battles. I didn't even get up to naming Cloud. So I really haven't... I've watched it plenty. I've watched lots of Let's Plays, and... I've watched Let's Plays and some speed runs. For a while, I would use this to fall asleep if I wanted to take a nap during the day. I'd lay in bed and put on this playthrough from a few years ago on one of the Games Done Quick events. They did a full-length playthrough of FF7 in 8 hours. And the commentary was fantastic. So it did a good job of explaining everything as he rushes through it. And keeping everyone up to date on the plot, because when you're mashing through an RPG, it's easy if you're not familiar with it to not have any idea what's going on. Now, I do expect to have someone watching who's never played FF7 before, isn't really familiar with video games or RPGs, aside from puzzles. Yeah, I tried to post... You know what? I don't know if I could post messages on Twitch, but I did post on Twitter and Tumblr that, I had to cancel the stream due to technical problems, so sorry if you didn't see that, but that's what happened. So, but this is my... And I am counting that because even though I didn't go live or have any gameplay, I'm counting... So this is my 20th stream, and the 19th stream just didn't go well. I'm kind of using the Zeppelin approach to numbering things, where, like, the Graf Zeppelin was the LZ-127, and then the next airship was the Hindenburg, which was the LZ-129, and it went straight from 27 to 29, because there were two airships in between the Hindenburg and the first Graf Zeppelin that they designed and were planning to build, but decided not to. So they're numbered based on how many were designed and planned, not how many were actually built. So that's how I'm going with my stream. So even though the stream never actually happened in terms of me playing games and going live and everything, yeah, that's gave Xevius a good 15 minutes. Let's go and let's go play Pac-Man. Let's go play Pac-Man. Now, when I go back, as you see here, it's not... This is cropped for the game. Yeah, actually, here it doesn't look so bad. But when it comes to... Now, for Pac-Man, I'm going to see how it feels playing with the joystick. Hopefully the micro switches aren't too loud. I haven't even played most of these games before. Now, this Pac-Man Championship Edition is a game... Yeah, I've never played that before. The only numbered Final Fantasy games I've played... Okay, the only numbered Final Fantasy games I played are 6, 7, and 10. And I played in the order. I played 7 first. Yeah, I played 7 first, then I played 6 on an emulator ages later, and didn't get that far into it. Because I'm really not super big into those large RPGs in general. And then I played 10. I rented it when it came out, and I got stuck on a very early boss in FF10, and I just never got any further. And I wasn't particularly compelled to continue. I've been very interested in a lot of them, especially 9, but I certainly have had a long-running relationship with all the music from those games. I'm pretty much fully spoiled on 7. I know I have the gist of what 8's about. I don't really know the plot for that one. 9, I'm spoiled for the last boss, but the last boss, as I understand, just kind of comes out of left field anyway and isn't even mentioned earlier in the game. They're just following this. Apparently, some of the early Final Fantasy games, they'd have the last boss that was described in that you face throughout the plot, and then just throw someone else at you, just as a final boss that had nothing to do with any previously established lore. They just show, oh, it's that guy that we never mentioned before. Just go fight him. Oh, it was kind of like the opposite of in Mega Man games. They'd always they'd say it was someone else, but then it would just turn out to be Dr. Wily in the end anyway. Okay. Now, yeah, so I had the Game Boy version growing up, and then in 2004, I mean, I was still growing up in 2004, but I was a teenager by then, and so I got this. I remember the day I was with my friends in the mall, and I got the NES Classic Edition cartridge of Pac-Man for NES, because I lived and died by my Game Boy Advance SP in those days. And it was awesome to just have a good version of Pac-Man I could play anywhere. And then when I got the DS, shucks. And then when I got the DS, my original DS, not my DS Lite. When I came to DS Lite, I really just didn't carry Game Boy Advance games with me anymore. Except for when I was playing Mother 3 during that time. Because I did have the cartridge for Mother 3, I was playing using a translation guide. And I would keep that in the cartridge slot of the DS, so I could always had my DS game and one other game whenever I was on the go. And I remember just playing the Game Boy version of Pac-Man. I'm not doing that good or following any particular pattern. I'm just kind of, oh wow, I'm in high score territory now. Oh shucks, almost got the fruit. Oh no. Oh, I'm still getting used to this D-pad. It's a good D-pad. I'm just not used to the feel of it for doing these tight turns. Not quite sure how I'd feel operating the joystick with this. Oh, yeah, I have central AC in this house, but for some reason the room I'm in gets the least of the AC that's available. So, I'm grinning and bearing it a little bit. I keep my fan on up until the moment I go live. But it's way too loud to have going while I'm streaming, so... But I'm not in danger of overheating or anything, it's just a little uncomfortable. And where the computer's at in this room, I am directly beneath the AC vent, so it's as good as it could possibly be. So this is my first time playing the NES version of Pac-Man on a home console. And this is probably the version I've had the most familiarity with and done the best at. And yeah, I was trying to go up, and I just could not go up. I just could not make Pac-Man go up there for whatever reason. I don't think it's but it is hot where I'm at for sure. I mean, there's a kind of hot where it's hot and you can go outside to cool off. Now it's hot and you go inside. You go inside to cool off. You don't go outside to cool off anymore. Okay, what is that? That is, I just lost that. I lost that credit to the controller pretty much. I'm gonna try using the analog stick. Maybe that'll be better. I doubt it because this game is made to be played digitally. so we'll see. Okay. Yeah, I just gotta get used to, like, very... You know what I'm doing? I'm used to holding the one direction while pushing another. In a lot of platformers, you can do things like that. But here, it's so sort of digital-based that I guess that's not the way to play this. Oh, did I pass through the ghost? I don't think I did, but... yeah, I'm losing a lot of credits just to the D-pad not responding the way I want it to. Up, right, go through the tunnel. Okay, that's perfect. Now, I remember the first time, because especially when you're young and not that good at it, when I first on the Game Boy, I remember I was in the car with Mom. She was driving to the supermarket or whatever, and I actually managed to beat level 2, and I saw that cutscene. And I was like, oh, cool, like, you know, a cutscene. Because even by the mid-90s, even in modern games, whenever there, like in Final Fantasy VII, whenever there's a cutscene, it was like, oh, cool, a cutscene. I don't know if it's the time of day or if it's my internet. It could very well be my internet, because I don't know if I mentioned the problems I was having with my connection in terms of my dropped frames. It turns out when I upgraded my internet, the customer service person at my ISP, they were supposed to tell me to go to an office of the ISP and collect a new modem to use that would be able to take advantage of my new internet. But for whatever reason, that didn't happen. They forgot to tell me. So for the last couple of weeks, I thought I had awesome new internet. In the test I was doing, like, you know, like there are tests where you could run a meter and test your ping and things like that. It seemed to be fine, but apparently I didn't have the proper modem to take advantage of the internet. Fortunately, they weren't charging me for the upgrade until I got the new modem, so at least there's that. But and also, when I was having all these problems, I did set my bitrate a little lower. It wasn't so low that it should have impacted the viewer experience, because I only have a 720p camera anyway, and I'm playing these old arcade games, so I didn't... But now it's set up to 3500, so if it's better, that's probably why. I'm glad that my stream's actually running properly for you. And I admire the dedication coming repeatedly to come to my stream when the broadcast quality on your app wasn't even that good, because then I heard the Twitch app itself just has all kinds of weird problems aside from anything else. Go away. There we go. I love how you could fake him out and make him... Okay, I should be... This bottom trench here is tricky, because... This is where... Okay. I was trying... Yeah, that was just a matter of the game not responding properly. And so there's Pac-Man Championship Edition on here. I wanted this game, the Pac-Man Championship Edition, I wanted it since it came out on the Xbox 360. But I didn't have the Xbox 360 because I didn't even have an HD TV at that time. Nor did I have any system that could display, well, that had Pac-Man Championship Edition available for it until it finally came out on Switch and this compilation that I'm playing right now. But it's not the old version Pac-Man Championship Edition. They went back, they made an NES D-make of Pac-Man Championship Edition. Apparently they had made this NES version of Pac-Man Championship Edition years ago with the intent of releasing it on Nintendo 3DS, and it just never happened. But they were able to fit it onto this compilation. And so it's going to be cool being able to play Pac-Man Championship Edition finally, and it be an NES version. And it's not just, oh, it's NES-style graphics and sound. Like, kind of like, what, Shovel Knight, where it's NES-style graphics and sound, but they are still graphical effects and physics and things like that the NES could never handle. Like, the game program wouldn't never run on an actual NES. With what they did with Pac-Man Championship Edition, they actually made it as a legitimate NES game, to the point where, from what I hear, tinkerers have extracted the file for Pac-Man Championship Edition from this version, from Namco Museum Archives Volume 1, and have successfully run it on a real NES. So it is an actual NES ROM file that they programmed from scratch, as though Pac-Man Championship Edition came out in the 80s or early 90s on NES. So it'll be cool playing it that way. The only downside is they were accurate to the point of actually programming the screen in 4:3, which is good for my layout here on stream, because I crop my layout to 4:3 to, accommodate the games. But when it comes to, I haven't played a widescreen game yet, and when I do, I don't know how I'm going to handle it, because I do like my setup here, where I'm in the lower right, and then I have the game box art above me, and then I have my system on screen right here, and it's kind of hard to do that with a game that's widescreen. I just have a little face cam in the corner, and I don't think it'll look as cool. And then I have my nice little info bar at the bottom, where it says, "Oh, playing next, PlayStation, Squaresoft, 1997." It's telling you the game I'll be playing next, and then it shows my list of commands. Oh gosh, yeah, I'm just having a bad time with these. I never had problems like this with the on Game Boy Advance or any version of Pac-Man. Just it feeling so unresponsive. Now, when I get to the end of this, I'll have to see if I can. Yeah, I won't bother. I don't want to have to go out and then switch controllers just to experiment and probably not like it that much. Now, I have a bit. No, what I'm referring to, I do have an arcade joystick here that I was going to play on, but the buttons, and it is real micro switches. Listen how loud that is. Some people like that for some ASMR. Yeah, 5200 had a good version of Pac-Man on it. I owned a 5200 for a while. The controller is infamous, but when it works properly, it feels great. When it works properly, it's just so prone to being unresponsive due to that primitive analog mechanism they put in the controller. But when it works properly, it's awesome. Yeah, I did have a 5200 for a while, complete in box. I just had to sell it because I didn't have space for it. I rarely played it, and I just wanted to, I just wanted to find a good home and be rid of it, because it was complete in box, and the box for the 5200 is gigantic. And I remember the first time I hooked it up, I didn't know how to hook it up. I thought it was broken, and it wasn't until I watched the Angry Video Game Nerd video about the Atari 5200 that I realized that somehow they routed the power and the video signal through the same cable. Like, I would have never thought that's how it plugs up. And that's the earliest system. 5200 is the oldest, the Atari 5200 is the oldest system I've ever played the actual console for. The actual original real-life console for. That's the oldest system I've ever played. I've played older games, but that's the oldest console that I've ever owned and actually played and used the controller for. But that was a good version of Pac-Man. Now, I've owned the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man since the early 90s. Because even though, it's funny thinking how it was not even that Atari 20, like, the PlayStation 2 is about as old as the Atari 2600 would have been at the time. But at the time, the Atari 2600, it just kind of had this legendary status where I was so interested in the earlier history of video games, and you couldn't just go online and look at videos of old games to know what they were like. So all you had was, if you were lucky, maybe a gaming magazine might have screenshots of if they covered the history of games. They might show pictures of, some of the old consoles, like the Vectrex and the Studio 2. And I never really imagined that I'd ever be able to just see video of those games. So when I was in a thrift store one day and I saw they had a cartridge of Pac-Man for Atari, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is an Atari 2600 cartridge. And in my head, I thought I found something so rare and special. It was only a few bucks, but I bought the cartridge and I never had a system to play on it. But that was technically my first retro game. Because I think I may have gotten that version of Pac-Man, and this is before I even knew enough to know that version was infamous for not being that good. And the Atari 2600 could support a much better version of Pac-Man than what came out. It's just that they were rushed at the time. And nowadays, like, when you have modern tinkerers who can know all these programming tricks and have all the time in the world and can work with the hardware and what the Atari 2600 was capable of in ways that the original programmers wouldn't have had access to, they've made fantastic versions of Pac-Man on the Atari 2600 that I've played ROMs of. And I had a lot of fun with those ROMs, actually. So, yeah, so I grew up with the Game Boy version. I remember once I had it recorded somewhere in the late 90s for one time only. They played the Pac-Man Christmas special on Cartoon Network during their Christmas programming block. And I managed to get a recording of it. And that's not really the best episode. Now I've actually seen... I didn't really get to see that show again until the internet age. Because there were versions of... no, I sold mine to a video game store that was in my area. So unless they sold it to some... And this was in late 2017? Yeah, this is in mid 2017 I sold my 5200 to a game store. And it was actually a game store that I'd seen featured in some YouTube videos. So that was kind of interesting. Some guy did a documentary about this guy who buys more games than he sells, the game store owner. But the Christmas special for Pac-Man was not a good episode to get a sense of what the show was like. I was grateful just to see anything, but now that I've seen the regular episodes that weren't the Christmas special, they don't have the intro to the show, which is a huge part of the flavor and atmosphere of that show. And then... Mesmeron isn't in it, which is kind of this... I don't know if you're familiar... Are you familiar with the Pac-Man Hanna-Barbera cartoon from the 1980s? Or not? I'm just curious. To see who's really kind of familiar with that show and what it was like. Okay, there we go. That's what I like to see. Yeah, all 4 of them, baby. Oh no, I'm not... see, I would have been able to get the peach and escape, but the controls were giving me the blues, this D-pad, and I just wasn't able to get my money's worth out of my chance. Oh, shucks! I should have kept going down because the blue guy. I forgot what's the blue one's name. The blue one is Inky. Yeah, the blue one's Inky. Okay, there we go. Got one of them. I want to get that peach. I'm hungry. Give me some peach. Yeah, there we go. I got the peach. Okay, that's a little... Okay. Yeah, into the tunnel and dodge them all, because... What happened there? I disappeared from the screen. Pac-Man disappeared from the screen, and I could not see where he was. That was some kind of glitch I've never seen before in the NES version of Pac-Man. Now that makes me wonder, is that a problem with this emulator that they're using, or is it... Oh, I was trying to double back and leave that last dot and go after some ghosts first. But... before I, go away. There we go. You just tap back and forth and scare them off. Now there I almost lost it. Now when I was a kid, I really cared more about getting through the stages than actually getting a high score. Oh, shucks. So what I would do is use the power pellets and use the period where the ghosts are running away from me to eat more pellets. And it would frustrate my mom when she was like, he's like, no, go after the ghost to get more points. And I really didn't care about eating the ghosts and getting the points as much as I cared about just clearing the maze. Oh my gosh. That was... I'm having real frustration with these controls. Okay, let's... Why don't I... Yeah, I will. I'm gonna go ahead... I'm gonna switch controllers. Okay. Okay. Oh. sorry, I'm XAB. Alright, using the joystick's a little complicated because the buttons are labeled like it's an Xbox controller, but they function like it's a Switch controller. Because this is what, you know, this is, okay. No. There we go. So I'm gonna try using this arcade joystick, see if I do any better. And it's funny because I don't know if the micro switch and with the shooting games. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that they're like, okay, how do we make a coherent narrative out of this, which looks like some kind of 8-bit version of looking under a microscope or something? Like, how do you make a coherent narrative out of this? I know, we'll make it a Smurfs ripoff. Hey, it's a good idea as any. So, and it worked better than it could have, so. Just the fact that they made a Gargamel ripoff and just made him like a giant space wizard and the ghosts are his henchmen. If I had to go about that, I probably would have made it a Chuck Jones style cartoon, like in a short subject format, where like I said, kind of Chuck Jones style with, you know, like sort of like Coyote and Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, where it's Pac-Man and the ghosts. But how I would have framed it would be like the dots or like the maze is like a garden that belongs to the ghosts, or that the ghosts are responsible for protecting, and Pac-Man is just kind of like an animal that comes in to eat all the fruit in the garden. So he's not good or bad, he just sort of is what he is, just sort of, you know, just sort of kind of like a wild, like when a rabbit comes in to eat your lettuce in your vegetable garden or something like that. So there would just be kind of slapstick hijinks with the ghost trying to capture Pac-Man or trying to stop him and, you know, getting foiled and sort of have a back and forth like that. That's how I would have went about making Pac-Man into a cartoon. Now, the world I watched Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures when it was on Disney XD. It was probably one of the later cartoon shows I really watched, because there's no other show I watched on Disney XD except for Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures, just because I'm like, okay, yet another American-made Pac-Man cartoon. How did they go about adapting Pac-Man into an arcade game? I mean, into a cartoon again, and having a sort of a narrative-driven story about it. And the story is interesting. Just in the first episode, when they're explaining the backstory, it's kind of weird how the other people, the other Pac people, I guess, I don't even know what they're called, like, they didn't believe the ghosts exist. They were kind of like, aha, you believe in ghosts? Even though the whole backstory they're teaching about is a war that happened, like, just, like, you know, recently enough that Pac-Man's parents died in the war, but now the kids in the school don't believe the ghosts exist. And it's kind of funny how they made the ghosts kind of punch clock villains, where they're not really evil, they're just trying to not be punished by their master, and they have kind of, I don't know, they're kind of like how they wrote Dr. Eggman in Sonic Boom, where he's just kind of like this crazy neighbor that's always getting into trouble. I don't know. I only saw a few episodes of that, but the Eggman, the way they conceived and wrote Dr. Eggman in that series was, I think, kind of cool. And that's how you lose a credit to nothing. Now, this actually doesn't feel so bad. I actually don't. If the micro switches on this joystick are too loud, let me know. Because this isn't as obnoxious as if I was playing with the buttons, it'd be like right next to the microphone. I did some test footage of that. That was way too loud, and I didn't quite figure out any microphone tricks to quiet the buttons. But then it's just the joystick. It doesn't seem to be so bad. So let's give another one of this, and then we'll move on to, we'll give Pac-Man Championship Edition a whirl and see how good I do with that. Now, I could operate this joystick either right or left-handed, because it's interesting to me how in most controllers, the primary control is biased to be on the left hand, but in a sense, you'd almost expect it to be the other way around. You'd expect the primary directional controls to be maybe on the left hand to accommodate for the fact that most people are right-handed. Now, I don't know if it's the emulator, because I never had problems determining Pac-Man's direction. This feels better than with the D-pad, and mind you, I'm a person who actually would say, hey, the Switch Pro Controller has a good D-pad, because there are people who do not like that D-pad much at all. But I always thought the Switch Pro Controller, I thought the D-pad was one of the highlights, you know, especially when the standard Joy-Con do not have any D-pad. They just have those directional buttons to accommodate for multiplayer gaming using the right and left Joy-Con for 2 players when you turn the Joy-Con sideways. Alright, there we go. So, I guess because of all that, I'm pretty ambidextrous with this control stick. I mean, if I was playing a traditional game, obviously I'd be playing it with the stick in my left hand. Now I'm playing it with my right hand. I mean, I can only imagine what someone would, like, going back to, like, you know, 1983, and just showing them, hey, look at this version of Pac-Man, I've got my own home, and it has this awesome joystick, and the graphics, I mean, the graphics are clearly not exactly like the arcade, but at the time, especially compared to the Atari 2600 version that would have been available at the time, this would have been exactly like the arcade. But what gets me is, I remember reading some ad copy for, I think, the British release of Pac-Man on Atari 2600, and there's some copy implying that, like, oh, you know, when you play this game, you know, the people at the arcade won't know why you're so good, how you got so good, but even little do they know you've been practicing at home. You know, I'm like, no one can play it's impossible to be good at the arcade version of Pac-Man based entirely on playing the 2600 version. There's really nothing you could do. Well, yeah, I just thought of, for the first time in years, I remember some kid at school, this is around the time Mario 64 would come out, and I was talking about how I used to play Super Mario Brothers at my stepbrother's house, and what happened basically was he was saying, oh, you know, there's a version of Mario Brothers on Atari, and it's just really bad. And that's the first time I had heard about the arcade Mario Brothers game. Not Super Mario Brothers, but just plain old Mario Brothers. That's the first time I actually heard of it. And I didn't understand. I thought what he was describing was intended to be a version of Super Mario Brothers for Atari. And I just, like, could not imagine what that would be like. Because even then I knew that, like, Atari, even having never seen an Atari 2600 game before, I understood, or I've seen maybe pictures in magazines of how primitive the 2600 looked compared to the NES. Excuse me, getting a good stretch in there, because I've been playing for an hour at this point about. Yeah, I've been playing for an hour already, jeez. And well, 2 things were going on. First off, I guess my friend who was talking about this arcade version of Mario Brothers he played at a friend's house or a family member's house or something. This is a version of Mario Brothers, not Super Mario Brothers. So if you're going into this game expecting Super Mario Brothers on the NES, and then you get Mario Brothers instead, already it's just a single screen, high score oriented game. It's an arcade game where there's no end to the game. You're just trying to get the highest score possible. And then for it to be on Atari 2600 on top of that, I can understand why that was such a disappointing experience for him. Well, heck, I think the arcade version is weird, because actually, in 2007 or 8, Nintendo made an arcade cabinet that had Mario Brothers, it had Mario Brothers, Donkey Kong, and Donkey Kong Jr. that was in Dave & Buster's. And it wasn't a main cabinet, it was an actual official cabinet made by Nintendo. I wish they had made more like that with some of their Versus Series games, and we put Clue Clue Land in there, and some others, because, man, Dave & Buster's, it really doesn't have much retro arcade representation. It's more about ticket-based games and, you know, some racing games. So there wasn't a whole lot I'm into, except for, like, Skee-Ball. But then, so I really didn't, it wasn't until, the physics in arcade Mario Brothers, the actual arcade version, it feels like Mario's slipping on ice. So, like, the jumping physics are nothing like a modern Mario game, like the way his jumps arc. And then it's like he has melted butter on the bottom of his shoes, where he just slips and slides all over the place, not even just when there's water or ice. I don't even know if there's water and ice in the arcade version, because I never got that far. But the first version of Mario Brothers I actually played was the version that was included in Super Mario Advance, because many of the Mario games on Game Boy Advance, whether it was the Super Mario Advance games had it, and then the Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga had it as well. And man, 4-player Mario Brothers on Game Boy Advance, that was a blast. I did get to play that a few times, you know, with friends, and I was like, man, I can't wait till when the DS comes out and we're gonna be able to play, you know. I was hoping that they come out with a 4-player Mario Brothers game, you know, 4-way versus Mario Brothers, you know, wirelessly on the DS, but never happened. They made a standalone version of 4 Swords, so that's a concept. Making a 4-player, a standalone Game Boy Advance multiplayer game as a downloadable game for DS or 3DS, that's not something that wasn't entirely outside of Nintendo's range of consideration. For all I know, they might have even been thinking about making a standalone version of the Game Boy Advance Mario Brothers for, like, the DS iShop, or for the 3DS eShop, and it just didn't happen. But I do like the Game Boy Advance version. I never played the NES version. I never owned Mario Brothers on NES, so I can't quite say what that one's like. And for kids of a certain age, depending on what they were exposed to when they were younger, they aren't really necessarily used to back then the idea of a game that's just based on getting a high score. So playing Mario Brothers on Atari would have even further alienated them from that, because even like Super Mario Brothers, it was already a game with a definite beginning and end, where you could beat the game and get through and clear all the stages. Meanwhile, the Mario Brothers, you're just going for a high score and just seeing how far you can get, and it's just the same screen over and over pretty much, with different hazards and obstacles added. Now once this... Okay. Alright, now let's go. I like how Pac-Man feels with the joystick. I still have problems controlling him the way I would on Game Boy Advance. And I didn't have this problem with the joystick. There's on the Pac-Man arcade joystick that I have, which maybe I'll stream it someday. I'd have to run it through my analog converter, but I haven't had a good experience playing that version. But we'll go ahead. ZL? No. Okay, there we go. Go to main menu. Let's play Pac-Man Championship Edition. Terror of Duraga, I've never played that before. Sky Kid, I've never played. Sky Kid, is that similar to... what? It looks kind of like a relative of Sky Skipper by Nintendo, which got released on the Switch. I actually have it on the Switch. I just don't have a layout ready for it, but... oh, excuse me. There we go. Now, for the first time ever... yeah, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Pac-Man... oh. Pac-Man Championship Edition. A new evolution of Pac-Man is here. Fast-paced gameplay with intense sound to match. The chase never ends. Can you keep at the pace? Instructions. This will be... oh, excuse me. I keep pressing... I want to go to instructions. Move Pac-Man, choose game. Eat a fruit and the maze layout changes. Eat a power cookie and turn the tables. Eat up monsters and keep speeding up. Sparks flies to turn corners in this game of eat or be eaten. Oh, I keep backing out because the face buttons on this joystick I'm using, this fight stick, they're labeled like an Xbox controller, but they function like... okay. I have no idea what this... I'm going to turn up my volume a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's go for it. I have no idea what this is going to be like. Well, it's definitely faster. And mind you, what you're seeing here, it can run on an actual NES. This is not just like, oh, NES-style graphics. This, apparently, from what I hear, can run on an NES. Oh, this music is hype. Hold on. I just want to pause. I'm going to turn up the volume a little bit louder than usual, because I usually have my own volume barely at a whisper. Oh, wow. Oh, this is cool. Oh man, he's going faster and faster. This is something, isn't it? Oh, this is getting... Oh, this is getting challenging to even control. Oh, right into him. Oh, I got an extra credit. Oh, doggone. I'm not used to there being music in Pac-Man. Oh my gosh. I have to think in 3 dimensions. I'm not used to having this up and down. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. Now, as I understand, the original version probably doesn't scroll like this one does because it's in widescreen. Oh, I was only a pixel away from getting the power pellet. Okay. Oh, it uses the sound effect from Pac-Man. Oh, there's actual... Oh, this music is from Pac-Man. Cool. Dun 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 dun. Pac-Man is cool. It's one of those few Pac-Man successors that's really kind of acknowledged. Oh. No 4 characters? Come on, you gotta give me my 4 characters. With only 1 character to choose from. No, no. I gotta go with STH. Oh wow, give me a lot of... Oh wow, numbers. ST... there's no technical restraints. Why are they only letting me have 3 characters? I want to get my STSH... There we go. Oh, this music is cool. Alright, let's go for it. Now, this is fun. I kind of regret not starting this earlier on. I just want to get a feel for playing Pac-Man, just playing regular Pac-Man again with this new joystick I've never really used before. I've had this joystick since midway through last year. And the most time I've probably ever spent playing with it has been on this stream. Because I plan to get a bunch of arcade games on the Nintendo Switch, and I really only got a couple, and I didn't spend much time with them. Okay, there we go. Let's see how far I can get. Oh, he almost got away from me there, but I caught up. Yeah, I can move fine with this controller and make all these tight movements. Now that was just me not looking in 3 dimensions because I'm not used to having these vertical and horizontal. Oh, I mistook the... I was going after the fruit and I forgot that the fruit doesn't count as a power pellet. Or a power cookie as it's specified in this version. Ooh, that was... Ooh, that, that was fun. That was cool. I almost outdid him there. But you really are kind of flirting with the limits of... your ability to catch up with, to keep up with the speeds in this game, which is just as well, because, whew. Yeah, imagine showing this to someone back in, like, you know, back in the early 80s. This would be, like, blow their mind. Even this version, let alone the... Now, I remember this weird Pac-Man fan set I found in the late 90s. And there were people talking about how... were some people, I don't really hear about it now, or I just don't go out of my way to hear people talk about it. But there are people who were, at least at the time, trying to insist that every bonus item in Pac-Man were fruits. Because, like, yeah, the first few items are fruits, but then there are other items like the bell and the Galaxian spaceship, or the, like the bell, I think is, but this person was like, it went on this rant. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek. It's not too serious, but they were convinced that they called these people fruitists, that insisted that all the bonus items in Pac-Man are fruits when they're not. Only some of them are. And they would say, like, well, because there were people trying to say that the bell was actually a potato, because they just wanted everything to be a food item. But when it came down to, like, what was it? The melon that I just got a minute ago. Yeah, this music is hype as heck. The melon, this person was trying to say was a grenade, because they don't realize that there are these melons in Japan that they usually leave the stem on. So that's a very distinctively a melon. Oh, cool, it saves your high score identity. Wow, I was only playing for like a fraction of the time, but I beat my high score. Achievement unlocked, emit sparks for 1 second. Achievement unlocked, eat 8 monsters in succession. Oh, this has achievements in it, that's cool. Oh, I meant start. I meant to go to extra and see what those are. So in his fervor to discredit the people who were insisting, sometimes on like making weird claims to try to argue that all the bonus items in Pac-Man were fruits, he was then trying to claim that things that were actually fruits weren't. So it's kind of ironic. He kind of fell into his own trap. Kind of became the thing that he... And this was, you know, on a static web page back in the day. It wasn't like a YouTube comment where I could, you know, respond to it. You actually had to have some kind of technical expertise to say things online back then. Okay, there we go. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Woo! Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Now, I wonder how it'd be... I'm definitely having fun using the joystick. Like, with the NES version of Pac-Man, I feel like I wasn't having quite as much fun. This one feels like... I don't know if it's some kind of emulation issue where it's not taking in some of the D-pad inputs. I don't know. But I know this is definitely a different story in terms of the responsiveness of my controls. Ooh, there we go. Yeah. No, this is crazy. This is man, how now I know what I've been missing all this time. And for it scrolling, it's not so bad. I got a one up before. Okay. Ooh, that I just ran right into that one. But I like how it just starts you right off. But that's crazy that this can. Look at all... Apparently they have gotten this to run on an actual NES, which is... just this game would be seriously be pushing the limits of the NES, just in terms of the speed and everything. I don't know if that's... I'm gonna look up on this, because this... If this really is can run on a true NES, that is... They're milking... This running on a real NES would be one of the technical achievements of the system. Unlike... I remember, like, when NES Remix was originally a Wii U exclusive series, and there was an interview with, I guess, one of the directors of the game. He's from other things, but he was saying that, I guess the interviewer asked him why it's on 3DS, and they said that the 3DS can't handle the game. Like, they'd have like it couldn't handle Pac-Man Champ. I mean, it couldn't handle NES Remix. It was too, I guess, advanced, or like the 3DS hardware couldn't handle it. But I'm like, it's NES games. Yeah, there are weird things you did to them, but it seems like the 3DS should be capable of handling that. But at the time, he was saying no, only for them to later release the woo. Only for them to later on. I have to get the fruit. Oh, doggone. I did not mean to turn the way I did there. Okay, there we go. Now we're talking. Oh, I fell right into that one. Hey, yeah, you could just say hi and leave if you feel like it, Tundex. No obligations. You can just drop in and say hi and keep on going with your day. But it's nice to have you back. I'm going bananas right now playing this NES remake of Pac-Man Championship Edition. I've never even played any version of Pac-Man Championship Edition before. This is my first experience with its rules and its concepts. And to play it in this NES-style format is really cool. And I'm glad it's not actually in widescreen, because then it would ruin my layout that I have here for this. Oh my gosh, this game is so fast. I'm using a micro switch joystick here. This might be my first place run right here. We'll see. So I think what this is... Yeah, from what I hear, I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently tinkerers have gotten this to run on an actual NES. You know, I don't know if I've heard about that before. I'll have to check out the Pac-Man restaurant in Illinois. I know there have been Pac-Man cafes. Okay. I actually want to go. I want to go back to the main menu. And I want to see what the extra stuff is. I'm very interested in that. Yeah, from when I first saw Pac-Man Championship Edition on the 360, I really wanted to play it because it looked awesome, but I never had a Oh, what's this? Oh, is this like Pac-Man Plus Championship Edition? I don't even know what this is. Is it just that you already start out and fast? Oh my gosh. Oh, okay, I see. It's just this one little okay. Okay, this is a different mode where you're just playing in this one little area, I guess. Okay, this is a cool mode. A little more akin to traditional Pac-Man. Now, this mode here, is this something that was in the 360 version? Because I'd have no idea. So I never had a 360 or any system that could play Pac-Man Championship Edition until now. So to play it for the first time and in this NES version is... Oh, shucks. Yeah, it's cool having this little single screen, as it were, maze here. Where it's like, I wish you could start off playing slower, because geez. This is my last credit. I don't know, I just didn't get that... my earphones started falling out and it distracted me. Alright. I want to see what else is going on here. What are options? Let's see. Achievements. Replay normal, replay extra. What's replay normal? Oh, I can watch the last time I played the game. Okay. Alright, I'm not too interested in that. Oh, and achievements, ranking. Let's play normal. Yeah, when things settle down and I ever actually get to travel, there's like, okay, just things settling down is a huge hurdle, then me actually traveling is another huge hurdle. But if I ended up in Illinois somehow, I would like to check out that restaurant. I'd love to see what kind of food they serve, because those themed restaurants, they can get really creative with what they serve in terms of themed food items. I've played the main ROM of Junior Pac-Man. That's a game that I do not understand. Okay, if Namco is okay with Pac-Man Plus, which was Bally Midway made without Namco's blessing. They put it on joysticks and stuff. They're okay with Miss Pac-Man. Well, there are other copyright problems about Miss Pac-Man, but they're okay with Miss Pac-Man, which started off as a bootleg hack. They're okay with Pac-Man Plus, which started off, and they're okay with Super Pac-Man because they put that in compilations too, even though Namco, Bally Midway made it without Namco's blessing, trying to make the next big Pac-Man sequel as soon as possible. But for some reason, Junior Pac-Man, Namco will not touch that with a 10-foot pole, and I do not know why. So I have played the ROM of it for the main ROM, as well as the, what was it? Oh yeah, there was an Atari 2600 version that was pretty good as well that I played the ROM for. Now, what I'd love to play, and it's a shame that they did not make a version of this on either DS, 3DS, or Wii U, Baby Pac-Man. That would have been fantastic on a DS, 3DS, or Wii U. Baby Pac-Man is a game, if you're not familiar with it, where the upper part of the cabinet is a small version of Pac-Man, where you're playing a video game maze. Then the lower part is a pinball game, and you switch back and forth between them. There is a way you can play it in MAME, but the last time I checked a number of years ago, it was very complicated to set it up, because you're, like, somehow merging, like, this pinball simulator program with MAME, and if you combine it all, you can actually have a functioning version emulated of Baby Pac-Man. But go look online at videos of Baby Pac-Man. It is such a beautiful cabinet. And another, but if I could only own one arcade cabinet I love, is Atari Video Pinball. They made Atari Video Pinball. They made this crazy thing where they have they have a physical pinball looking display, and they have the video display mirrored down. They have an actual physical pinball table, and with video game elements shown onto it with a mirror, and it is a beautiful thing that they made, and they really didn't have to go that far. So that's like a really cool cabinet. There's so many cool arcade cabinets you never really hear much about. But I'd love to be able to, like, bucket list, I'd love to be able to play Baby Pac-Man and Atari Video Pinball. In about 5 minutes, we're gonna go ahead. I'm going to take a little break. I'm gonna take a little 10-minute break because I have been playing for an hour and a half, and take a 10-minute break and move on to Final Fantasy VII, which I'm probably gonna play for maybe 3 or 4 hours. We'll see how I feel. My stamina in streaming has gotten better and better. I don't know what it is. I guess it's the stress or the pressure or something, but I could sit in this chair doing writing and business and work and watching YouTube videos, but when I stream, it's just so much more strenuous because I'm talking and stuff like that. That the first few streams, it really wiped me out, and I had to keep taking breaks, even though I wasn't even streaming for that long. But I'm getting better and better at I was having symptoms as though I'd been sitting down for 8 hours without getting up, and it was really bizarre. But now it's actually reflecting. I'm having better results in terms of, because this is the nicest chair in the world, but I like it a lot. And in the first couple of streams, I was actually sitting on a car seat in addition to the cushioning on the chair, and I was just still having all these strenuous problems. Oh, you did? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I filmed that like almost a month before, like a few weeks before I posted it. So when I actually did finally get around to editing it together, it was nice to get it out there. Did you see the video where I read that ridiculous fake leaked script from fake Reggie speech from his presentation where he was supposed to reveal the price and release date for the Wii when it first was going to come out? Did you see that one? because I didn't get any response on that one, so I didn't know if like people had even really seen it, or if people just didn't like it. I mean, it is kind of a longer video, so I just don't know if maybe it was too long. But I had fun making the video. I thought it was a funny video. So I know what I want to make next for my next sort of lighthearted video, and then I do have another video that I made years ago on another site. Actually, I made it for a school project. I just never posted it on YouTube because I just at the time, the copyright policies in terms of, you know, actually recognizing fair use were not as good as now, believe it or not, in my experience. But now I think if I hadn't have any problems with the video, I'd have a much easier time with it. Yeah, it just is what it is, and you just have to keep fighting against it. So okay, so as long as I waited till I had a more lighthearted video out too, because I don't want my channel to be too serious. I do intend on making some more serious videos, and I do have a video that's a little. It's kind of in between. It was something I made for a school project, where you had to examine, you know, how race relations were handled in an episode of any children's show, and I just happened to know there was an episode of My Little Pony that kind of dealt with it. I don't care about My Little Pony in any way, so I talked to some fans of it that from different corners of the community at the time. I watched most of the first season, so I get a sense of what the show was like outside of this one episode. So I'd actually be able to have some informed sense of. And so I was able to use that to say to criticize how the characters were used. And I did take a sort of nostalgia critic or style angry reviewer tone, because I made this in 2011 or 12 or whatever. And yeah, I posted a link to it. I didn't actually upload it. No, there's a video years ago where I posted a link to it. And it's funny because I had this like career troll who would come in and mess with me on all my videos at the time. And I guess he just saw the title of the video, and I linked to the other site that it was on, where I mentioned I was reviewing a My Little Pony episode. And so he made this comment, like, making fun of me for it, and trying to, like, aha, you man-child, you reviewed a My Little Pony episode. And I guess he then went and actually watched the episode and saw that I didn't give it a good review and criticized it and kind of tore it to pieces. And I guess he decided to go back and delete the comment. Just that one comment. Where it's like, okay, I make fun of him for liking Nintendo all the time, make really personal insults about that. I was going to make fun of him for reviewing this My Little Pony episode, but then I saw the review and he actually gave it a bad review, so I'm going to delete that comment. So I don't know, how do you have like the ability to make that rational decision, but then still go after me for Nintendo stuff? I don't know. But that still doesn't beat the time the guy went on his internet radio show / podcast and ranted and raved about me for about 30 minutes or something like that, accusing me of all kinds of horrendous things because I made a hype video about Nintendo's E3 2012 because I was really excited about it, and I had some insider information, some of which turned out to be true, some of it not, and some things that the plans just changed behind the scenes since the source I was talking to, or the couple sources I actually had. And that's the thing about these people who try to like leak Nintendo stuff, who end up looking so like someone who said like a couple of years ago, oh, Mother 3 is coming, and then maybe the plans changed or something like that, and now they look silly, or they lost all their credibility because of that. There were things that like I knew from a couple of people, and not just like online, like people I knew and talked to that were in the industry or knew people in the industry that were like, oh yeah, basically describing Miiverse to me in very accurate detail. And it wasn't even called Miiverse at the time, it was called something completely different. Or describing what turned out to be that external device that was used with Wii Fit. Now once we Fit you, and I could have went and blabbed about that and been a hero when it turned out to be true. But then there are other things that these same sources told me about that either the plan changed behind the scenes or just turned out to be false. And it's not really that hard to meet people who know things. It's just that most people who meet things meet people who know things are smart enough not to talk about it and endanger their sources or end up looking silly if the plans change behind the scenes. Yeah, so we're going to play through the rest of this, and once we get a game over here, I'm gonna take a little break, switch categories over to Final Fantasy VII, and switch my layout over, and take a nice little stretch. Oh, shucks. I still have 3 more lives, jeez. I'll be playing Final Fantasy VII for the first time since 2002, which will be an interesting experience for sure. Now, okay. Oh yeah, this is a blast. I could do a whole stream of this, possibly. Like I did, like this all in total was an hour and a half and change, because the timer's over at this point. Because my timer really doesn't make a lot of noise or let me know, I just kind of have to be paying attention to the timer. It's more of a visual aid for the viewers watching the stream, like the time until the next game. Now, it sounds like the micro switches on the joystick aren't too loud to the point where it's annoying people watching. So for the shooter games where I have to constantly be tapping the button, maybe not so much. But for this is definitely a game where I'll be using this mechanical joystick in the future. Oh shucks, I have one more credit after this, I think. Okay, let's see how far I can get. Okay. Yeah, the longer you could keep it going in terms of collecting dots, I guess the more points you get. That's cool. Oh, shucks. That's it. That's game. Alright. Hey, 3rd place. Not bad. Alright, so I'm going to step out for yeah, let's say, yeah, 10 minutes, because I'm going to be playing this for a couple hours. I'm going to take another break in another hour and a half, but, yeah, that's what I'll be doing. I'm going to step out, I got to change my layout, take a little stretch, fill up my water, and then we'll get into some FF7 for the first time since, what, 2002 for me? And I've watched playthroughs of it, but it's going to be pretty fresh for me, relatively speaking. And it's the first time I played it on a system other than the Sony PlayStation, or PlayStation 2, which I played it on 2002, and then in the 90s I played it on PlayStation 1. So, I'll be back soon. I'll use my out eating crepes test card, and if I take another break, I will switch it to Test Card Girly, as she's become known, just for you, Clackaboy, if you're still in the stream by then. So, I'll see you in a minute, and thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hey everybody, I'm back, and it looks like everything actually worked like I intended. I actually got back in time. I am now going to play Final Fantasy VII for the first time since 2002, playing it on the Switch version. It's kind of funny, I never thought I'd be playing FF7 on the Switch, well, on Nintendo, because that infamous magazine ad, someone give the guys who still make cartridge games a cigarette and a blindfold, which of course would have made it too awesome if they actually did release this, even in a limited quantity, on the Switch. But in about an hour and a half, we'll take probably a 5-minute stretch break. You know, no more, maybe 5 or 6 minutes. I won't need so much time. Oh wow, look at all these controls. I have it cropped off to be limited to the actual game field. But looking at speed times, I could increase the speed by clicking left. Clicking right, I get HP, MP, and battle boost. So I get kind of a cheat mode here. Pressing them both down for no encounter mode. Okay, this is interesting. I'm probably gonna play it vanilla style for now. And just scoot up in the chair a bit because I'm gonna be here for a while. Now, I remember when they revealed Cloud for Smash Brothers live on a Nintendo Direct, and they showed these stars floating around. Oh wow! I just considered that because of where I put my joystick that I'm not using anymore. This is what I was using to play Pac-Man on, but as a result, it's now. Is there somewhere else I could put it? Yeah, it's not a big deal if it's on stream. It's cool. Yeah, when the stars were floating, I was like, oh my gosh, they're about to announce Cloud for Final Fantasy VII. And they just kind of... I just make sure I'm streaming the right category, because I'm just paranoid. I have a habit of forgetting to do so. Alright, yeah, I switched to Final Fantasy VII. Yeah. Yeah, just... excuse me, how did I manage to... Okay. Sorry if that was loud. I tangled my headphones in my microphone cable. But it should be good now. Just that scene, just pulling out on this massive elevated city was just so incredible. I mean, considering that this is originally some of the early concepts with this, was that this is going to take place in contemporary New York City and be kind of a detective story. And I guess somehow what I heard is that the idea of New York being associated with pizza somehow got turned into the elevated city of Midgar being built with its elevated sector plates arranged like slices of pizza around the capital in the center. And this looks absurdly high-res to me, believe it or not, because I'm so used to the PlayStation version where the visuals are much grainier. Come on, newcomer, follow me. So, okay. This is my first time really doing this since 2002. Okay. Yeah, it looks so much better that it kind of makes Cloud look worse, but it makes the characters look a little worse, but it makes the backgrounds look awesome. Now, this right here, this is my first encounter back in, like, 97 or early 98. No, it had to be late 97. My first encounter with RPG gameplay. I'm like, what are these things I'm selecting, and I can't move around, and there's a time meter and a limit meter, and I can attack and magic and defend. So let's see, I want to see what defend... There I defended. I want to see what it's like. Okay, I'll get a sense of... And then it says, like, ex-soldier. I'm like, what does any of this mean? Like, I don't know if it was ex-soldier, like he was a former soldier, or if he's an EX soldier, or... I have no idea. But, if the music needs to be adjusted at all, let me know, because I don't know if this is maybe louder or more quiet compared to the Pac-Man game. How far can you even... But I just love... I'm just looking at these backdrops, really, for the first time. Yeah, seeing all this, there'd be so much to build off of. That staircase, where does that even go to? Oh, shucks. I usually don't run around enough to get... a battle there. As I understand, this is quasi-step count based, where there's kind of like a danger meter that's sort of invisible, and the more you walk around, the higher it goes. And then when it gets to a certain point, it triggers a random battle. So with the appropriate, if you count your steps and walk in exact way, you could really manipulate what kind of battles you'll get and where. Wow, you used to be in Soldier, huh? Not every day you find one in a group like Avalanche. And that's another thing, just use of Soldier. So I'm like, Soldier? He's in Soldier. He's not a Soldier, he's in Soldier. So the idea of Soldier is kind of like an elite military group like the Navy SEALs. So what are the regular Shinra troops called? They're just called troops or guards or something, and then soldiers are part of this elite military group. I mean, they from a localization standpoint, they could have changed soldier to like, I don't know, they might as well have left it. It worked fine enough. You get a sense that they're talking about an elite military group and not just the idea of him being a soldier. I didn't catch your name. Okay. So this guy, Cloud, here's our main character. He's a mercenary that's joining these eco-terrorist radicals. We'll select Cloud. Cloud, huh? Cloud A. I don't care what your names are. Once this job's over, I'm out of here. Oh, and here comes Barrett. The hell y'all doing? I told y'all never to move in a group. Our target's the North Mako reactor. We'll meet on the bridge in front of it. And yeah, there's, been some discussion, some debates had. It kind of seems like maybe the writers of this, like in Japan, like they might have probably saw old episodes of Mr. T out of context and kind of based the attitude or writing style based on that, and then that came through or was maybe magnified in the translation. So it could come off as really like cliche or stereotypical and questionably possibly racist, but it's still like even it wasn't meant to be questionable or offensive or anything like that. It's just one of those they didn't realize maybe the implications of how they wrote him and sort of based on this kind of Mr. T style archetype. But it was just nice having a non-white protagonist in a big game like this. And I remember I was originally going to go get Mischief Makers at Funcoland, but it turns out that, and mind you, Funcoland was like a 40-minute drive away. It was a big deal. We only went there maybe a few times a year. This wasn't too long after this game came out. I think whatever was going on, I either had a choice between Mischief Makers or... Well, I was going to get Mischief Makers. And it turns out... And you can see down below, we can see beneath the city, because what this is a gigantic reactor building. And you can see beneath this walkway, this catwalk, is the I guess what they call the Undercity in the remake of this. And there's these weird security drone things that are, hey, that's fine, no worries, it is what it is. We might have some viewers who aren't familiar with RPGs or video games at all, so I'm just explaining kind of the lore and mechanics of this. Now, basically what this is here is a battle system that's kind of made to, what's in a sense a computerized evolution of the pen and paper tabletop role-playing games. And they added this time element to make it more urgent to make your decisions in battle quickly. And those were kind of security robots that were like little flowers that fly around. And you can see beneath this walkway, you can see that we're like skyscraper height above the ground here. The entire city is built on these elevated plates that stand atop support structures. And beneath the plates, the lower class lives in poverty, while above the plates, the upper class that's loyal to the corporation that's built these reactors live in comparative luxury above everyone else. And so you have here, yo, this your first time in a reactor? No, after all, I did work for Shinra, you know. Shinra is the company that built this city, this elevated city, as well as these what they call Mako reactors. And he's going to explain a bit about this. The planet's full of Mako energy. People here use it every day. It powers electricity and locomotives and cars. It's the lifeblood of this planet, but Shinra keeps sucking out the blood with these weird machines. I'm not here for a lecture. Let's just do it. Alright, you come with me from now on. So these guys want to blow up this reactor. In this world of Final Fantasy VII, the life force of the planet that, collectively, I feel like when I play this, I will play in classic mode because traditional action gameplay or really intense action RPG gameplay, I really can't keep up with it. So what they call classic mode is going to be a really good middle ground for me. I know a lot of people feel like it's the worst of both worlds. For me, I think it'll be good enough. Just think of how many people risk their lives just for this code. Now these rebels have got these codes to allow them to sneak into this reactor. They want to blow up. That's what I was explaining before. All the technological revolution in this world did not take place using steam power or like electricity as we know it. What happened was they discovered that the life force of the planet is not just in a metaphysical sense, but you could physically run pipes into the ground and draw this life force from the planet and use it to power machinery. And these eco-terrorists, or as they call them, planetologists, it's kind of like this sort of pagan or sort of this touchy-feely hippie cult that are like, no, you can't drain the life force from the planet because then the balance of nature will be thrown off. Now look at this room. Was very disappointed. One of the few things I was really disappointed about, well, there are a few things, but one of them in the remake was that this elevator, look how cool this elevator is. There are wires and pipes everywhere, the dark lighting, the neon-colored pink and blue lights. They just made it a plain, sort of contemporary-looking elevator. Here it has a real sort of diesel punk sort of feel. And he's going to explain more about the reactors here. Little by little, the reactors will drain out all the life, and then that'll be that. And Cloud, he just shrugged his shoulders. It's not my problem. Because he's just a hired hand to help them on this mission. He doesn't really care about their ideology of stopping Shinra and saving the planet. He's just in this for the money to do this job. The only thing I care about is finishing this job before security and the robo-guards come. I guess the robo-guards are the sweepers that we'll fight later. He just shrugged it. He's just shaking his fist at the camera. He has Barrett has a gun. Now in this game, right now, Barrett is with Cloud. Right now, what this is a repetition of Cloud and Barrett being together. But due to graphic problems, this is kind of a trope they carried over from some earlier RPGs. Is that when your characters, when there is not, yeah, it is a big leap up from FF6, but in some ways FF6 may have aged better. It's very interesting, this period. And then FF8 on the same system is a huge leap from this one. But I love, look at this big vat thing that's, I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Now here's some, in the remake, these are represented as turrets that are high up, and we need Barrett, who is now with us in the party. We're going to target the one on the right first. Yeah, these are turrets that are mounted up high, and you need to use Barrett's machine gun. He has a gun for an arm, if you can see that on his right arm. So, hopefully he was left-handed before he lost that arm. And now we beat them. So this isn't, like, within the game world, we're supposed to believe they're running around and dodging attacks and fighting these things, but as it's represented here, we just see, look at, there's this pipe, there's another staircase going up here, it looks like there's a crane or something. All this machinery and this reactor facility. How these graphics work is now when we're in battle, we have a 3D arena. Oh, we have a back attack. So this represents that in the game world they've been caught off guard by a sneak attack. So we have to wait until they attack us to really be able to notice them. And these enemies are easily taken out. He's going to use a fire attack. Yeah, this was Final Fantasy VII. They wanted to have a lot of FMV in the game and CD quality audio, and there were, at the time, what's probably were very rational reasons to stick with cartridges, but PlayStation was offering a cheaper it was cheaper for developers, it was cheaper for consumers, and it allowed possibilities that N64 only with very great difficulty could match. So to have the CD quality audio and these full motion video cutscenes, you could really only do that at the time using CD technology. And that led to a split between Squaresoft, who made this game, and Nintendo, whereas Final Fantasy was like almost a signature Nintendo franchise, and it left from 1997 up until, really not until this day, but only recently have some of the older numbered Final Fantasies come to the Nintendo systems. But look down there, you can see where we're going to be heading. We're climbing down to that pathway. First, stay in front of the ladder, then use the directional buttons to climb up and down. Now the characters actually will sort of break the fourth wall and explain the controls here. Now this is interesting. These weird, what they call the shock troop. What are they called? I forgot. Oh, he killed in one hit. I forgot what these guys are called. These guys with these gun arms. But they have these gun arms with these claws on them, and they have clawed feet, and they have these helmets on. Like, are they mutants, or are they just some kind of soldier that's wearing a weird suit? But you have kind of these weird monsters that kind of appear alongside actual human soldiers. And to an extent, it feels kind of like the theming of the game is a bit at odds, because we have this kind of diesel punk sort of post-technological revolution sort of setting, but then you have a lot of monsters and the like that are kind of a carryover from earlier Final Fantasy games, which were more fantasy-esque in the sense of, like wizards and knights and dragons and elves and princesses and all that kind of stuff. This game really departed from that and sort of showed a world that Final Fantasy VI sort of began that direction, where there was a bit of a conflict between magic and technology. And here we have a world that's already fully undergone an industrial revolution. Now, how do I save? Hello. Oh, do I... I never brought up the menu before, so... Okay. No, I don't want that. Okay, I just accidentally turned on one of the cheat modes. Yeah, one of the earliest games with a black... Okay, it's X on this controller. Okay. And now I can save. And in this screen, I can look at the items the characters are holding. I have potions, ethers, phoenix downs. Potions restore their health. Ethers restore their... the HP is their health, their vitality. And they can't fight once they hit 0. If all your characters hit 0 in battle, the game is over. You have to start from your last save point. MP is magic. Ordinary people can use magic in this game. It's not something that's reserved for like wizards or something like that. You'll learn more about magic later, but a range, okay, field, okay, battle. Oh wait. Name. Oh, okay. That's sorting the items. Excuse me. I'm playing this for the first time since Bush was president. So excuse me. Now potion. So, and then you can equipment. You can look at their equipment. He has his weapon is a Buster Sword. He has a bronze bangle as his armor. Let's see. Status. You can just see look at all these stats. You have strength, dexterity, vitality, magic, spirit, luck, attack, attack percent, defense, defense percent, magic attack, magic defense. We have Buster Sword. You can see, yeah, that's just all like the information about your characters. But I just want to save here. I'll just save in that first slot. We would have needed a PlayStation memory card. Now here's interesting because it looks like there's train tracks that lead to some other part of the building that come through along this bridge. Get through this battle. Now this thing that looks like an old car standing on chicken legs that, you know, has a couple of guns for arms. These things are normal enemies here, but in the remake they actually are kind of mini-bosses almost. So that's interesting how they took this one idea of this rather unimportant enemy and kind of made them a very powerful event to fight them in the remake. Because when you fight them, you actually find a room of them that are deactivated. Oh, look out, those are sweepers. They're heavy weapon platforms. But here we defeat them rather easily. We want to... Now, Cloud's limit break. We're almost up to... Let's use some magic. Because I want to save Cloud's limit. I'm going to save the limit for when I fight the boss coming up soon. As the characters take damage, their limit bars, their limit meters increase, and when the limit meter increases fully, they're able to use a special attack for... but I'm going to wait and let him attack. Hopefully he targets Barrett. Okay, good. Now that'll fill up his limit, probably. Oh, not quite. Well, let's go ahead and take him out. It's not worth losing that much HP over. Yeah, oh, you always wonder why the backgrounds are so amazing, but then the characters with these boxy graphics. Yeah, how the graphics work. Now, when you're on the map screen, or when you're here, your characters are polygonal models. But all the other graphics are a static image that's an illustration, and then they map invisible polygons that are the environment that you're walking along. Now, down there, beneath this catwalk, is the actual Mako energy, the life energy of the planet that's been condensed into this liquid form. That's down there. And here is the main core, I guess, of this reactor. Now here we found an item, Restore Materia. Materia is how characters will be able to use different abilities and magic, and we'll learn a bit more about that later. So Barrett's like, when we blow this place, it ain't gonna be nothing more than a hunk of junk. Cloud, you set the bomb. Shouldn't you do it? Just do it. I want to make sure you don't pull nothing. Because Barrett doesn't trust Cloud because he's just a mercenary, and he actually used to work for the company. Now we have this weird flashback. Watch out. This isn't just a reactor. Cloud has quite a troubled past, and he sometimes has flashbacks to previous moments of his life we don't understand at this point. And they'll make more sense as we get deeper into the game. What's up, Cloud? Hurry it up. Now, Cloud was a soldier who used to work for the company that built these reactors. And this company, the Shinra Electric Power Company, has actually grown so powerful that they own the military. They have their own private military, and they functionally are the government in this world. Except for a few city-states that exist outside of their influence. Wutai is one you'll hear about. And here we set the bomb, which triggered this security robot that's come to attack us. We'll start with Braver, which is Cloud's limit break attack. Now, if anyone's just walking in, I do have one person watching. They're not in chat, but I do have someone watching the stream who isn't familiar with RPGs or video games, so I'm kind of describing for their sake, and really just to practice. Now, this is a robot, and the idea... There's sort of a rock, paper, scissors like mechanic here where different enemies are weak to different kinds of attacks. Because this is a robot, we can attack them with lightning magic to do additional damage. And for instance, if you ever fight a zombie in this game, when you fight zombies, like zombies are undead. So if you attack them with life-restoring magic, it actually will harm them. So that's a... So there's kind of a rock, paper, scissors like thing going on with these different elemental magic attacks. Now, we're not... We should be able to take him out in pretty short order. I think he's going to... Now, if Barrett's bar... Okay, now, his tail went up. There's a mistranslation here. It says... Cloud says, Barrett, be careful. Attack while its tail's up. It's going to counterattack with its laser. Now, that was supposed to say, don't attack when its tail's up. It'll counterattack with the laser. We'll use this opportunity to heal. We'll heal Cloud, because he's not doing... He's not in peril, but he could be doing much better. And use another potion on Cloud. And then we'll use another potion on Barrett. And see, we waited, because we waited that out. Now we have the chance to attack him again. Because while his tail's up, if you attack him, he responds with a very powerful laser attack that you don't want to get hit by. I don't know what Search Scope actually does. Now we're going to use Barrett's Limit Break Big Shot, where he fires like a really big blast out of his arm cannon. Locked on target. I guess that increases accuracy. I remember dying a couple of times to this as a kid, because I really didn't know what I was doing the first time, especially never... I'm just going to keep using the lightning attack on him. Yeah, the game has a fantastic atmosphere. And Clackerboy says, this game has a great atmosphere. I remember being lost in this world. The games and Fallout never able to capture this kind of feeling for me. I've never played many of the other games, so I can't quite respond to it, but something about the themes of something about Midgar and these worlds and characters is particularly compelling, I feel. So, yeah, we're just gonna keep attacking for now. And because I'm talking, but I do have to, it's not like other RPGs, I'd be able to talk and really take my time with this, okay, we beat him. So we beat the boss. That's called Guard Scorpion here, and the remake is called Sentinel Scorpion, I think. And these screens, these describe, now the experience they get from battle is quantified as a number. So we just see the experience they gain, if they unlocked any new abilities. Because the more you use your limit breaks, oh, we got an assault gun. So, that's a weapon for Barrett. You can equip him with this new gun. 10 minutes to detonation. Let's equip Barrett with his Gatling gun. Well, so you can see here, his attack is 14, and his attack percentage is 97. Now his attack will go up to 97, and his attack will go from 14 to 17, and his attack will go from 97 to 98 if we equip this assault gun instead of the Gatling gun he starts with. So in that way, we gradually build these characters to be able to survive the scenarios that they're put in. And that's kind of like the role-playing sense of this being called a role-playing game. I do want to save here. No, I've been playing 25 minutes already. Okay, I'm just gonna climb up this. You have 9. Now the timer up in the corner is cool because it uses an old type of timer. It's kind of neon-like, but it's actually what's called a Nixie tube, where you have different segments that light up to create the timer. Now, as we're climbing up this, oh, we got into a battle here. Now, the time is, the time till the bomb detonates is still ticking, so we want to get out of here as quickly as possible. You have the option to run, but I do want them to get their HP in. Oops, I took a screenshot. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the pause button. here on the results screen, the time isn't ticking. We just want to check on Jessie here, because she actually got her legs stuck in this girder thing. And if you don't do this, you actually, if you get to the end, they're like, hey, where's Jessie? Because you need Jessie. Well, Jessie's the only one who can hack the door to allow you to... Hello. 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 How do I do this? How do I... Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's a little tricky there trying to figure out where exactly to stand. And now we're just running right over here. But I just love this, the rundown... Oh, excuse me. When you move from one room to another, your orientation changes in terms of which button on your D-pad will move the character in the direction you intend. So sometimes I walk into a room and right back out and it's a little confusing. This shouldn't be so... Yeah, I should be able to take these guys out quick. You can see when you upgrade the weapon, you can see that the graphics for what the weapon looks like in battle will change, so... Only, what, 7 minutes left? I feel confident. I'm not really worried. The only time I ever lost due to time as a kid, I think was just due to me just waiting around to see what happens. Now, what we've played through, they expand the remake so much that in the remake, this is already maybe an hour's worth of gameplay, I think, or something like that. Whereas in this version, we've only been playing for barely a half hour. Yeah, we've been playing for about a half hour now. Now, we talk to Jessie. Let's go. Okay, no, that's Biggs. We're gonna be Jessie first. Code deciphered. It's an interesting way to put it. Code deciphered. And now Biggs knows the other code. Code deciphered. Oh, and we got into a battle. We have plenty of time for battles. Every little bit of... Every battle, the characters get stronger. So, it's a balance between... Sometimes you just want to keep moving. As a kid, I really didn't like the battles that much because I didn't really understand how they worked. And what really, I think, made this one of the first role-playing games. They were popular. They became gradually more popular on the Super Nintendo. Not many RPGs on the Genesis. You know, they're the Fantasy Star games, but the Super Nintendo was really a system that was famous for its RPGs, and they were gradually becoming more popular, but early in the Super Nintendo's life, they actually made a beginner-style RPG called Final Fantasy Mystic Quest to try to make RPGs more popular. Now here we got out just in time as the reactor surges with electricity and explodes. And we see it blow out the top, and we see this overhead view. No you haven't. When I go on my other break in maybe an hour and change, or however I feel, I'm gonna switch, yeah, so we saw that video of the city, the reactor exploding, and now our characters are sort of in the wreckage. And Biggs is like, that should keep the planet going at least a little longer. Wedge, yeah. Barrett just like, eh. Jessie's like, okay, everyone get back. She's our bomb technician for this this rebel group. And we have our characters jump out of the flaming hole they blew open. And Budge just sort of runs around like a weirdo. Barrett, rendezvous at Sector 8 station. Split up and get on the train. Each slice. Cloud's like, hey, Barrett, if this is about your money, wait till we get back. So yeah, this is some time to ask about getting paid. We're trying to make our escape. We just bombed this reactor. You know, each of the city's sector plates are given they don't have names. They just have sector numbers. And here we see all this wreckage, and cars are flipped over, and people are running around because this reactor just went off. And in the remake, they did a really harrowing job showing how this explosion affects the civilians that weren't even in the reactor. And it's kind of, I think they sort of drew on sort of some of the images you saw following the 9/11 terrorist attacks, where you just said people in the streets sort of, you know, dumbfounded and, you know, in shock at what happened, and medics attending to people, and they kind of... So this flower girl, you better get out of here. Nothing, hey. Nothing, hey. Be nice. You don't see many flowers around here. And we have some options to how to interact with this character here, this flower girl. We can either buy one or forget it. Let's buy one. Oh, thank you. And because of the reactors draining the life energy of the planet, flowers do not grow anywhere in this city, because the life energy has been drained. So there's no plant life or flowers. So this girl is selling flowers, and it's a very rare thing to come across. So she's off on her way. I never know. Like, this is the first time I'm seeing all this, really. This is the first time I'm honestly seeing this. Because we're on top of the plates now that hold the main part of the city. Well, that are the city of Midgar, elevated at skyscraper height above the ground level. And just seeing these flipped over tables. You really can't see all this on the PlayStation on a Tube TV. We have this train station. It kind of... this is the first appearance of a train station on the Super Train Station H Twitch stream. So, this train station is kind of some imagery reminiscent of Grand Central a little bit. What the hell's going on? You can just walk up to people and see what they're saying. I wonder I wonder what that is on the wall over there. Let's see. Don't be fooled by Shinra. Mako energy doesn't last forever. Mako is the planet's life source. The end is in sight. Protectors of the planet Avalanche. So what happened here is there's some people are sympathetic to Avalanche's cause, and they want Shinra to shut down the reactors so that the planet's life energy is drained and the planet's balance is preserved. Soldier, hey, you there. Shinra soldiers, fight them or later? Yeah, let's fight them. Let's get a little more. Let's get some free EXP. You can choose to run from these guys. Now, these are Shinra soldiers, but they are not members of Soldier. That's something very different. Soldier is the elite military group, whereas these are just these regular troopers. They are soldiers, but they are not members of Soldier. Cloud used to be a member of Soldier, and that kind of informs his clothing and his fighting style with that gigantic sword of his. Yeah, we're inching closer to getting another level up. What the? Fight them or later? And yes, and because we're going on video game logic, they can get shot many times. And yeah, these guys pose no threat, so you might as well just get the EXP as far as I'm concerned. We're not in speedrun strats. And later in the game, I will be having a bit more of a challenge as we get into the more complex battles and tougher enemies. So we might as well take out these soldiers. And yeah, like, we have to go with video game logic, because here, like, just killing these soldiers doesn't really have much repercussions. So, you know, you just gotta pretend that killing people isn't that big a deal. Well, that's kind of true of a lot of video games in general. I'm gonna fight them again. Eventually, you can't fight them anymore. And now here we have an attack from both sides. You know, there's soldiers on both sides. As I wait for my time meter to fill up. I mean, he just got shot with a doggone machine gun and he's still standing. So, just that alone is kind of like... Alright, that's a little silly. And mind you, like, in this world, ordinary people would not be able to stand up to these guys. This is people who can actually fight against Shinra troops, or, like, normal civilians can never deal with something like this. They just have to, either submit or get shot, I guess. But, over here, now he's cloud surrounded. We got our EXP. I think we leveled up from that. That's as far as you go. Wow, I just noticed. Look in the window above the dialogue box. You see, in the light, you see someone, you know, Cloud just hopped on top of this train. I just accidentally yanked out my headphones, so excuse me as I readjust these. And the train goes into the plate because within the plate structure are train tunnels and steam tunnels and different infrastructure that the city needs. And here they're inside this this baggage car. The passenger trains have baggage cars for some reason, even though this would probably be more of a commuter type train, because the trains don't really leave the city of Midgar. Biggs, Cloud, think he was killed? No way. Cloud. And you hear some rumbling on top of the... they did a good job getting... You'd think they'd shut down the trains when something like this happens. But how the hell do I know? Do I look like a mind reader? If y'all weren't such screw-ups. He sure cares a lot about this. Wedge. Hey, Barrett, what about our money? In character, I don't feel like he would be the one to actually ask about the money. Nothing, sorry. You know... I feel more like these people should probably be more in it for, like, the ideological endeavor, more so than the money. Cloud! Just this dramatic flip into the train car. Looks like I'm a little late. You're damn right you're late. Come waltz in here making a big scene. It's no big scene. It's just what I always do. Having everyone worried like that, you don't give a damn about no one but yourself. He shrugs his shoulders. You were worried about me? He was. What? That's coming out of your share, hotshot. I don't know, they're talking about your share, like, it's not like this is a bank robbery where they get a bunch of money. Like, I don't even know where, like, they kind of explain a bit more where the money comes from. Well, they have, there's a bar that Barrett and Tifa own. Tifa, someone we'll meet soon. Hey, Cloud, we'll do even better next time. Jesse, careful. Careful, I'll shut this. Oh, Cloud, your face is pitch black. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, but... I don't think... No, but mind you, I don't think that means anything, like, unfortunate. That's just a weird saying. There you go. So we got a heal from her there, even though... Okay. Say, thanks for helping me back there at the reactor. Because she got her leg stuck in that girder, and then she tripped right as the reactor was about to explode. So we're just going to follow them into the passenger cars of the train. Last train out of Sector 7... Last train out of Sector 8 station. Last stop is Sector 7, Train Graveyard. Expected of arrival is 12:23 a.m. Midgar Standard Time. So this is like 12... So we're like this is like 12... That's just interesting, because someone else says something later. They just said... This implies that this is like around like 11 o'clock at night or noon, or getting into early morning and like midnight or past midnight. And like I said, expected at 12:23 a.m. Midgar Standard Time. It's like you're in the city of Midgar. Why would it not be Midgar Standard Time? I don't think any time zones are ever referenced again. There go the punks. As the Avalanche members storm into the car. And this guy, this passenger with his suit, his business suit, is like, ooh, this is why I hate the last train. Ooh boy. He just thinks they're just regular, random weirdos. You know, he probably doesn't think, oh look at there's this homeless fellow sleeping on the car. Huh? This is my house, so make yourselves at home. You have this guy in this long coat. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, that's Barrett. Stop acting like a damn kid. Sit down and shut up. Yeah, they wrote it. And here's the guy in the long coat's like, you see the headlines in the Shinra Times? The traitors that bombed the #1 reactor are based somewhere in the slums. They got that newspaper out really quick. I mean, if they were to set this now where you have smartphones, they could kind of explain it like, oh, they pushed the alert out. And there's some more story that as to what happened with the bomb in the reactor we'll get allusions to later. That's made explicit in the remake. And a lot of people felt that when they go into it, it wasn't true to the original story. But the plot point is actually there in the remake. It's just sort of left for interpretation here. Well, it's not made as explicit. It leaves it for the reader to, or the gamer to figure out what they mean by that. But in the remake, they make it explicit. The terrorists that bombed the #1 reactor are based somewhere in the slums. Mind you, this is like maybe a half hour later, and how they handle it in the remake, it's like more times passed between the escaping the reactor and getting on the train. But blowing up a reactor, they sure put some thought into this one. They must have a real calculating leader. I wonder what they'll do next. Stop acting like a damn kid, sit down and shut up. Yeah. Oh, please don't bother the other passengers. That was a guard. Or a conductor. Or in the UK, a guard and conductor mean the same thing, but... Biggs, this train hasn't switched to security mode yet. I'm sure that'll change by tomorrow. We'll hear more about security mode on these trains later. And then Wedge is like, someday Avalanche is going to be famous, and me too. It's not the kind of fame you want to be associated with, Wedge. And Jesse's like, hey Cloud, want to take a look at this with me? It's a map of the Midgar rail system. Let's look at it together. I'll explain it to you. And this is where they actually explain how this city is set up. And Jesse's like, I like this kind of stuff. Bombs and monitors, you know, flashy stuff. Yeah, bombs and monitors. I don't know, it's just a weird writing choice there. Okay, it's about to start. This is a complete model of the city of Midgar. It's about at 1 to 10,000 scale. I do not know why... 1 to 10,000 scale with the screen? I don't even know why that line is important. That's kind of weird. The top plate is about 50 meters above the ground. No, it's more like 100 it's more like a couple of hundred... It's like skyscraper height. It's not just 50 meters. It is... Yeah, it is like skyscraper height above the ground. The main pillars... I don't know. So the 50 meters was, I guess, the... People who wrote this game just didn't really have a sense of what scale that would be, because we'll see later, the plate is very, very tall, high up above the ground. It's not just like being, like it's not like a basement level beneath the plates. It is like skyscraper height above the ground level. I keep saying skyscraper height, but that's the best way to describe the scale of how high up these city plates are elevated. A main pillar supports the plate in the center, and there are other support pillars built in each section. Psst, psst. The #1 reactor we blew up was in the northern section. Even whispering that is not something you should talk about in public, but anyway. Then there's the #2, #3, all the way up to the #8 reactor. The 8 reactors provide Midgar with electricity. Each town used to have a name, but no one in Midgar remembers them. Instead of names, we referred to them by numbered sectors. That's how things turned out. Unfortunately, they do not go into this in the remake. In the remake, as I understand, they never really talk about how this... I only watched Pete Dorr play through it, and I watched some Let's Plays. From what I've seen, I've never played it myself, it doesn't seem like anyone in the game talks about how the different sectors in Midgar used to have names. It kind of implies that there was a city of Midgar that existed prior to what we see today, and then they built the elevated plates and the new city, the modern city above it. But in the remake, they kind of imply that they just built this city kind of out of nowhere, and the slums are kind of the leftovers from the construction process of the people who couldn't afford to move up to the top. Ooh, look at what's next, look. And now, this is the route the train is on. The route spirals around the main pillar. Yeah, the Shinra building is in the center of the city, and it's on its own plate. And then around the center are the 8 other plates that each are resting atop of a pillar. We should be coming around the center now. Each checkpoint has an ID sensor device. It checks the identities of backgrounds of each passenger on the train, and is linked up to the central data bank at Shinra headquarters. So we have a very sort of authoritarian kind of state where everyone's movements and identity is being tracked. You can make comments about, you know, the use of GPS and smartphones most of us carry today, but we definitely look suspicious, so we're using fake IDs. So it's possible to get counterfeit IDs that will let them pass the security checkpoints that just scans the IDs. And I guess if any unauthorized or wanted person is on the train, it sends in soldiers to raid the train or something. Whisper, whisper. When the lights go out, you never know what kind of creeps will come out. We're almost back now. What a relief. It's kind of like... I like in the center of the train, on the bottom of the car. Oh, I can move around now. Excuse me. This is the first time... I know. Next time I'll make one just for you. Looking forward to it. Okay, I'll put a little extra effort in it and make it with a bang. What did she say there? I'm almost there. After talking with you, I'm ready to try. I think you've... Wait, I don't even know... Okay, I missed some of that dialogue. Barrett, look, you can see the surface now. This city don't have no day or night. Which is something they kind of got rid of in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Because in this version, it's implied that there's the plates, and then around the perimeter of the plates, there's this other wall. So when you're beneath the city... You can't, there's just this sort of artificial glow from the lights on the bottom of the plates to light up, that are used to light up the slums in the Undercity, whereas in the remake you can actually see beyond the city, and some daylight does come in during the day, which I kind of like the idea of more, but I can understand why they changed that a bit for the look of everything. But look, you can see the surface now. The city don't got no day or night. If that plate weren't there, we could see the sky. Cloud's looking out the window. A floating city. Pretty unsettling scenery. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, you'd think a floating city would be something more fantastic and sort of magical, whereas here it's kind of a dystopian scenario where the upper class lives in luxury and the those who have less are living in the shadow of it all, you know, in poverty. But so Barrett's kind of taken aback by Cloud's reflectiveness here. You don't expect to hear that out of someone like you. You just full of surprises. The upper world, a city on a plate. It's because of that blanking pizza that the people underneath are suffering. And the city below is full of polluted air. On top of that, the reactor keeps draining up all the energy. Cloud, then why doesn't everyone move onto the plate? Dunno, probably just because they ain't got no money, or maybe because they love their land no matter how polluted it gets. Hey, Azure S714, hope you're able to get some, I hope you were able to take a good nap. We just, if you're just joining us, we destroyed a reactor. In this world, if you didn't catch earlier, the life energy of the planet is physical. It's not just metaphysical. You can literally stick a pipe in the ground and draw this energy up. And this company that's built this elevated city, and they've built these, what they call Mako reactors that suck up this life energy, we just bombed one of their reactors. We're part of this rebel group that is against using the planet's life energy, and they want to use, you know, more sustainable energy, because once all the energy is gone, then the balance of life and death will fall apart, and the ecosystem will fall into disaster. So it's kind of an analogy for the use of, you know, drilling for oil and the pollution that fuel burning, that fossil fuels create, and how it's affecting our atmosphere and environment. So you have kind of an ecology, you know, sort of environmental awareness analogy here. So these rebels just blew up a reactor on this that's up in the elevated city where the upper class live, and now we're taking a train to the slums that are beneath the city, because the city is built on several plates that are like skyscraper height above the Undercity that we're heading back to. And Barrett's just explaining, like, hey, you know, they love their land no matter how polluted it gets. So Cloud, our main character, is a mercenary. He doesn't really care for the cause of Avalanche, which is this eco-terrorist group. He really just is in this for the money, so this is just another job for him. But he's being really kind of reflective here and talking about how the people that are stuck in the Undercity, even though they can't see the sky and the air is polluted, they still love, you know, their homeland, so that's why they don't move away. And he's like, it's like this train. It can't run anywhere except for where the rails take it. We were playing Pac-Man Championship Edition earlier, and it was a lot of fun. And there's the train. You can see how the sky is blotted out by these plates that the upper city is built on top of, and on the ground you can see the sort of shanty towns that the lower class are forced to live in. Near everyone's getting out of the train. You got some cyberpunk people with, you know, some leather jackets and hairstyles. And you see our characters step out of the train. Yeah, it seems like they did the most of the Dying Star. Like they did the most of the Dying Star. Yeah, kind of. And so here Cloud is walking in circles here. Here's our main character. During certain parts of the game, characters that are supposed to be in our party will sort of walk into him and disappear. And that's just sort of due to the graphical limitations of the time, to not have more characters out than are needed at a given moment. But Barrett, our leader, is like, the mission was a success, but don't get lazy now. The hard part's still to come. Don't y'all get scared of that explosion. Because the next one's going to be bigger than that. Now, the sector plates are arranged like a pizza around the electric company's headquarters in the center. And this company is so powerful that they own that they have their own private military, and they actually are the government. And only a few remote city-states even have any dependence from the Shinra Electric Power Company, which is taking control over this world. These city plates are arranged like a pizza with another plate in the center that is the Shinra headquarters. And then between each of the plates on the edge is one of these reactors. We just blew up one of them. Now, if I was the leader of this terrorist group, I'd probably want to talk about this in the privacy of our hideout. And now Barrett's like, oh, meet back at the hideout, move out. And so to the right here, we have a train graveyard. We'll come back here later, because we have a lot of abandoned trains that were left over from the construction of the city. We have these two people here, let's talk to them. I'm not letting you go tonight, because this is kind of like... They go into this more in the remake, that they made a remake of this for modern systems, but this reactor blowing up, it affects the citizens kind of in the way that, 9/11 did, where there's, mass destruction and a lot of civilians got hurt. So they're talking like, hey, I'm not letting you go out tonight. And this is like about 12 in the morning, and I guess in the game world it kind of blew up an hour ago. So, Azure 714 says, a cross between the Jetsons and the Fifth Element. That's a really interesting way to think of it, because they do have those... they're living up in these elevated apartment buildings kind of to get away from the pollution. So we have, wow. Yeah, so these two I think they're a boyfriend and girlfriend. We'll meet with them later, because we see some of the shanty town here. You have a couple of soldiers blocking way. So, excuse me, you can't pass here without the proper clearance. Did I do good this time? You gotta be tougher. But So there we have just two soldiers. I guess one's a newbie, and he's like, "No, you got to tell him forcefully. No, get out of here. You're not." Let's save the game here. We'll save over the save file earlier. Now Cloud's by himself. We're in the Sector 7 slums. We'll talk to this guy. I remember he gives us a little more insight into how the city's laid out. Hey now, oops. What on earth are you doing? Just butt out. Jeez. You came to see it too, huh? If there's a bombing on top, this pillar should come down. Everyone in the slums is dust. Well, there's no point in worrying about that. Hey, check it out. It's huge, ain't it? And we can see there's them on the left, and we look up and we can see that pillar that is holding up the sectors. The plate above us is the Sector 7 plate, so the area beneath it, the shantytown, is called the Sector 7 slums because it's beneath the Sector 7 plate. And you can see the pillar, and you can see the underside of the plate with those, looks like casks of some maybe waste or something like that. It probably began as a penal colony with pizza. This is my place, but you can come here when you want. See you later, bro. So let's move on. Hey, Cloud, over here now. So we're gonna... Now, I love the detailed visuals. Now, this place is called Texas Cowboy, but I don't think Texas exists in this world. Because this isn't Earth as we know it. It's another planet that they call Gaia. So it's... Well, it could be Earth. It's just another Earth. This world doesn't really share our history. You can see that when the people from Avalanche bust into this building... Did you hear? Don't care or know what? Let's know what. There's a news update. They say that there's a terrorist explosion above, and this time it was a Mako reactor. You know what this means? No what? You see, I keep on top of these things, and if you ask me, if you knock out Midgar's power, then all its computers and signals are going to be knocked out too. Financially, there must have been about 1 billion gil worth of damage. Gil is the currency in this world. And that ain't all. A lot of innocent people got killed too. If the explosion had been in the middle of the night, that would have been one thing. At least the people could have gone in their sleep. So they're talking about some of the collateral damage we caused, because we wanted to destroy this reactor to help protect the planet. But we also, a lot of innocent people got caught in the aftermath. Explosions, explosions. Oh man, Avalanche is so cool. So there are mixed feelings about Avalanche in these slums. Some people... oh, who's this? Whoa, geez, I'm Blitz. I just love them homemade cocktails, but they sure do creep up on you. What does this guy say? I forgot a lot of this. Oh, bleep. What the hell is wrong tonight? I thought that long blackout was strange. They say a Mako reactor was destroyed above. I was just sitting here drinking, watching the news by myself, and all of a sudden I get kicked out of the store. What's up with that? Now, the bar doubles as our hero's hideout. So they just came and ran in and just threw all the civilians out. And are only letting members of the group in, because they all want to unwind and have a drink after the mission. Papa! That's a little girl. She's like 5 or 6 or something like that. And for some in the game, she runs the bar when the adults are gone. Marlene, aren't you going to say something to Cloud? So now we kicked all the civilians out. So now the radical rebels are just hanging out and unwinding after the mission. Welcome home, Cloud. Looks like everything went well. Did you fight with Barrett? Yeah, not this time. Yeah, let's say yeah. I should have known. He's always pushing people around, and you've always been in fights ever since you were little. I was worried. Oh, Tifa, we have our important characters who we'll be fighting alongside. We have the opportunity to name them. So we're gonna select the default name, Tifa. Flowers, how nice. You almost never see them here in the slums. The flowers don't grow down here because of the Mako reactors sucking up the life energy of the planet. You almost never see them here in the slums. But a flower for me? Oh, Cloud, you shouldn't have. Give it to Tifa or give it to Marlene? Let's give it to Tifa. Thank you, Cloud. It smells wonderful. Because we bought we met a flower girl in the chaos after we escaped the reactor. And we bought a flower from her because flowers are so rare. So we used the opportunity to buy a flower. But we can walk around and talk to the people now. These are our comrades in arms. Ah, nothing like a first drink after a job. Hick. So he's already been... Do you want one too? Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's have one. Oh, that's more like it. Even if you were with Soldier, you're still a rookie here, so you better listen to whatever I tell you. Yeah, our character Cloud was an elite warrior and the military of the group that built the city, the evil electric company. But he's gone rogue, he's quit them, and now he's working as a mercenary for these eco-terrorists that are... So, and it's kind of a moral ambiguity, because they are fighting to protect the planet, but they're also hurting innocent people who, were just, doing their job in the reactor, or might have gotten hit in their house, or might have been hit by debris from the reactor exploding. So, Wedge here is our a larger gentleman who loves his food and drink. Tifa really knows how to cook. Anyway, let me tell you something. About what? Or I'm not interested in your story. So, we have these options. We can either be more cold and not care about him, or we can give him our ear and let him talk to us. Oh, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to... Okay, we have the opportunity to talk to him again. Sometimes you don't get the chance to talk to him again. About what? I thought the lower option was... Tifa always lets me taste her cooking. And look at me now. I'm roly-poly. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad, but it's the good food and drinks that make this shop famous. Here's Jessie. You talk to her. Hey, Wedge, you're getting all excited. Stop making such a mess. Oh, here comes Barrett. Papa, welcome home. Barrett and Marlene. Marlene is Barrett's daughter. And she doesn't know much about this. She just knows Papa's going to work. Because Barrett, one of the earlier black characters in a video game, he's kind of written in a somewhat stereotypical kind of way. It seems like maybe the writers in Japan might have been familiar with the A-Team and Mr. T, and kind of wrote this character kind of inspired by that. And yeah, a Kalaka boy in chat is talking about, he says he's always blown away by Nobuo Uematsu's music and all the Final Fantasy games. I hope he has won some... Oh, he's definitely won plenty of awards. He's kind of a legendary composer. And there's no voice acting in this game, so the music really carries a lot of the weight to set the mood of the scenes and of and the different character motifs. And if you're familiar with the track One Winged Angel, Azure S714, that is actually the final battle theme of this particular game. So it's cool that you're here and can kind of hear the context of the story that One Winged Angel is kind of meant to be the climax of, the height of the action, the final battle against evil in this game. And so this is all leading up to the... Now this pinball machine is actually an elevator to their hideout. And unfortunately in the remake we don't get to see the hideout. I do not know why. So now we're alone. All our comrades have gone into the basement, the secret basement, and Tifa is telling us to take a seat now that we're alone with her. We have the TV in the upper left. It implies that the test pattern implies that our explosion that we caused is maybe taking out the TV signals. I don't feel like it, or give me something hard. Me personally, I would probably ask for a Shirley Temple because I'm a huge nerd and I love it. But for Cloud, this hardened mercenary who's just committed this terrorist act, we'll have him drink something hard. And Tifa, the bartender, is gonna mix a drink for him. Now Tifa is very famous. Well, this game came out around the time a lot of people were playing it, were just hitting puberty. And yeah, the music holds its own. We have this very soft music here, now that we're in safety back at base, and they're talking. Now Tifa, this game came out around the time a lot of people who were playing this game were hitting puberty, so her upper body had a reputation of being particularly well-equipped. And when they remade this game, they waited to show off Tifa how she looked with modern visuals, and a lot of people, there was these rumors going around that, oh, they're going to make Tifa's breasts, they're going to make her breasts smaller for censorship reasons, or to be politically correct. And I'm like, first off, you guys are way too easily amused. I mean, because, like, look at these, she looks like she has the chest profile of Gumby's mom, you know? She's... So, even aside from that, okay, so she looked fine in the remake. Some people did still complain, oh, they made her boobs too small. It's like, oh, come on. She is very well endowed in the remake, and she's wearing a sports bra because, as we'll see later, she takes part in a lot of physical action where it would make sense to wear a sports bra, so it's maybe not as pronounced as in some other art where she's not wearing that bra. Do they sell crepes here? No, but in the remake, you see a neon sign that says they sell eggs and chips, which is one of those English breakfast foods. Just French fries and fried eggs. And here they're just talking back and forth. You were in Soldier. Make sure you get your pay from Barrett. Don't worry. Once I get that money, I'm out of here. Do you hear that clinking sound? It's just to imply that, yeah, some people are a little easily amused, but for most people, it's not, anything too crazy. There's some people, oh, I'm boycotting the game because their chest is smaller. It's like, oh, come on, guys. I mean, she's not real. You were never going to get with her anyway. She's just a video game character. And with these blocky graphics, her chest profile resembles Gumby's mom. So, don't worry. Once I get the money, I'm out of here. And because the graphics aren't detailed enough to show him lifting and dropping the glass, they use that clinking sound effect to imply that he's putting the glass down hard, like, ah. And Tifa's like, Cloud, are you feeling alright? Yeah, why? No reason, you just look a little tired, I guess. Oh, let's walk away. Let's see if we... Oh, you could leave the bar at this point. Oh, let's see what's going on out here, briefly. There's a TV in here, but my cheap aunt won't let me in the house. Look for yourself. Did you hear? Okay, I think... Don't care. Oh, really? Aren't you a cool one? Let's go back inside, because there's different dialogue you could get at different points, but this would be the point where... can we talk to Tifa here? I don't exactly... You better go down below. We're gonna go into the pinball machine that is secretly the elevator to the layout. Here we have a TV running here, and we can see the mushroom cloud from the explosion. And we have our bomb technician, Jessie, here. She's on the computer and shaking her head. Jessie, oops. Hey, look at the news. What a blast. think it was all because of my bomb, but all I did was make it just like the computer told me. I must have made a miscalculation somewhere. And the implication, it doesn't really quite get across, but the implication is that there was this huge explosion with lots of collateral damage to people's houses and cars getting blown up and stuff like that. And the implication was that her bomb was only supposed to disable the reactor so it couldn't suck up the life energy of the planet anymore. But instead it made this huge explosion with all this collateral damage. And she's like, how did I made the bomb just like I intend, like the blueprints, why did it blow up like that? And the implication is that Shinra actually knew that they were going to plant the bomb and implanted additional explosives, so that while Avalanche only wanted to disable the reactor, they made the explosion even bigger. Yeah, he does kind of look like a South Park character in this very low-res image of the TV screen. So it's kind of implied that the Shinra exploited, they knew they were going to try to sabotage the reactor and blow up the control panel to shut it down, but instead they planted additional explosives to make a bigger explosion so that they could use that to kind of frame Avalanche for causing all this civilian damage and make sure that the people who were like, oh, well, they are fighting for the planet would be more turned off because they caused all this extra destruction. Wedge, you think I'm a little too uptight? Nah. Well, that's okay. Don't worry about me. I don't look like it, but I'm a coward at heart. Well, he did join us. And here's... Yo, Cloud, there's some... Look at this scene here of this underground base. This would have been cool to see in HD, but we don't get to see it in the remake, sadly. Yo, Cloud, there's something I want to ask you. Was there anyone from Soldier fighting us tonight? Soldier is the elite military group. Not just... He doesn't mean soldiers in general, but Cloud's like, none, I'm positive. You sound pretty sure. If there was anyone from Soldier, you wouldn't be standing here now. Don't go thinking you're bad just because you was in Soldier. And then Big starts shaking Barrett, I guess. I don't know, trying to fight him. And Barrett just knocks him straight into the ceiling. Barrett, yeah, you're strong. Probably all them guys in Soldier are. But don't forget that your skinny ass is working for Avalanche now. You don't get no ideas about hanging on to Shinra. Staying with Shinra? You asked me a question and I answered it, that's all. Oh, see, that's something that didn't come off. I couldn't see that on the... He just stands up to him and stands on tiptoe, because Cloud is a lot shorter than Barrett. And he's like, I'm not scared of you. I'm going upstairs, I want my money. And they brought Marlene down into this terrorist hideout. Come on, leave her upstairs. Barrett's like, shucks, money. Oh, Tifa came down here. Tifa, wait, Cloud. Tifa, let him go. Looks like he still misses the Shinra. Shut up. I don't care about neither Shinra nor Soldier. But don't get me wrong, I don't care about Avalanche or the planet for that matter. So he's just in this for himself. He doesn't care about their cause. He's just in this for the money, at least for now. Let's get out of here. Oh, here comes Tifa following us. Listen, Cloud, I'm just asking you, please join us. He's like, nope. Sorry, Tifa. The planet is dying. Slowly but surely, it's dying. Someone has to do something. So let Barrett and his buddies do something about it. It's got nothing to do with me. So, you're really leaving? You're just gonna walk right out, ignoring your childhood friend? How can you say that, or sorry? Yeah, let's go with sorry. Sorry. You forgot the promise, too. Promise? So you did forget. Remember, Cloud? It was 7 years ago. Tifa, look, now this is a flashback. This is them remembering their hometown. It was very confusing. Can you see doorworms and your alter ego existing in a world like this? I have kind of an idea. I didn't really develop it much, but I kind of had an idea that maybe of a built-up sort of, a very built-up sort of something maybe akin to Kowloon Walled City, where maybe a lot of Lunarians live alongside humans. Maybe I didn't really dig much into it. I mean, in that the story, my fictional universe, none of the stories have taken me to that idea, but I have kind of a few different ideas for sort of. I love really. I guess because I grew up in New York and I was always fascinated by Manhattan, so I was always fascinated with different built-up kind of fictional cities that take something like what Lower Manhattan is today, just in Midtown Manhattan, and just how extreme you could go with how much you could alter, how built up and artificial it can be. But they're remembering their childhood right now. Yeah, back then. I thought he would never come, and I was getting a little cold. And there's Cloud as a kid. Tifa, sorry I'm late. I'm gonna have to stop saying their names. It's rather evident who's meant to be talking. You said you wanted to talk to me about something? Come this spring, I'm leaving town for Midgar. All the boys are leaving town. But I'm different from them. I'm not just going to find a job. I want to join Soldier. I'm going to be the best there is, just like Sephiroth. Sephiroth? The great Sephiroth? Isn't it hard to join Soldier? I probably won't be able to come back to this town for a while. Huh? If you make it, will you be in the newspapers? I'll try. Hey, let's make a promise. If you ever get really famous and I'm ever in a bind, you'll come and save me, right? You'll come and save me, alright? What? If I'm ever in trouble, my hero will come and rescue me. I want to experience that at least once. What? Come on, promise me. Alright, I promise. And as the shooting star goes by, you remember now, don't you? Our promise? I'm not a hero and I'm not famous, so I can't keep our promise. But you got your childhood dream, didn't you? You joined Soldier. So come on, you've got to keep your promise. Here comes Barrett just climbing up the wires. Wait a sec, big-time Soldier. A promise is a promise. Here. Barrett received Barrett's stash, 1,500 gil. And I think a potion might cost like 300, so unless... I don't even know what the logic of the value of the currency... But then you got the next mission lined up? I'll do it for 3,000. What? There's a wolf fruit fly bothering me. Bye-bye. It's okay, it's okay. Psst, we're really hurting for help, right? Ugh, that money's for Marlene's schooling. Let's let you know, at least in the slums, there's no sort of public school. They have to pay for the school out of pocket. 2,000. Thanks, Cloud. And that little interlude means that we've spent the night, and this is now the next morning, or the next day. And this here is the theme of Barrett, and it seems as though Cloud was sleeping in the base down here. Take the pinball machine up. Now, I don't know how people, unless there's a call button to bring the elevator down, I don't know how Look at her, look at her. She's like 5 years old. She's mixing drinks and stuff. Can you even talk to her? You can't even talk to her. They don't quite show that in the remake. They kind of look ridiculous, having the more realistic look. Did you sleep well? We have Barrett snoring kept me up, or next to you who wouldn't. We'll select the bottom one. It's not... Yeah, next to you who wouldn't. I don't know what you mean. I'm going this time. Okay. Our target's the Sector 5 reactor. Head for the station first. I'll fill you in on the train. Yo, Cloud. Before the next mission, I got something I want to ask you. I don't really know how to use materia. I'll give you that materia we found. Just teach me how to use it. Okay, I'll explain it. Because you get a free materia, I think, if you do this tutorial. And plus this explains how materia works. And I understand how, to the point where but this is a refresher, especially for Azure S2. Okay, first you access the menu. You know the basic functions. Press the X button to bring up the menu. Directional buttons move the cursor. Like this. This is the tutorial here. Select each action by using A button. If you want to leave the menu, just press the B button. See, let's go ahead. Now you're in this menu. Select the materia submenu. Select who you want to use it. Now look at my weapon here. We have the Buster Sword. Each weapon and armor has slots in it. Choose which slot you want to put materia in. And now select the materia you want to use. And now on the left, the lower left, we see the stats of all the materia here. We have a restore materia that. If you want to know what the effect is, line up the cursor with check in the menu. And press the A button. It's just like selecting battle commands. Just line up the cursor to magic, and so equipping that materia lets us. Now we have the option to cure. You can now use new magic cure. See, it wasn't that tough. Now, materia in the lore of this game is pieces of Mako energy that has the knowledge of ancient magic users in it. When this is how normal people like Cloud can train to use magic, even though he's not like a wizard or anything like that. This is a very post-industrial world, a world where magic and monsters don't really seem to obviously fit in, but we have a unique setting where we have this diesel punk post-industrial world, but we also do have magic and monsters. It's easy as pointing to the material slot and press the X button. There's just one thing you have to be careful of. Whenever you equip materia, your situation changes. Parts of you may become stronger, while others get weaker. Normally, when you equip magic materia, your magic power will get stronger, but your physical strength weakens. So materia is kind of a double-edged sword. On the left side of the screen, you can see the materia's effect on you. It's not wise to overuse magic materia, but try out various things. Press B button to exit the submenu. That's about it. Alright, so that's going to explain when I go into the menus and I don't get it. You just handle materia, Cloud. So now we can equip our... Cloud, I got a message from the weapon shop man upstairs. He has something he wants to give you, don't forget. Marlene, you watch the store while we're gone. I mean, it's a store? It's a bar. It's not a store, but whatever. Alright, good luck. And now they've run into me, so now what this is representing is that both Tifa and Barrett are now with me. Now, I want to equip Cloud with... He has lightning and ice magic. I want to give him the restore magic. No, actually, no. I want him to have lightning magic. No. Actually, no. Okay. I have to... Like the mother of weapons with psychic and physical properties. Kinda. You could... I'm trying to... Okay, there we go. equips lightning magic, and here we want restore magic. And we'll give, excuse me, we'll give Tifa, I'll give her the ice magic we have here. That's good for now. Now we want to go upstairs. Upstairs is a weapon shop, and we have the opportunity to upgrade. Oh, shucks. I didn't mean to do that. How do I get upstairs? I forgot. Now, if I hit select... They said upstairs. They... No. Yeah, that's not in this building. It's somewhere else, I think. And I think that was just one of those dumb translation problems. Now, when hitting select brings up all the exits, and it makes a little white parakeet fly over Cloud's head for some reason. No, that's actually supposed to be a gloved hand pointing to Cloud. But it looks like a little white parakeet is following him. Here's an item shop. Oh no, another slow day. If this keeps up, the store's going under. Can't sell good medicine in a slum like this. Oh look, this doesn't happen every day. Are you a customer? Welcome, we buy, we sell. Let's buy. You can buy... We already have a restore magic. We have... We can buy... We have... Lightning, ice... We have 2,000... I want to buy Phoenix Down, which will restore. We have 2. Let's give ourselves 4 of these. We have potion. We have no antidotes. Let's buy 1 antidote. 70. Okay, that's good enough for now. We bought enough stuff for now. But I love these interior scenes of these little shacks and shanty houses. Let's go in here. This is the weapon shop, I think. Oh, there we go. Hey, forget it. He'll forget about it. Oh, you. Get to my friend on the 2nd floor to teach you. Hey, wait a minute, you can't just walk out here without buying something. It might be unhealthy for you, if you know what I mean. So he's kind of threatening him here, which is weird. But we have an assault gun, which is an item that... Actually, this just occurred to me. I could get Iron Bangle. Oh, we have grenades. Explosive damage against one opponent. Let's get a couple of these grenades. But Iron Bangle will increase their... Is there a new weapon for... Let's see what's... Now, up here... I think up here there's a place where that teaches battle mechanics. I just want to see if there's any items laying around we can grab. Oh, we have a... this is a slum, so don't think you could stay for free. I like that logic there. This is a slum, so don't think you could stay for free. If this is a nice house, then yeah, of course you could stay for free. But, you know, this is a slum. What are you going to do? Doesn't just sitting in the bed make you sleepy? No way. Tough guy. You better sleep when you can. You better save when you can. That's the trick to being tough. Remember that, old dude. So you have to look at this. I don't know. The interiors here are so cool. You really get a sense of how these people were able to make something, you know, with what little they had and sort of build in the shadow of the upper city. Look at these guys, like if you're a jet, you're a jet all the way. Like, what are they doing with this dancing move? They're walking around posing and, like, I don't want to save yet. Let's keep... Oh, wait, there's materia there. Received all materia. Hey, you got one right off. That was materia. Now take this. Treasure chest. Received ether. Okay, now all materia is cool. I'll bring up the... Now, materia. Now we have lightning magic and restore magic, and you see these 2 slots are connected. So if I were to put... Let's see if any of our characters have... Yes, he has 2 empty slots. So what we could do with Barrett here, he has 2 slots. We could, on one slot, we'll put all materia. Actually, no. Actually, I'm gonna take the materia from. I'm gonna take that restore magic off of him. Is that a good idea? No, actually, I want to. You see, I'm already like thinking like, how am I gonna build these characters? But you could take the all. Actually, I could buy another restore materia. I will. I'm going to buy another restore materia. Oh wait. Yeah, there we go. Excuse me. I didn't mean to. That's one of those times where. There we go. I want to buy. Well, I could sell. We could sell the. Oh, we can't sell his original weapon. We have to at least keep his. You want to buy the. You want to buy. You already have the assault gun. You already. That's. Okay, let me. Yeah. You can go for another. Let's go another half hour before I get up and stretch a bit. Let's buy the. You already have. Barrett already has the assault gun, so we'll buy. We'll buy those iron bangles and equip our party with those. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe that was a bad idea because I do want to buy. I want to buy. Can I afford restore? Oh, 750. I'm 7. I have just enough to do this. So I buy the restore materia, and that's the last of my money, by the way. So this better be a good configuration I'm building up. But I'm going to give Cloud has restore and lightning. I like that. Excuse me. I have to stop exiting all the way out. And Barrett, he has all materia, and all materia is all effects on paired magic. So I'm gonna give him the new restore materia I bought. So with a combination of all materia and restore materia, if I use the restore magic in battle, it will restore life to all of my party members at once. So I know that will get separated later on, so I don't really want to. Wait, didn't I just equip? Or when I? Okay, materia you don't see what's in their slots. I want to give him the iron bangle to replace the bronze bangle. Okay. Wait. He should have. Okay, that's good. Now I want to give Cloud the iron bangle. And I want to give. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to exit out entirely. Yeah, I'm still getting used to these controls. Excuse me. Yeah, she has a love. Tifa is a pugilist who fights with her fists, so her weapons are different gloves that she can wear, like iron knuckles and things like that. So. Wait, don't I have? Oh, I guess I can't give her. Okay, there we go. That's how we do it. Iron bangle. And we could sell the old bangles that they had on as armor. Let's sell. Let's see at what kind of HP we have now. We have 157. I'm gonna go ahead and buy one more grenade. Grenades are very useful later because it just gives you it's just an opportunity to attack for a lot of damage at once. Okay. Let's buy one more grenade. And we're down to 77 gil, but it was worth it. I don't want to go up top. There's a save point coming up soon. We'll be able to save there. You see a bunch of people crowded up here. Oh, they're all heading... Oh, let's... Actually, can we enter this house here? Let's see what's in here. All these... Every single one of these interiors is absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Ha! I wonder if my son's already left. It's just... When it's just me and my wife, you have no idea how lonesome it gets. He used to give us nothing but headaches when he was here, but now that he's gone, we kind of miss him. Strange, isn't it? This is just a house, but there's like a publicly, and obviously, like a toilet. There's like a sign for it. And what's on the counter here? Some kind of doll in a glass case. And this is, I guess, where they both sleep on that tiny little bed. You have a milk crate there with a rake leaning on it or something. So, and this is kind of a mix between, like, this trope of a lot of houses in RPGs are just a single room or two and very simple, but also these are supposed to be impoverished people, so it's kind of a mix between the two. Ah, Johnny's gone. You look a little disappointed. I don't like to say it myself, but I'm just a lonely guy when I'm not drinking. Alright, let's keep moving. Oh, those guys are blocking the way again. Let's head over to the train station. Oh, there's no save point here? Come on. I do want to save. I thought there would be... Oh, there's a save point here. Okay. Save point. Alright. Look at these two. I've had it. Me too. You know, this is the first time we've ever agreed on something. Yes. Well then, shall we? Yes. They both faint. I don't think this happens in the remake, unfortunately. Because that would have been crazy to see. Let's see what the guard says. Morning, dawn comes and things never change. Be careful not to get hurt. Come on back here. Little does he know that he is one of the eco-terrorists that were responsible for the attack yesterday. Now, these train tracks are interesting because they have two rails on each side, so it implies that you need to get. Yeah, I haven't played the remake. I've watched Pete Dorr play the remake here on. Let me move the chat box so it's not on my face. There we go. There, that should be better. Now, unfortunately, because for the first time I have this backdrop of the Pac-Man sheet here. Unfortunately, it does kind of cover up the spot I used to use so that the chat box on the VOD will not be distorted, but I like my curtain. Oh, yeah, Ezra's, you see this curtain here that my mom got me back in the 90s when I was really into Pac-Man and learning about video game history. And she found this in a thrift store and got it for me. And now it's this cool backdrop for my stream. It's the first time I've really used it. Now they're on the train. Yo! This ain't no private car, so split up! Well, it only appears briefly. The chats on screen only appear briefly within the window on my layout, just so that if people ever watch the playbacks or VODs or whatever, they can get a sense of what people are saying, but I don't really have a section of my stream dedicated to, like, having the chat box always there. Hoodlums again. God, don't I just have all the luck. So. Yeah, this is my first time playing this since 2002, and the first time playing it since I saw the remake. Barrett, you say something? I said, you say something? So is he yelling into the other car? Like, what's even happening here? And this guy's, like, all nervous. Now, look at that. It got all empty all of a sudden. What's going on? Damn! I don't know if the guy is saying that, or... Oh, yeah. Well, it shows up, because I can see it in, like, when I read the playback, I see it shows up, but it doesn't stay on screen for long. It just shows up and then goes away after a few moments. It's empty because of guys like you. He hits him. He doesn't hit the guys in the remake. Yipes. You've seen the news, right? Avalanche says there'll be more bombings. Only devoted oh, excuse me. That's the business guy saying this. Only devoted employees like me would go to Midgar on a day like today. Now, we are in the city of Midgar, which includes both the plate and the slums, but in terms of how people describe it, they talk... The people in the slums consider Midgar the city above them, and they just consider themselves the slums, not even the slums of Midgar. So he lives in the slums, this business guy, but he's saying, oh, only employees like me would go to Midgar on a day like today, meaning they're taking the train up into the upper city that's on top of the plates. You working for Shinra? I won't give in to violence. Barrett. Yeah, he's gonna kill this guy on the train and blow his cover before he gets to the reactor, and he's probably just some random, like, paper pusher for, like, the parks department that, like, builds playgrounds or something harmless like that. Chief has to calm down. And there are lots of bleeping and implied stronger swear words. The hell you so calm? You busting up my rhythm. Now the trains here are... They look like steam locomotives, but I guess the implication is they're powered by compressed Mako energy. And in Final Fantasy VII Remake, we actually do see the controls of one of these locomotives, and it's like... It is weird, because it looks like a steam engine, but the controls look like a modern train. So it's an interesting mix of modern and old technology. Looks like they just finished connecting the cars. We're finally leaving. So, what's our next target? Listen to Mr. Serious about his work. Alright, I'll tell you. Chase has probably already told you, but there's a security checkpoint at the top plate. It's an ID scan system checking all the trains, which Shinra is very proud of. We can't use our fake IDs anymore. Welcome. Good morning and welcome to Midgar Lines. Arrival in Sector 4 station is 11:45. And one thing that gets me is, this reminded me, the person we talked to in the slums was like, oh, if they'd bombed the reactor at night, at least people would have died in their sleep. But then when we got on the train, it says that it implies that it's already like past midnight or nearly midnight. And when they shows the overhead shot, it looks like it's at night, so it seems like it is at night. So that's a little weird discrepancy there. That means we've only got 3 more minutes to the ID checkpoint. Basically, they've increased, after the bombing, they've increased the security protocols, which means the fake IDs that they were using aren't going to work anymore. So when they get to the ID checkpoint, they're just going to jump off the train and go through the tunnels the rest of the way on foot. Cloud, over here, let's look at the railway map monitor. Looks like you've seen this already. That's alright, come a little closer, because yes, Cloud did see the map yesterday. Uh-oh. That's odd, the ID checkpoint was supposed to be further down. Type A security alert, unidentified passengers confirmed. Unidentified passengers confirmed. A little ironic, but it makes sense. A search of all cars will be conducted. Repeat, type A security alert. Search of all cars to be conducted. What's happening? What's going on? We're in trouble. I'll explain later. Hurry, get to the next car. Someone blew it. Unidentified passengers located in car number 1, preparing for lockdown. It's very polite of this security system to announce which car is being locked down and give and say like, oh, the passenger. Oh. Just run. Changing to plan 2. I want to talk to some. See if I can talk. Does this mean we're in a major bind? Now this car. Car 2 locked down. Upgraded to warning level 3. Now if they were smart, they would have just not set off these lights and alarms and just had soldiers just stroll into the train and arrest them. But you know that wouldn't be fair. Don't worry, if you move up the train car by car, we should get past it. Yes, a security system where the cars lock down in sequence. Johnny, goodbye later, goodbye, adios Midgar. Brr. I forgot that. Okay. Car 4 locked down, upgrading to maximum security. I love this guy on the left. That looks like some kind of secret agent or something. Like, what's his deal? Alright, we made it. Right in front of the soldier, mind you. Alright, we made it. Yo, this way. Just throws the guard out the way. Let's go. We're gonna dive out of here. Oh, I have control of him now. Talk to Tifa first. Scary, huh? Too late for that now. Why'd you come along anyway? Because, hey you two, there ain't no time for that. What's the soldier say? Jesse, it's me, Jesse. Oh, okay. Do I look in the shirt? Okay, that is Jesse. Okay, you look great, just like a man. Yeah, I'm so happy, I think. Alright, so these two guys on the left, now I understand. Those are... Yo, no time to waste. Do something. Can I talk to... Okay, I can't even talk to... That's probably Biggs over there. Do something. Yeah, I made up my mind. Watch closely, I'm gonna jump. Cloud, you don't care if I go first? A leader always stays to the end. Don't worry about me, just go. Yo, don't get getting your spiky ass hurt. It's only the beginning of the mission. And there goes Barrett. Now, if I were to have some... Barrett, you take care of the rest later. I love all the guys, all the disguised analyst people are like, what's that even supposed to mean? Because they do have to try to... Good, everything so far is going as planned. Now, if I let the timer run out in those cars, they would have jumped out from there, which would have caused me to be much further along. Now here, we're actually inside the plate, where the train was running through here. So we just have to go on foot. Don't let your guard down until we get to the Sector 5 reactor. Actually, I wouldn't let my guard down until we get out of the reactor and get back to the base, but whatever. The reactor's just down this tunnel. Now we have this cool music setting the scene here. Those light beams are the Shinra security sensors. We can't go any further. That's one tiny hole. You telling me to squeeze into that to get under the plate? No way. What are you gonna do? Look inside? Let's look inside. Doesn't seem to be anything that'll get us stuck in this duct. Okay, but if we go down this duct, we won't be able to come back. Don't be wasting time. Never know when the Shinra will find us. Let's go. I think there may be an item if we backtrack, but let's just keep moving. Now, I may grind for levels off stream, but as far as the game goes, I won't play as to progress the... And look at this. We're fighting flying seahorses. What does this have to do? I mean, because of the Mako energy, it mutates animals into monsters because of Shinra's, using it to... Shinra's basically, the backstory is Shinra creates monsters as weapons, and some of them get loose. And Rolling Claw. Seahorses don't have claws, but whatever. They don't have limbs. Oh, whatever. It's a video game. I have a sword that's 3 times my size. There's a man with a gun for an arm. And a bartender. We're fighting, we're blowing up reactors. It's not that... Don't take it too seriously. Now look at this scenery here. This is really cool. Okay, we're just gonna climb down. Now this here is actually, this structure here is hanging beneath the plate. So if we look down here, we can see the surface. Down there is the slums, and we're on this maintenance structure that's hanging on the underside of the plate. Oh, oh, we got into a battle here. Now, I actually forgot all about this part of the game until... Hell bubbles. That sounds scary. Miss. Oh, is that freezing time? Is that what's going on here? Oh, Barrett fell asleep. Only 2 damage. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Now, these battles are kind of... These are kind of a large part of the gameplay part of it, but It does have the side effect of kind of slowing down the story progression. Oh, Barrett has this limit break. Actually, let's just use it normal attack. There's no real particular motivation not to use the limit. It's not like we're right before a boss. We're gonna use our big shot. Now, Barrett fell asleep for a minute. I think I do have one antidote in case any of these enemies can poison. If not, we're not gonna have that great of a time, but... There we go. So let's see. Take everything, take the... Oh, no, take everything, and leave. Yeah, I forgot all about this part of the game, actually. Cloud, this way. The reactor's up this ladder. Oh, here we can get a good shot at the, what's beneath the plate down there. Yeah, I forgot all about this part of it. No, like, when I saw... I didn't... Like, when I saw the remake, I didn't remember this as... Oh, this is, like, just like in... the, I didn't get the sense of, oh, this is just like in the original, but expanded. I actually flat out forgot that this section where you're on the scaffolding beneath the plate was even in the original game. I thought that was something new that they added to the remake to flesh it out a bit more. There we go. I'm just going to target one enemy at a time until we take them out. And Tifa is asleep right now. Actually, oh, okay, the robot thing is asleep. Or no, it wasn't. Tifa was asleep. Okay. Yeah, Tifa's limit break works with a slot machine, and if you time it right, you get more damage. Okay, we're about to win this. Tifa's, I guess, one of the more, not because she's, like, just, I don't think she's level as high, she's taking a lot more damage. Oh, Cloud's asleep. Okay, I didn't realize that. There we go. So now Cloud wakes... At the end of the battle, he wakes up. Alright, I'm gonna take, like, a 6-minute break. I just need to be right back. Let's see, we're gonna... Just for you, Clackaboy, we're going to... Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Just for you. Yeah, I'll set it for... There we go. And I will be back shortly. Hey, and welcome back. So, is it the girl herself that makes you so amused by that, or is it just the whole entire test pattern, or is it the elevator music, or what is it exactly that makes you such a fan, Clackaboy, if you're still around? Is this where I came through? Let's see. No, it can't be, because if it... No, this... Because I see you're very excited for the return of Test Card F. Is this... We'll find out soon whether or not. Okay, excuse me. I'm just getting back into the groove of wait, did I? Now, my only concern is that it might make it look too much like something's actually wrong with the stream, whereas the artwork doesn't quite run that risk. Okay. We want to use... Oh no. Cure. Oh, no. No, wait. 6. This is... I don't know why. I'm having trouble following this like I did back... You know, it's because I am streaming at the same time. Oh, I just cured the enemies! Oops. Okay. I definitely did not mean to do that. This is very... Okay, let's... I'm gonna set some... I think I can set... Okay, I'm gonna tone this down a bit, and I'm really not... Yeah, almost lost some party members there. Okay, let's go into the options. Oh, config, that's what it is. Battle speed, I'm gonna move that to wait, and move that to slow. Okay. That should be... That should be more... Now I should have... Item... Okay. Yeah. This should be better now. Is there... Oh, I can't... Okay, that's where I came in from. I was actually about to explore something new up here. I just missed out on doing so. Now, this should be much better for me to keep up with. Okay, Barrett. Okay, I see now. Attack. I really always have target lit up on them. I don't need to see... I could tell who's an enemy and who's not. I just had... Oh no! Okay, perfect timing for that one, but... That was just... Okay. Okay, there we go. I turned it off. Alright, there we go. Like, those target things actually what made me end up accidentally attacking Tifa. You can attack party members or heal enemies, depending on what kind of... Oh. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Well, it's funny because I feel like the artwork of Lunarian H and IHOP eating crepes is more, I guess, distinct because it's actually something unique to me. Whereas Test Card F is like a famous test pattern that I just sort of stole and just sort of threw up there just as a placeholder, and I ended up actually using it on a real stream. So. But I'll use them both interchangeably for since I do have fans of both. So, I mean, theoretically, it maybe would be better if I had the game still running on screen as I'm away. But there we go. That was much more manageable. That was much better. It wasn't like a disarray of chaos like before, because that was getting too... that was way too crazy. I do want to maybe... I will turn the battle speed down further. There we go. That should be better. Okay, what's here? Oh, okay. It's another ladder. Now, I don't remember what's up and around. Oh, wait, is this where I came in from? This is where I came in from? Okay, so I have there was another ladder. I climbed all the way up there, and I could not go any further. So I figured that was where I came in, because they even specifically said that's what I get for not really taking stock of my surroundings before I left to do my stretch break. Because now I'm not quite... So if I really can't get up here, it's kind of a waste. Well, I shouldn't have made the scenery look like I... Okay, I can get in there. I just couldn't for some reason. Because it even shows the little arrow. Because when I press select, it shows me all the exits. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there should be an item probably... Received potion. I'm sorry. The ID scan problem on the train was all my fault. I modified your ID card and that's what did it. I did my best, but I failed. Actually, I want to go into what's... I want to see what's on that path near, by Wedge down there. So I'm going to backtrack a little. And unfortunately, I can't. Yay! That's the quality of life right there. I can speed up the game so I don't have to suffer through all that. And you don't have to suffer through that, which is much more important. Attack. Cloud. And we just have them all beat up on these little... Like, what is this thing even supposed to be? It looks like a little propeller? I mean, some kind of rocket launcher thing? Okay, there we go. This should be quick. This is so much more manageable now that I've slowed everything down. Because once we were getting into more advanced battles, or advanced combat situations, I was not doing well. Yeah, we're just going to use our regular attacks and beat up on them. I probably should... I don't really have any ether, so I don't want to use... I think I got one or two. I have whatever ethers to start off with, so because I definitely didn't buy any additional ones. I don't know why, I keep getting paranoid that my microphone's off, and that's... People are responding to me in chat based on what I'm saying, so how could the microphone be off? That did it. And the items are kind of more replaceable than MP. I want to just unload my MP on the boss that's coming up. This way, the reactor's up this ladder? It's not up the other one, though. Huh. We'll see what's going on. Yeah, when the game sped up, but still slowed down, then now I can keep up with it. Alright, now I can keep... Like, when it was sped up before, when the game was running fast, when the game is actually, like, being fast-forwarded, it's weird, but... The point is, we're saving time. Let's see... Is this the same path? Okay. Alright then, fine. I think it took us to the same vent that we were talking to Jesse in a minute ago. Hey, save point. I like it. There are no save states in this version, as I understand, so... Oh, and by the way, once again, if my audio needs to be adjusted, if the game audio is too loud or too low, or my microphone's too loud or too low, you can tell me about that. Okay. I don't even know what that other thing does. Oh wait, I was heading up here. Received a tent. Okay. I think that restores all your HP and MP when you're at a save point, so I don't think we quite need it here, but I will use some potions on Tifa. Sure, I could use one too, but Cloud's pretty alright. Let's see. Well, I'll show you, there's a sign I just noticed in the background. You've been playing for exactly 2 hours, wow. In another hour and a half, I guess I'll take another stretch break. We'll see how long. This might be one of the... I'm going to try to see if this can go on to be one of the longer streams, because we've been streaming 4 hours. Well, it's Caution HV for Caution High Voltage. I like that in the background there. Okay, and you can see, even here below, we're still exposed to what's... Do I have any knowledge about the best TV to buy? I'm deciding between Samsung and Sony. Sony still makes TVs at this point, because I heard they've kind of divested themselves a lot of their TV business, actually. I don't know anything about TVs. I just go to the store, like these monitors. I just went to BJ's and was like, okay, here's a monitor, I'll take them. I'm not really too savvy on the best TVs. I know people are really particular, like different. You know, some display certain colors better than others. Some may last longer. I really couldn't tell you much about that, Collectaboy. So now we're in the reactor, and because the reactors they're all kind of built by the same manufacturer, so they have a similar layout, but it's slightly different as well, which is realistic, because a lot of times, like, there was these schools, these technical schools that were in my region, and there were several, and there were like maybe there were several spread across the county. And if you went to one, you've seen the basic layout of all of them. They were all very similar, like the buildings were almost identical, but they each had unique little things to them that set them apart. They're all just hammering me with these beam guns. They're not too dangerous though. They take them out pretty quick. Oh, that sounds like it was a critical hit or something to that effect. Alright, we took him out. That went well. Yeah, I remember at some point there was some talk, like in the lead up to PlayStation 4, I remember there was rumors that like they would have some kind of thing set up so if you had a Sony TV that you wouldn't need to use any HDMI or anything, that it would automatically sync up with... Wait, what's up here? What is up here? Is there anything up here I can get? Because this is the way I came down in the first reactor, because this part has a similar layout. There better be something I can get here. Come on. Oh, okay. I see. This is the way out of the reactor, I guess. Because you see, I haven't been through this since like 2002. Oh, we got a preemptive attack, which means we get to attack first these enemies. So we'll use lightning on that enemy. Oh, we took him out easily. These guys look scary, so... Small. Like, these are such weird... I do believe these are robots. Yeah, I think these are robots. I forgot how to check them, how to look at them so you could see what these things are. Okay, well, the battle's over anyway. Cloud got a level up. Tifa's close to leveling up, so I'll take it. Yeah, you have to go down. I'm using the fast forward feature to move quickly through here. But I don't want to do that at the expense of... And see, this looks like this reactor's in a little better condition, because that was reactor 1, so maybe that one was built first. This one's a little newer, so there's not quite all that rust that we saw on the other reactors. These are things I never noticed, maybe because on the last time I played this, it was on a tube set using a PlayStation 2, so I really didn't have this higher resolution to see the game in. Let's see. I probably should have saved that limit break. Now I'm actually regretting that, not saving the limit break. Well, actually, no. We do have. Okay, Master. We're just gonna go ahead. We're gonna focus on that weird robot in the middle first. I think the smog. Oh, it caused poison. She's suffering poison damage. I think. Or is she just like... What is her condition right now? I don't know what Tifa's deal is right now. There we go. Go as long as we can get away with not... Oh yeah, we have to go into the menu to save. Which is a little obtuse, but... was Final Fantasy VI... Did Final Fantasy VI have save points? I really don't remember. I haven't played the game since no more recently. Now here we have the same spot. Oh, Cloud's having an issue. It's having a mental... attack. We have this... It looks like a reactor, but it looks very different. It looks much more old-fashioned. With all these gears and pipes. Sephiroth? Did Sephiroth do this to you? Soldier, Sephiroth, Mako reactors, Shinra. I hate them all. And she grabs that sword that's on the ground and runs off to somewhere. We don't know what's going on here. But Cloud's remembering it, and he's having a bad time. Damn, man, get a hold of yourself. You alright? Tifa? Hmm? No, forget. Come on, let's hurry. And so we go over to the control panel. Cloud sets the bomb. And they rejoin Cloud. Now, I've seen so many VODs of people playing this game for the first time who get confused at this point and think they did something wrong and just waste so much time here thinking they accidentally didn't set the bomb, especially if they're interacting with a fast-paced chat while this scene happens, and they think they did something wrong because in the last time you did this in Reactor 1, you set the bomb and then there was a timer and then the boss appeared and there's like but this time nothing really happened. You just set the bomb and you just leave. There's with no excitement or drama. So a lot of people thought that, got confused. And I don't know. I was surprised the first time I did this, nothing happened, because you feel like. Let me. Okay. I'll just use the. Okay. Okay. I don't know what effect that is. That is making them glow green, because I don't seem to be losing HP from it. Oh, oops. Okay. I accidentally used a cheat that fills their... Okay. I did not mean to do this, but I accidentally filled up all their HP and their... I filled up all their HP and their limit meters at once, and I really didn't mean to do that. And it really kind of cost me... I'm going to do it once more at the beginning of the boss fight, just to kind of make up for the fact that I did not mean to do that, and it did pretty much cost me all of the progress I made in filling up their limit gauges. Yeah, they're different cheats. Well, I guess they are cheats, but they're different things you could add to make the game easier for maybe people who just want to play for the story, or I do want to try to give a shot at playing this kind of normal, but there's some things like, here, I can speed up the game. This makes it so much more bearable and better for streaming, because I'm not spending so much time just doing something where we know exactly what's going to happen and what the outcome will be. But okay, this should be quick. Smog at me. It's funny how, like, I just forgot all about these. A lot of these designs for these enemies, some of them are so wild that would just make more sense to be encountered. And that's one thing, you don't encounter actual, like, power plant workers or anything. It just sort of implies that there's just this big machine that kind of runs mostly automatically. I don't know. Because we find a Maker reactor later that's high up in the mountains later in the game, and there's no attendance to it. It, I guess, just kind of runs automatically. Because it's implied that it's usually unoccupied by human life, you know, until Cloud and everyone shows up. But here we're just... I thought I found a cool new path that might lead to an item, but actually, switch on. How about just, like, going down? Because we're up high. Wait a second, I just realized... Yeah, in Reactor 1, you take the elevator up to get to here, whereas before we were beneath the plate, then we slid down into here, so it's kind of a little counterintuitive. Received ether. Alright. Oh, okay, that's okay. I just figured out how I actually triggered that, because sometimes I'm not used to playing games that actually use the click down button on the right these joysticks. So sometimes in other games I just click them out of just as a form of fidgeting. So here I now realize if I do that, but I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to do it at the beginning of the boss just to make up for the limit bar I'd have that would nearly be full by now. And then from then on, I'll make sure not to use it. For the sake of the stream, I may use it. Oh, this is a minigame. They did recreate this minigame in the newer version, but you basically have to hit these switches at the same time. Jesse said we all have to push the button at once. There's no cue as to when they're gonna go. No good. Let's try it again. No good. Let's try again. There's no cue as to when it's to go, so... No good, let's try it again. Why don't they all say 1, 2, 3, go? Okay, finally got through that. Ooh. There's a... I thought there was a... I thought I got rid of the fruit fly. I didn't kill it. I thought I just shoot him away. I guess he floated back over here. Oh, let's see. Save. Yeah, because if I really want to just charge through the game using the invincibility feature, I wouldn't have bothered buying all those weapons and armor and stuff. If I just wanted to show the game, and that little sense just to show it. Oh, here's a cool shot. We have an. This time it's an above view, and in the remake it's cool because here they actually show that from here you can see straight ahead and you can see the Shinra headquarters in the center of the city. But here we can look down and see the slums down there. Because with Reactor 1 we actually got the opposite point of view here. Barrett, this way. Oh no, soldiers. The kind we've been like storming through effortlessly, but here they're actually a threat and they're going to stop us for some reason. What the hell's going on? It's almost like we're invading a facility. A trap. And that... Uh-oh. President Shinra? Yes, the president of Shinra was in the reactor the whole time. Why is the president here? So you must be... What was it? Avalanche. Don't you forget it. So you're President Shinra, huh? Now, they deal with this in a much more practical way. Because it's implied that he came just to tell off Avalanche. Cloud approaches. Long time no see, sir. Long time no see? Oh, you. You're the one who quit Soldier and joined Avalanche. I knew you'd been exposed to Mako from the look in your eyes. Tell me, traitor, what was your name? Cloud. Forgive me for asking, but I can't be expected to remember everyone's name. Unless you become another Sephiroth. Ah, Sephiroth. He was brilliant. Perhaps too brilliant. Sephiroth? Don't give a damn about none of that. This place is going up with a bang soon. Serves y'all right. It's such a waste of good fireworks just to get rid of vermin like you. Vermin? That's all you can say? Vermin? Killing Shinra the vermin for killing the planet. Guess that make you King Vermin. So shut up, jackass. Oh, please, this writing. You're beginning to bore me. I'm a very busy man. If you'll excuse me, I have a dinner I must attend. I mean, Barrett has a gun for an arm. He could point and shoot him and murder him right now, but it's too busy. Dinner, don't give me that. I ain't even started with you yet. But I made arrangements for a playmate for you all. Tifa, what's that noise? The hell is that? Uh-oh. Meet Airbuster, a techno soldier. Our weapon development department created him. I'm sure the data he'll extract from your dead bodies will be of great use to us in future experiments. Techno soldier? It's just a robot. I don't know why they're doing... Oh, it's a robot soldier. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Wait, President! Yo, Cloud, we gotta do something about him. Help, Cloud! This is from Soldier? No way. It's just a machine. I don't care what it is. I'm gonna bust him up. And here we have some of the most epic video game music of all time. The boss theme from Final Fantasy VII. Still more fighting. And here, I'm going to use that to fill up their limits. Okay, Barrett, you've got Big Shot. Cloud, we're going to use all their limits first. And this, I did just do that for the sake of making up for the limit gauges that I accidentally wasted the first time I accidentally triggered the cheat. So after this, I'm not going to use that again. But wow, we beat him that quick. Okay, if I had known it was going to be that quick, I would not have used the thing, because I was really just trying to make up for the limit that I lost when I accidentally first triggered it. But Titan Bangle, I'll take that. So we beat him. In real life, that battle would have went just as quick, only it would have been him killing us. Oh, He exploded this hole in the catwalk here, and now Cloud's hanging on for dear life. Barret, can't you do something? Not a damn thing. Cloud, please don't die. You can't die. There's still so much I want to tell you. I know, Tifa. Hey, you gonna be alright? Be strong, or I don't know if I can hold on. Be strong. You worry about yourselves. I'm alright, but take care of Tifa. Alright. Sorry about all this. Stop talking like this is the end. I'm the main character. No, he doesn't actually say that, but that's basically the logic here. Okay, hold on. But then the reactor explodes and knocks him down. And Cloud is falling from skyscraper height from the upper level down onto the slums. Which, of course, he should die at this point, but he's the main character, so he can't go out that easy. You alright? Can you hear me? Yeah. Back then, I only got scraped knees. What do you mean by back then? What about now? Can you get up? What do you mean by back then? What about now? Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself now. I'll try. Oh, it moved. How about that? It should probably say, oh, he moved, but take it slow now. Little by little. Hello? Hello? I know. Hey, who are you? So we have Cloud or having a flashback of something. We're not quite sure what's going on there, but hello? Hello? Oh, and we're in this church. And oh, that's the flower girl from earlier when we blew up the reactor and we bought the flower from her, so. This is a church in the Sector 5 slums. They don't specify what religion this church is. It's kind of left ambiguous. It looks kind of like a Christian church, but we really don't know much about the religion in this world other than, I guess, planetology, which it really isn't. It's kind of more like a neo-pagan kind of thing that even in the context of this game world, it's kind of these people who believe, oh, the magic of the planet are kind of seen as hippies, even though magic is confirmed real and like can be physically examined in the form of materia. The roof and the flower bed must have broken in your fall. You're lucky. He fell from skyscraper height, and he just, because you fell through the roof of a building and landed on some flowers on the dirt, he survived. And he just hops right back up. Video game logic, I know, whatever. Sorry about that. That's alright. The flowers here are quite resilient because this is a sacred place. This is the only place in Midgar where flowers bloom. They say grass and flowers won't grow in Midgar. But for some reason they have no trouble blooming here. So even though there's all this pollution and everything, because this is a consecrated place, the flowers are able to grow only here. Oh, I can walk around. So we meet again. Yeah, don't you remember me? Yeah, I remember. Or never saw you before. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. Either we could choose you were selling flowers or you're the slum drunk. Oh yeah, this is a Pac-Man bedsheet from the 1980s in the height of Pac-Man mania. Of all the licensed merchandise, one of them was this Pac-Man bedsheet. Clackaboy in chat had just mentioned it. Now this is interesting because it depicts Pac-Man in several different art styles. Here we have something kind of resembling how Pac-Man was typically depicted back then. Here we have the actual how he appears in game as the pie with the slice missing. Here we have this horned version. I don't know what's going on there. That's kind of but here is this on screen? Yeah, here you could actually see. Well, you can see it better down here near the switch. Is this sort of amoeba-looking guy that looks like it was drawn by like a second grader, and this is actually how Pac-Man was depicted on the cabinet art in the American version of the game. So you can choose between you're selling flowers or you're the slum drunk. You were selling flowers. I think, yeah, it's weird to say you're the slum drunk, but oh, I'm so happy. Thanks for buying my flowers. Say, do you have any materia? Yeah, some. Nowadays you can find materia anywhere. But mine is special. It's good for absolutely nothing. Good for nothing? You just don't know how to use it. No, I do. It just doesn't do anything. I feel safe having it. It was my mother's. Say, I feel like talking. Do you feel up to it? Got nothing to talk about, or I don't mind? I don't mind. Wait here, I've got to check my flowers. It'll just be a minute. Yeah, my mom got this for me in the mid-90s while I was going through my fascination with Pac-Man and the history of video games. She found this in a thrift store and got it for me. It's a bed sheet, but now I'm using it as a backdrop for the stream, so that's cool. Just a little longer. Oh. Now that you mention it. We don't know each other's names, do we? My name is... And here, this is kind of an infamous moment. Because of the way the alphabets or character sets between Japanese and English work and how words are pronounced, her name is intended to be Aerith. But apparently the TF sound is similar to the IS sound when you're translating from Japanese to English. So her name was supposed to be Aerith, and in modern versions of the game, her name is always Aerith. But in this version, her name is Eris, or as I read it back then, Ares, like the god of war. I want to make sure I spell her name right. Let's see. I think it's A-E-R-I-T-H. A-E-R-I-T-H. Okay, I'm going to give her her corrected name, even though back then I did go with the default name Ares. But the intended name was Aerith. But like canon for this version of the game, her name is default Aerith. I mean Ares, but we're going to fix it. Or Eris. I like Ares better than Aerith, but it's supposed to be pronounced like Eris rather than Ares. So I like Aerith better than Eris. It's weird. Alright. Select. I'm Aerith, the flower girl. Nice to meet you. What's my streaming schedule this week? Tomorrow, I will be streaming at... I'm thinking I'm streaming at 4 tomorrow. Let me check real quick. Yeah, I forgot to put the schedule up on Twitch. Because I was doing these quasi low-key stream... I just forgot to put it up, pretty much, so excuse me. Let me look at... Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow at 4. That's what's going on. And actually, let me look at my appointments. I have to just log into my app that I keep the appointments on. I can see get a sense of what I have lined up this coming week, and maybe I could maybe I might even be able to figure out what's going on for next week right here, so I could just tell you since you asked. Sorry, I just updated my phone, so I have to relog back into all my apps, including my the app I keep all my appointments on. Yeah, Monday night, probably at 10, and then I'll be streaming in the afternoon the next couple of days as well. So, Tuesday and Wednesday next week during the afternoon, and then at night I'll stream probably on Monday night. I want to get in at least 3 or 4... I could get in 3 or 4 streams a week. Oh, a jack of all trades. Sorry, I skipped through some of their conversation. They're just small talking. We see this really rude guy in the background kind of eavesdropping on us. Oh, what's so funny? What are you laughing at? Well, I guess he's not really rude, but we'll meet someone who's ruder than him later on. So next week, probably at like between 2 and 4 on Tuesday and Wednesday this coming week. Anyway, let's see who this guy is. Cloud, don't let it get to you. Don't mind me. Oh. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Okay. Say, Cloud, have you ever been a bodyguard? You can't do anything, right? Yeah, that's right. Then get me out of here. Take me home. Okay, but it'll cost you. Okay, then let's see. How about if I go out with you once? And because Cloud noticed this creep who's hanging out in the... I mean, Aerith noticed this creep who's hanging out over there and is like, I'm gonna need a bodyguard for this. You don't know me? I know you. Whoa. Oh yeah, I know you. That uniform. Hey sis, this one's a little weird. Shut up, Shinra spy. I mean, is he really a spy? I don't know. Reno, want him taken out? I haven't decided yet. Don't fight here, you'll ruin the flowers. Got a weird little itch around my mustache. The exit is back here. So they're just running off frame. And look at the soldiers laughing. They're like, like, what are they doing with their shoulders? That is so weird. They were Mako eyes. Alright, come on, get to work. Oh. And don't step on the flowers. And of course he just walked over the flowers. You're gonna catch holy hell. You stepped on them yourself. You're gonna catch holy hell. I'm very sure that's a weird translation problem. And we are... Oh. We got into a battle with Cloud and Aerith for the first time. You can see what Aerith's fighting style is like. Oh, he still has a Braver left over. Go ahead and use that. Get out of the way. I mean, what are these things even supposed to be? We're just chilling before in the front part of the church and it was fine. But now there are these weird, dangerous monsters hanging around in the church. I mean, this is supposed to be a consecrated place. And the flowers can grow here, so wouldn't that keep monsters away too? I don't know. But then we wouldn't have anything to fight, so... So, whatever. Reno! Oh, there they are, over there! That one! I know. Looks like they aren't gonna let us go. What should we do? We can't let them catch us, can we? There's only one thing left to do. I'm glad they let this stand around and let them have this discussion. It's very polite of them. Alright, I'll hold them off. Right, make sure they don't get through. The Ancient is getting away. Attack, attack, attack. Yeah! Aerith. Think we killed him? They never should have fought us. And honestly, in the context of the story, that is not the reaction he should be having, and I think they do fix that in the remake. We learned that Aerith is a VIP. Damn. What's that? Hold on a minute. We're gonna try to drop the barrel up there on top of them. From this side? It's just a barrel. I can push the barrel, yes. Oh, I pushed it the wrong way, I guess. Oh, Cloud, what are you doing? You can't even tell where the things are going to land, so how are you supposed to be able to actually fight these people? But the thing is, this kind of proves that Aerith is more than capable of fighting these guys on her own. I mean, we don't know why they're after her, but... I mean, we should know why they're after Cloud, but there should be no expectation that Cloud survived falling from skyscraper heights, so... Yeah, just push her to the next level a bit. It's just a barrel, I can push it over. Yeah. Cloud, help. Push the barrel, yes. Okay. How am I supposed to predict where these barrels are going to fall to when I do these attacks? This is kind of silly. I mean, a soldier attacked her, but when we fight the soldier, it's actually two mutant dogs, so whatever. Or maybe they were just... maybe they're shapeshifters? I don't know. I'm just gonna speed this up, because there's not much strategy to these fights. We're just button mashing here. There we go. Oh, we got into a battle with Cloud now. Okay. Gotta level up from that tiny little bit of experience. We are getting a lot of money for all this though, so that's nice. Maybe. How are you supposed to predict? There's no way you have to have played this before to have any reasonable chance of knowing which barrel will fall where. So I really don't consider this a fair section of the game. I mean, your punishment is just battles that you need to gain XP anyway. She's not in any serious danger of dying. I mean, she just got shot with a machine gun and she's fine. Okay. She's getting up levels pretty quick because she is at a lower level than Cloud. Alright, Aerith is finally joining us up here. Aerith, this way. Oh, we have now there are enemies on both sides of us. So, we have to, later in the game, these different enemy formations will be more of an important factor as to, how we conduct the battle. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah. Oh, what's going on? Is this the way? Okay. Okay, I just wasn't clicking the right buttons. And Aerith was kind of just... Now look how tiny the church is! Look how huge it was. Now they're on the outside. It's like it's so small looking, so this is absolutely not to scale. So logically, this is directly beneath the Sector 5 reactor, so we're kind of on the outskirts of Midgar right here. No. They're the Turks. The Turks are a Shinra organization. They scout for possible candidates for soldier. This violently? I thought they were kidnapping someone. They're also involved in a lot of other dirty stuff on the side. Spying, murder, you know. They look like it. But why they're after you? There must be a reason, right? No, not really. I think they want to believe I have what it takes to be a soldier. Maybe you do. Want to join them? I don't know, but I don't want to get caught by those people. Then let's go. So now that we're... You have a great view of the roofs of these shanty houses, and we can see the center plate structure, the center support structure that supports the Shinra building, and the nearby pillar in the foreground of the background, so to speak. You can see that one of the pillars that keeps the plates up, and then the round thing in the center is holding up the center plate. Funny. I thought you were cut out to be in Soldier. Oh, you're terrible. Hey, Cloud, were you ever in Soldier? I used to be. How'd you guess? Your eyes, they have a strange glow. Plus, you're wearing the freaking Soldier uniform. But anyway, that's the sign of those who have been infused with Mako. A mark of Soldier. But how did you know about that? Oh, nothing. Nothing? Right, nothing. Come on, let's go, bodyguard. Okay, yeah, we actually have to keep walking now. They did a really great job presenting this in the remake, that section where they're hopping over the rooftops. They did a really good job with that. Ooh, finally made it off. Now what? My house is over there. Here, hurry before they come. And she joins us? No. We can now... Everything's fine now. We can actually go back to the church. Oh, and now these kids are here. So... we're taking care of the flowers for the, lady here. I don't mind. Take good care of them. Sure. It's kind of a... in the game's logic, Ares is supposed to be with us. If we go just beyond the church, we see here the outskirts of the city of Midgar. Now, this is weird how this is set up. Well, actually, this is the first time I'm clearly seeing what this is supposed to be. Because in the PlayStation version, this looks like a steel wall that is... Now, when you see Midgar from above, there's some kind of wall structure surrounding the plates. But from this view, we can see that when you're underneath the plates, you can see beyond. You can see the sky in the background there. So you can see past the plates above, as huge as they are directly above. You can't see out to the horizon. So I don't know, because here we have this kind of glass, like, gate here. And you have this door that, you know, so you can't enter through the bot from ground level without a special key. And you can see the ground. It's like a desert because of the Mako reactor sucking up all the life energy. So we have this fence, I guess, that surrounds the city. But there's like a steel wall that they very clearly show from above that we don't get a sense of where it's actually supposed to be. And you see other plates, like they were building more plates, like past the perimeter of the 8 plates they've already built. So I'm not quite sure what they're getting at. But here I can see that that's supposed to be the shanty towns. Because and you should really be able to see the footprint of the reactors as well. So I'm not quite sure what they were getting at with that depiction of Midgar. I don't know. It's just funny. Now this track here is called "Beneath the Rotten Pizza." It's one of the main themes we have of the slums. And here we have the first section where it kind of opens up a bit, gives us a little more freedom. We'll find later that the entire city of Midgar is just the intro section for the game at large. But right now, we have Midgar opening up a bit. And we can explore this section a little bit. Okay. We have gotten into a battle here. We have got a new battle. I think the red things are called hedgehog pies for whatever reason. So more in dangerous battles, so I do want to go ahead and go through this. Now these aren't a real hazard I'm worried about. There we go. Oh, another level up for Aerith. Now there's that way, and what's this way? Okay, we'll go here later. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Here's just some... You want to go to that store and... What a drag. Want to go to that store in Sector 6 again? So these guys are blocking the way for now. So we're just going to have to keep going this way. A lot of these materials are said to be like these panels and stuff that they built these shanties out of are building materials from the upper plate that fell down and were discarded. I don't care if it's scrap metal or material, we can get anything here in the slums. Got a lot of good material here, why don't you look it over? So why don't we look it over? We have restore, lightning, ice, fire. We have one ice material. Let's get a fire material. So. Hey, didn't your mother ever teach you not to barge into houses and open up people's freezers? And you have the TV up there. There's a lot of character to this little place. Oh, well, I say that. You can say that everywhere. There's character to all of this. And this is why even we actually do not spend any more time on top of the plate. Oh, hey, Swift Pro. Sorry, I was so into the commentating the game, I missed you. Oh, you just showed up. Okay. Yeah. Who's Turby Werby again? I've only played up to Coral Prison. Aside from that, I've just watched, like, Let's Plays and stuff, so I kind of forgot who... is Turby Werby, Biggs? No, Wedge. Is Turby Werby Wedge? We only trade items for Gil here. What does that mean? We only trade items for Gil here. That would seem to imply that... Hey, we have some potions, tent, and buy another... I mean, all this stuff's expensive. We haven't had any deaths yet, so we haven't needed to use Phoenix Down. Let's just buy a potion. And a tent. No, let's not buy a tent yet. We already have one tent. We'll use it if we have to. What am I doing? I'm walking around looking at the ground. You find a lot of things dropped when you look down. You never find them when you're looking up, right? Which is very true. The guy in a pipe's a weird one. No matter what you ask him, he only answers or ah. So let's meet the guy in the pipe. Oh. Okay, we have a plot event here, so... This guy is sick. He passed out nearby and someone must have helped him. Darn, they fixed it. For all the... Okay, why did they fix that? But then, when they were doing the... for the Scorpion boss battle at the beginning, it still says attack when its tail's up, be counterattacked with laser. It was supposed to say don't attack when its tail's up. But then, in the original version, he doesn't say this guy is sick. She says this guy are sick, and it's hilarious. But unfortunately, they fixed that in this version. So for all the bad translations and clunky writing, they didn't translate that properly. This is the one. Won't you help him? Listen, I'm no doctor. I guess not. Hey, that man has a tattoo. I think it's the number 2. So, yeah. That's an interesting... Yeah, they deal with these guys a little... That character a little differently in the remake. Let's see what's going on in here. Oh, he's watching TV. There's a Shinra logo up there. Everything President Shinra says is a lie. But you can't trust that avalanche or whatever you call them. You could bat it around all you like, but when it comes down to... Oh. Okay, I accidentally skipped a little dialogue there, but... Let's see what else is in here. All these interiors are fantastic. Glug glug. No one will find it. Top drawer and the bottom one. Okay. Makes me want to... Turtle Paradise News number 1. For delicious wine with a nice ink to it, stop by the Turtle's Paradise. Okay, both those spots say the same thing. Alright, there's nothing more else going on in here. Alright. Let's see what else is to be. What's out here? It's the... There's the... Okay, that's... The left is where we came from. We have this bus. Is this a path out? Okay, it is. Okay, we don't... Oh, cool, there's a save point there. That's nice. But, for those in the know, we're going to save right before Wall Market. So we're going to keep playing for now. We're going to save right before Wall Market. Because I like to have a nice long stream where I don't have to... We're almost 5 hours in. Wow. This is my longest stream in a long time. I actually if we go another hour... If we end up going another hour into this, it will be my longest stream since my first stream. Huh, you want weapons? That's too damn bad. I ain't got no weapons to sell you. And the reason is, the weapon store's over that way. Oh, jeez. Could have, Toot toot, next stop, Midgar. Midgar. Any passengers getting off at Midgar should please ring. I mean, they say that's like saying, hey, we're next stop New York, not like New York doesn't have hundreds of different train stations in it. But these are people in the slums, and even though they live right beneath the plate, they can't afford to get on the train and go up there. You know, so it's a very stratified class structure here. Very literally so, with the upper class living above them on top of the plates. Taking care of yourself is the law of the slums, but to do that, first you need weapons, right? You could buy... Ooh, a Titan Bangle. That's better than what we... They actually own one already. Let's buy another one. And buy a grenade. You don't have anything... Yeah, so I'm gradually going to stock up on grenades, because I do want to use them later on. But let's go into our materia. Let's equip our characters a bit here. We have a guard stick. She has a bronze bangle. Let's give her some restore materia, which is the classic materia for her to have. And for... Okay, that's materia. We need to equip her weapons and armor. Give her the Titan Bangle. And then there's no accessory. Okay. Now we'll equip Cloud. Okay, I bought one Titan Bangle for Cloud. We'll give Cloud the bigger bangle now, the better one. And now for materia. We have fire and ice. Okay, let's just go down to earth. Her two slot, the materia slots she has aren't joined, so I can't do like the all fire or all ice type thing. Yeah, let's give her the fire. You can see I'm satisfied with the. I do need to take. I should have been taking more screenshots, because I do, you know, it just occurred to me there's so many, yeah, with the Wii, there's so many screenshots of stuff that I haven't gotten to, never took, and I do love these interiors so much. But this early part of the game, it's very easy to get through it, especially if you use the cheats that they included in this version. What's in here? Okay, what is under the who set up this giant monitor up here? That's interesting. Okay, I can't really progress in this direction. What does she say? You ever hear of Wall Market? Let's say no. It's a market in the slums of Sector 6. They've got everything you could ever want there. If you can get there, that is. That road's something else. And boy, is it. We'll see. We'll see what's on the road to Wall Market soon. Talk to the doggy. He just barks at us. That's nice. And we have this... Well, first off, let's go get that materia that's shining there, teasing us. There's a materia and some kind of potion bottle. Got cover materia. Yeah, that's a custom cabinet someone made. Kalaka Boy's referring to my Tumblr. I recently reblogged. Someone made a custom... Well, the real subject of the picture was... So I made a custom Oregon Trail cabinet, and that's a PC game, so there was never an arcade cabinet for it. But what I want to do... Let's cover. Protects allies when attacked. Let's cover and all. And put the lightning... there. And restore, -1, max HP, -2, so it reduces HP. Okay, restore. Give him the lightning. So now, Cloud really is going to be Aerith's bodyguard. So when Aerith gets attacked, Cloud's going to absorb the damage for her. So we are literally making Cloud her bodyguard now. And the more we see that the next level, as we use materia more and more, it will level up. So yeah, that's someone's custom arcade cabinet they made. As far as I know, there's no official Legend of Zelda arcade cabinet. Received Ether. Ether is an item that restores HP. We're just going to go ahead and save. We're going to play up to the beginning, right up to the start. When we get to Wall Market, that's when I'll save. And that's when I'll call the stream when we get up to Wall Market. And no, it is not a superstore, big box retail center. It's something very different. Aerith, this is Cloud, my bodyguard. Bodyguard? You were followed again? Are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? I'm alright. I had Cloud with me. Thank you, Cloud. Yeah, it looks authentic. They did a really great job recreating how a Legend of Zelda arcade machine would have looked. So, what are you going to do now? Is Sector 7 far from here? I'm going to go to Tifa's bar. Is Tifa a girl? Yeah. A girlfriend? No way, or... Yeah, that's right. No way. Hee hee hee. You don't have to get that upset. Well, that's nice. Let's see, Sector 7, I'll show you the way. You gotta be kidding. Do you want to get yourself in danger again? I'm used to it. Used to it? I don't know. Getting help from a girl? A girl? What do you mean by that? Yes, I am taking screenshots, so excuse me. I just love these interiors so much. You expect me to just sit by quietly after hearing you say something like that? Mom, I'm taking Cloud to Sector 7. I'll be back in a while. But dear, I give up. You never listen once you've made up your mind. But if you must go, why don't you go tomorrow? It's getting late now. Yeah, you're right, Mom. Aerith, please go make the bed. And we fade to darkness here. Oh. That glow in your eyes. You're from Soldier, right? Yeah. Or I used to be. I don't know how to say this, but could you please leave here tonight without telling Aerith? Soldier, the last thing Aerith needs is to get hurt again. And they won't even let you leave now, so I have to go upstairs. You need to go through Sector 6 to get through Sector 7. Sector 6 is a little dangerous, so you better get some rest tonight. Good night. Oh man. They made the inside of when someday I will get a PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 4, maybe even a PlayStation 5, and I will spend so much time just staring at all the stuff in that game, because just watching Pete Dorr's stream is fantastic. Oh, we have something going on. I haven't slept in a bed like this for a long time. Oh yeah. Ever since then. Oh. My, how you've grown. As you play this, you're reminding me of why I enjoyed this game so much. It's very hypnotic and immersive. My commentary, Kalaka Boy, or the game, or both? Not really. I'm worried about you. There are a lot of temptations in the city. I'd feel a lot better if you just settled down with a nice girlfriend. I'm alright. You should have an older girlfriend. One that'll take care of you. I think that would be best for you. I'm not interested. Oh, a little flashback there. I must have fallen asleep. This is a tiny little room, but it's such a comfy little house. They made the house much bigger in the... Oh, received potion. Received Phoenix down. They're just laying there for me to take. But I have to sneak out the house now. This is hilarious in the remake. They're like all kinds of buckets and weird stuff just laying around that you have to try not to get knocked into. Okay, the game, good. Because if I'm like... if I was... Yeah, I'd be a little worried if... I'd be very interested if my voice was soothing and hypnotic, or hypnotic and immersive, whatever. But yeah, it's a very cool game. You have to sneak out. Now, if you accidentally knock into something, she comes and gets you and makes you go back to bed. Yeah. Okay, let me just save here. We're by ourselves. Oh, we're not close enough to the save point. Did Final Fantasy VI have save points of any kind, or could you just save anywhere? I really don't even remember. Oh, yeah, that's right. Weren't the save points Moogles in Final Fantasy VI? Am I right on that? Yeah, I think that's what was going... Or is that... I don't even remember. But we have this... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, so you can't even really go anywhere up there. So our path forward is to go down. Oh, and there she is, even though we just saw her in the... We saw her... Well, us, the players, saw her in her room. Cloud wouldn't have had that overhead... Sorry, it's just that... This earphone's starting to hurt my ear a little tiny bit, because I usually don't have it in for this long. I couldn't ask you to go. I knew it would be too dangerous. You done? Are you done? You have to go through the slum in Sector 6 to get to Tifa's 7th Heaven. I'll take you there. Come on. Nah. And so we go through the wall here, the hole in the wall here. And now we're back. I just want to go back and save now that we have her in our party. Let's go back to her house over here. Oh, there we go. Come on. There we go. I have to wait till that... actually get that message. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. I mean, we only would have lost a few moments of gameplay. But it would have stunk. Yeah, how you see... in the remake, they actually made the house look more like it does in the overworld. It made it a lot bigger. It is the Aerith's house in the remake is the comfiest house in all of video games. Bar none. I cannot think of a nicer house in a video game than that one. Oh, we got some bandits. Are these actually supposed to be human beings? I'm not sure. I think, can these guys steal items? Oh, you're heading out to get a bubble milk tea? Alright, enjoy yourself. Which I still have not tried myself yet, but we'll see how that goes. I don't want to eat out too much more than necessary with the way things are. But if I run into a place that has one, maybe I'll try one. Now what we have here, now the backstory for this, I understand, well shucks. You have this collapsing building in the background. This is so atmospheric. Wow, got him with one hit. Now because their backs are turned, we could deal additional damage. That's the advantage of getting these back attacks in. Now they've all turned around, so I'm gonna be dealing normal damage to them all now. Now the next turn, Cloud's gonna get to use his limit break. Braver. Yeah, once we get through this road, perhaps I'll call the stream there. I otherwise would want to keep playing, but Wall Market is fun and you can really take your time and enjoy all of it, so I'm actually probably going to make an additional save file there, because depending on how you behave in Wall Market, it really affects the kind of reactions you can get from characters. So it's a lot of fun. So stay safe, Clackaboy, as you head out. I know sometimes you do listen to the stream via your app. Oh, you're bringing the stream along with me? Because I remember you were in, like, some warehouse club store shopping for TVs not too long ago, because you mentioned that before. Now look at this robotic hand. Now what this is a highway that they were building up above, and I guess there was some kind of accident and part of the plate collapsed. And that's what we're seeing down here, this highway, this robotic hand. And they do go into full... They really expand on these robotic hands when they made the remake. So we have to go down and around here. Yeah, all this construction equipment. And look at this. It's a giant house. It's a house. You're fighting a house. There's no explanation for this. You just fight a house that shoots bombs at you. And I know me and many people were like, what is this going to look like in the remake? And they do not disappoint. How they handled the Hell House in the remake, they 100% do not disappoint. They actually make it into a boss in the... Now look at this weird monster that's living inside this house now that's kind of revealed its true form. They don't quite deal with it like this. I think in this one it's a... I don't know if this is implied to be a monster, like a living creature, or... Oh, we've unlocked the cross slash. That's a Cloud's second limit break. The more you use the limit breaks, the more... the more... And it can... The cross slash, I believe, deals less damage than Braver, but it has the potential to freeze enemies temporarily, so... Yeah, you were in a warehouse club a couple of weeks ago, weren't you? And you were shopping for TVs while you were listening to the stream. Wasn't that what was going on? So, yeah. Yeah, just don't... Make sure you're paying enough attention to stay safe in the real world. But I enjoy being a part of your day to the point where you've gone and even carried the stream with you. Alright, we got him. No go. So we gotta cross up under... No, we went under there. Now we're going... I just want to check on them, make sure. Yeah, time to give Cloud a couple of potions. There we go. All healed up. Oh no, okay. I forgot where I'm supposed to be heading. Like, the scenery you have to make some sense out of this. Do I have to... Now, I'm not getting through in lightning speed, but this is a cool opportunity to level up. I'm probably going to grind levels off stream just to help increase the chances of, you know, our odds of survival, because we don't want to have to deal with a bunch of deaths and losing progress the next time you play. Now these guys deal a lot of damage, so we've already... I'm taking a lot of damage for... I am taking a lot of damage on Aerith's behalf because of the material I have equipped. What do I think the remake takes long to make? Well, just the sheer scale of it. Well, the scale of it alone just, I think, it explains a lot of it. I mean, when they first announced that Final Fantasy VII Remake was going to be a multi-part project with multiple games, I was like, okay, Midgar alone, they could expand to the point where it is a full-fledged game unto itself, and that's exactly what they did. Because for such an iconic location, we spend only like the first, like, 5%, if that, of the game in this city. And one thing I regretted, we really don't spend much time on top of the plate. The only time we spend on top of the plate is that brief section when we're going from the reactor #1 after we bombed it to the train station. And then again, and then we only get to see, like, the plate when we go to the top, of the Shinra building, which is kind of the Capitol building and just government facilities. It's not... We don't spend much time in the civilian sections of the plates to really see how normal people live. And so Okay, perfect time for... Because of Cloud being... because of Cloud having the cover material equipped with alt and going for... Ooh, and being Aerith's literal bodyguard in the battles, he's losing HP very quickly. Whereas normally it'd be spread between the two of them. So I want to build up Cloud to be able to take a lot more hit damage. Yeah, so just expanding the game so much, all the writing, all the artwork, and then plus I think they did hold off on the remake for a long time just because Square didn't feel like they needed the money yet. They knew the FF7 remake, when they were ready, they could just pull the lever on that and cash in at any time. And they finally decided the time was right. I mean, they waited this long. I feel like they might as well have just waited a bit longer and did it on from the ground up on PlayStation 5. But the game has to come out sooner or later, and I'm glad it came out when it did, because it was right when things were getting real crazy with the virus and people self-quarantining. So it was something nice for people to distract them from all the messed up stuff that's going on in the world. And, you know, and there's a line in the remake where someone, after the first reactor bombing, is like, oh, you know, everyone was panicking after the bombing, and, you know, all the stores are out of toilet paper. So I wonder if that's one of the last lines they recorded before the game went gold, and they just added that in to sort of, you know, tie in with current events a bit. Now, how am I supposed to get... Oh, okay. Is that... Okay. I can't even... That's the thing. With this mix of static background artwork and then some polygonal objects, because I think that beam there is a polygonal object. I can't quite tell what's in the background and foreground sometimes, which is why they have the little parakeet you can put over Cloud, and that also shows the entrances and exits, and I think certain items that can be interacted with. I'm going to use the healing magic here. There we go. I'm just gonna get through to the end here. Oh wow, we already made it to the playground. That I remember. I'm probably just remembering as a kid that just being a lot tougher. So, thanks. I guess this is goodbye. You're gonna be all right going home. Oh no, whatever will he do? Take her home or go on to Sector 7? Let's go on to Sector 7. Let's say take her home. Isn't that a little out of the way? Yeah, I guess so. Got a little fruit fly in here, excuse me. Can we take a break? I can't believe this is still here. I can't believe it's still here. And they expand on this a little bit, because they show, in Final Fantasy VII Remake, they show some scenes on top of the plate where the upper class lives, and they show some playgrounds with the same equipment, which implies that the Shinra government, this is kind of standard playground equipment that the Shinra government places throughout Midgar. This big cat-looking thing. You know what's something? Oh, Kalaka Boy, are you the one who liked Doraemon? Because I was shopping and I saw a kid with a Doraemon disease control mask, and I was kind of surprised by it because I didn't think they sold Doraemon merchandise outside of, like, you know, like hobby shops and anime, like Japanese import stores and things like that here. So somewhere in America, they're selling Doraemon disease control masks. So I don't know. Oh, I was first class. Just the same as him. The same as who? My first boyfriend. Were you serious? Do I have fruits in my room? No I don't. That's, yeah, I don't really... yeah, I don't have any fruits in here. That's an interesting question. I wasn't quite expecting that, but, why do you ask? Were you serious? No, but I liked him for a while. I probably knew him. What was his name? It doesn't really matter. Good thing you didn't actually say his name, because it probably would have triggered him and something crazy would have happened. It would have radically changed the outcome of the plot of this game, but... Yes, I must have them. Yeah, it seems to be made for really small children, But yeah, no, we have a chocobo, which is kind of used like a horse in this world, and the stagecoach, and they very greatly expand on the character that is driving the front of the chocobo, the coachman there. They expand on him significantly. But here, hey, back there, Tifa, and so I guess he has some kind of pass. I mean, in the context of the game, this is just to prevent us from walking straight into Sector 7, but in the context of the game, as for gameplay purposes, that wall is just to prevent us from going back to Sector 7 at this point, because it doesn't want us to yet. Oh yeah, there's a fruit fly, or a gnat. Yeah, it's more, I guess it really is only a fruit fly if they're going after fruit, huh? Like, so I guess it's a gnat is more technically accurate. Yeah, I did not connect that. I was just saying fruit fly as a species. I didn't connect that to actual fruit. So we saw Tifa on the back of that stagecoach, all dressed up pretty. We don't know where she's going. Well, I guess it's not really a stagecoach if it's local travel, because it really wouldn't be a multi-stage journey where they travel down a road and then go to an inn, and then travel down the next path. Is there a save point down here? Where's the save point? There's not one down here. I have to go ahead. If I could save right here, I would. And what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to save, and I still feel like streaming, so I'm going to maybe go back to Namco Arcade. Oh, here we go. We have the establishing shot of Wall Market. And there is a town in Pokemon Coliseum, Pyrite Town, that I swear it has to be inspired by this. The music, the scenery. But Aerith is like, this place is scary in a lot of ways, especially for a girl. So this is kind of a seedy red light district. This place is scary in a lot of ways, especially for a girl. So we've got to go find Tifa fast, because we saw the stagecoach come down here, and so we're just gonna save here. And next tomorrow at yeah, I think I set it for tomorrow at 4. So tomorrow at 4, we'll play Pac-Man for a half hour to an hour. I just want to look at my document. Yeah, tomorrow at 4, we'll play Pac-Man for a Pac-Man Championship Edition specifically, for maybe a half hour to an hour. And then we'll get into Final Fantasy VII the rest of the evening. We'll continue on with Wall Market, because I wanted to have all the time to really take my time and enjoy through this part of the game. Now, I'm probably going to go back off stream and grind this to get my levels up and to ensure our chances of survival with little minimal fuss. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up my test card. I'm going to change my message to say Namco Arcade Archives. Okay. I wish I could change scenes without having to switch the scenes, but we'll be back soon. Thanks for your patience. There we go. So I have that set up, and I guess I could go in now and change the category back to retro. Go to retro, and Namco Museum Archives, especially Pac-Man. And I'm going to give myself give it 11 minutes. And while I'm away, I'm going to switch my controller over back to... Let's move my microphone. I'm already getting started with my setup to go back to playing Namco Arcade Arcades, because I'm going to be using my arcade stick controller here, because this joystick is perfect for arcade games. I'm not big into fighting games at all. I don't care about them at all, but I just want to have some way to play arcade games more accurately. So I'm gonna go set that back up, take a stretch, and maybe we'll do another hour at least of hour 20, let's say, of Namco Museum archives. And so I will be back soon, and thanks for sticking with me. Oh, there we go. And I'll see you soon. Hello, and welcome back. Let's get right back into it. I've got the joystick ready, so there we go. Start the game. I have to turn this up a little. This is, I think, a bit louder. We're going to start with vanilla Pac-Man for NES. This is the NES version of Pac-Man. And I played... Okay, I actually have to press start. It's not one of those games where it says press start, but will respond just as... But the game starts anyway if you go ahead and press A, or B, or anything else. But and then these Namco Arcade NES games, you actually do have to press start. Now, I'm playing this on Namco Arcade Archive, so this is on an actual NES. But, oh, come on. Okay. I'm just not having the best luck with this controller. Well, with controlling the game in general, it seems to be more of a problem in this version of Pac-Man than it is when I'm playing... the other arcade games I've played with this. Now, I've played Galaxian, I've played Pac-Man, and yes, I did just straight up sacrifice a credit to hit my timer. I'm gonna play for another 90 minutes, and then I'll call the stream there. And this looks like it is on track to be my longest stream ever. I know there's nothing extraordinary about the length of the stream, but for me, I'm a novice. I only just really got getting started, so the idea of sitting down for this long doing this is kind of a new thing for me. But I'm getting better and better and more used to it, so I like it. We played, if you weren't here earlier, we played Final Fantasy VII. There we go. No, I lost my points there. There we go. Okay, that was close. Since we're not, actually, let me update this. I'm just gonna hide. Time till next game. We're gonna hide. And where's the timer at? Sorry, I should have done this. You see, I'm still new at this. I didn't think to do this while I was AFK. And we're gonna hide the timer, and we're gonna just stretch this out. Oh no, I didn't mean to increase the size. There we go. That's more like it. And we're not. Oh, I guess I didn't update this text. I really wasn't planning to come back to. Namco Archives today. So I have coming up next Final Fantasy VII. I don't want to disappoint anyone who comes in the stream. Yeah, I'm getting used to all these. I'll have to add that back in for tomorrow's stream now. But for now, that's good. And we'll get right back into it. There we go. Oh wait, it went away. Where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on. Where's my... Okay, I made it. Okay, I shouldn't have... Okay, there we go. Alright, that's what I did. I accidentally made it go away. There. Come on. Hey, that's good. There we go. Now we're rolling. Oh, I keep forgetting I actually do have to press start. Yeah, so Clockaboy, you're driving and your stream's coming out of your car speakers? Okay, cool. Just make sure you're just listening to me like a radio show and not actually, like watching the screen or anything crazy like that. But I actually did listen, one of Pete Door's horror streams, last November. I remember I ate lunch, I was watching it at, Panera Bread near me. Because occasionally I do go and get a vegetable soup in one of those bread bowls, or at least I used to, not nowadays. But I went and I was eating the soup and watching one of his horror streams. I think he was streaming some early horror game for the Xbox 360. And I don't remember what it was. It was set in New York, I think. And I was listening to him on the way back. Actually, the whatever Game Awards show it was, where they revealed the Xbox Series X, I was also listening to that. Well, I wasn't looking. I was just listening to the part where they revealed the Xbox Series X, and it was Pete's stream of it, his live reaction stream. And I remember just hearing it out of context, and I thought he was saying and when I heard, oh, Xbox Series X, and he's talking about it, and I thought, why would they release and announce a new version of the Xbox One when the new generation Xbox is due out within like a year or two, a year max anyway? And when I heard the name Xbox Series X, I thought they were saying Xbox. I thought my mind filled it in as Xbox One Series X. Like they made like an even more powerful version of the Xbox One X. And I didn't realize there was a next-gen system. So I actually got to experience full-blown the Wii U effect. And now, commercially, I don't think it's... I mean, in practice, it's not going to be as bad as like how the Wii U name confused anyone. It's going to confuse probably a lot of grandparents and people who aren't familiar with games, because even the name Xbox One was already a little misleading and silly, and ultimately had nothing to do with their vision, because they intended for it to be this all-in-one box for all your home entertainment. But now everyone has smart TVs, so you don't need a separate set-top box or set-side box. You know, it's funny, we still use the term set-top box when that whole term originally came from when you would put something like a cable box on top of... Oh, I was so close. I almost got the power pellet there. Oh, I got the high score. Now, I don't know if the high score resets every time you restart the game. Actually, it just occurred to me. I think the high score resets every time you restart the game. It doesn't save your high score. I guess I'm going to actually have to use the save file feature to have the game save my high score, which is annoying, because one thing they did do, even though the NES version didn't do this, when they made when they ported this and dumped it on the Game Boy cartridge for the Game Boy Advance NES Classic series, they did make it so that Pac-Man saved your high score, which the original cartridge probably didn't even do. So it's cool that they have it in here. Actually, and it just occurred to me, I used to play the NES ROM of Pac-Man a lot back on my first iBook laptop. And I forgot I did that, so I was already familiar with the NES version of this game. Even though I also had the Pac-Man arcade ROM, and the original, the authentic ROM is, I think, the one that says, that's called Pac-Man. But I just, I have a lot of arcade ROMs. I have about a dozen or so arcade ROMs of the few games I cared about back then that I have not touched since maybe 2005 or 6 at the latest. I'm not big into, I just kind of fell off of PC emulation. I was more interested in playing games on original hardware. Oh yeah, Book Off. Is that, I think they have that. I've been to that in New York City. Yeah, it's a cool store. Does the place you're in, do they have those little, like, book elevator, they're like dumbwaiter things, but just for books? Do they have those in the, at the place you're at? Because at the one in the city, they actually have, I keep saying the city, I mean New York City. The Book Off has actually, I think they have these, it's Book Off or someplace else that has these little elevators. They're like dumbwaiters, but just for books. Alright. And that's actually the first time and only time I've ever seen a dumbwaiter, because even houses that have them tend to have them sealed up. I mean, you have to have like a mansion or a really absurdly nice house to even have a dumbwaiter in the house. There we go. Alright. There. Oh, no. That was... I know, no Johns, but I'm blaming the controller on that one. I don't know. I'm just having... This happened also when I was using the Pro Controller. So I don't know what's going on with... Actually, I could. It just occurred to me. Oh, it's too late. It's too late. It just occurred to me that there's a rewind feature. Oh, there's a Japanese store nearby too? Okay. A Japanese market? For like food, for like buying like raw food ingredients and stuff like that, or just a general store? Okay. Now after this go, I'm going to switch to Pac-Man Championship Edition. Because that game was a blast, and it seemed to control much better. I had the same results here, just sort of iffy controls, both with the analog stick on the Pro Controller and using my fight stick, micro-switched joystick here. That's so funny, because it's called a fight stick. I never intended to use this in fighting games. I just wanted an arcade joystick, but now all arcade joysticks seem to be marketed towards fighting game players. I don't know if it's too loud, the clicking, but I know some people like specifically to hear that. It's like an ASMR thing, and ASMR basically meaning virtually anything you want it to be. Just being weird or whispering is considered ASMR. I remember very early on when it was a very specific thing, and now it just seems to be just any weird role-playing, acting-y thing. Oh, that was supposed to... Now I'm gonna... That was... How do I... Okay. Okay, it rewind. Did it rewind? The rewind feature actually work like I intended it to? That's the first time I tried to deliberately trigger it. And this joystick's a little confusing to use because the buttons are labeled like an Xbox controller, but they respond like a Switch controller. Because the Nintendo controllers is XABY, but the Saturn, well, the Dreamcast and the all the Xbox controllers are YBAX. So, and it's funny because I saw some complaint on a Nintendo board of someone saying, oh, Nintendo should, like, well, they weren't being really mean about it, but they were saying, oh, like, why does Nintendo have to have their buttons labeled, like, differently just to be different? Because, you know, standard controllers, it's labeled YBAX, but Nintendo labels theirs XABY. And I'm like, Nintendo invented that face button arrangement, and it's been labeled XABY since 1990 when the Super Famicom came out. So if anything, the Sega/Microsoft layout of YBAX is the non-standard one. But either way, yeah, it is can be a bit of a pain to go back and forth. And then the fact that there's the cross button on the PlayStation controller that is on a totally different spot from where the X is on either the Xbox or Nintendo controller. But we have enough of that. Let's switch to Championship Edition. There we go. Now I actually turned the sound up a little bit when I played this last time, because this actually has some pretty hype music. When I say turn the sound up, I mean for myself. Yeah, because I usually have my personal volume just barely above a whisper. But for this, I'm going to make an exception. I don't blast my music. I do want to try to take care of my hearing. Oh my gosh, I keep confusing the fruits with... Because the fruits do serve a different purpose, I keep conflating the fruits with power pellets. Alright. Yeah, the crazier, and the longer you go for, the crazier it gets. And the wilder the music becomes. I'm racking up... Oh my gosh, I was... Yeah, I got caught there. But there I feel like it was kind of my fault I got caught. I don't feel like the controls, like, messed with me. Oh boy. I'm just gonna... Oh, am I gonna... There we go. Oh no! I just turned the... This... I don't know why. I'm just not having good luck with these controls. And it is getting extremely fast. So... Oh my... After this, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna switch to the Pro Controller and see how that goes. Oh, that wasn't the controls, that was me. Let's see if I can score another one up before. Yeah, I got another one up. Oh my gosh. Okay. I have one more try. Yeah, this is wild how satisfying it is despite how quickly the game comes and goes, if that makes sense. Now, I just want to go into the menu real quick and just switch my my Pro Controller to Controller 1, so excuse me. Alright, that wasn't so bad. I have it cropped to 4:3 for the sake of the game. Let's see how it feels. Let's see how this feels with the D-pad or with the analog stick on the Pro Controller. I like how it still automatically fills in my name. Alright, let's go. Alright. This is the first time playing this with a... This is my first time, I think, playing this with a D-pad. It doesn't... Yeah, I got all 4 of them. Got 3... Now what I'm also encouraged to do as I play is to find a route that'll let me grab as many dots in succession as possible, because what it seems like is going on is the longer I can keep eating dots uninterrupted, the more credit I'll get for the points. Oh yeah! Now you like me now. That was fun. Ooh, that was just not having fast enough reflexes. Yeah, this is good with the D-pad. I like it. Oh my gosh. That was just me messing around, testing with turning corners. Oh yeah, this is a great game. Now, if there was some kind of percentile ranking for this on the online leaderboard, that would be cool. Because in terms... Oh, there I go messing with the fruits as though they're power pellets again. But Yeah, in terms of top players, I don't think I'd ever really be able to get in a top player. But it would be fun to try to increase my percentile ranking if such a thing were collected, where it's like I'm being compared to how many players I've gotten a better score than. That would be a fun way to. Alright. And this music is hype, of course. I mentioned that last time. Now, apparently what you're seeing here could actually run on a real NES. If, I mean, it would be absolutely pushing the limits of the system, but geez. Because this NES demake of this game was originally intended to be... Oh my gosh. Now, it feels good with the D-pad. I don't feel like I'm losing out on properly controlling the game. And I really feel like I'm having better results. I feel like I have more control over what's going on. Oh my gosh. Couldn't scare Inky away fast enough. Oh! I was hoping for Blinky to stay in the ghost house just a little longer. But yeah, as you see... Oh! I was just hoping to be able to just, by the very edge of the pixel, be able to get out of there faster than Blinky could get out of the ghost house. Okay. Oh! Now I'm just being clumsy. I need to stop that. At least I'm right next to the fruit, so, or the bonus item. Yeah, they call the bonus items fruit in this, even when they're keys and stuff like that. They talked about, and bells. And cups of coffee. I mean, this is a game I've been waiting to play since 2005 or whenever it was that this came out, so it's just great being able to finally play it. Oh yeah, I can't believe, if I just saw this game out of context, I mean, if I just saw this game, because I never really looked much at it, I just knew about Pac-Man Championship Edition, I really didn't know the mechanics of it or how it worked, I would have been like, that game is so fast, I can never have fun playing it. It looks too difficult. Oh wow, I'm actually going to I never actually got to the end of the time limit, because I know there is some sort of time limit associated with this game. So for the first time ever, I actually survived to the end of the game. This has to be my highest score, I bet. Yep, first place. You know what I like? You know, I just realized. Yeah. Achievement unlocked, eat the key. I guess. Achievement unlocked, normal mode finish. Alright. Yeah, I feel really... It feels better. I enjoy playing with the joystick, but this is just better with the D-pad. Oh, I did not mean to... I just accidentally went up. I can only blame that on myself. I keep going back for those last couple of dots like it matters in the sense of clearing the maze, and that's not what I'm really trying to do in this version, or what the player should be trying to do to get the highest score. Oh, this is such a cool game. Yeah, I did not expect to be having this kind of fun. I mean, I expected to like it. I did not expect to be having a blast like this. Oh, they need... I mean... And the thing is, I like... The NES graphics make me like it even more. Because it feels even closer to, like, the original spirit of Pac-Man, as it were. I just wish they put the extra lives thing up on the top scoreboard. I don't like the way it sort of is slightly superimposed over the game board at the bottom. It's over the play field, I guess, rather. Alright. Ooh, yeah, I got some high speed there. I was on fire for a minute. Oh, that was just me not having the fast enough reflexes to do what I... My fingers weren't... My brain was out... Oh, gosh. My brain was outpacing my fingers there. Alright. Yeah, this first. I mean, this is the first scrolling Pac-Man game I really played. I mean, Pac-Man. No, Junior Pac-Man's kind of infamous for the scrolling mazes, but here I think it's really. I believe the HD, like the actual original version of this, didn't have scrolling, but here it's scrolling to be true to the 4x3 format of NES games. Oh. And that's just being clumsy. Hiya. There we go. Man, this is just too much fun. Oh, okay. I should have been paying more attention there. But I just love how quickly it just throws you right back into the action. It doesn't like linger, and you have to reloads the board and all that. No, it just sends you straight back in. Like, but I'm gonna try to play some other games after this because a lot of these games on here I never even actually played before. There we go. Oh, okay, then I was trying to actually go back up, but I already... Yeah, it's amazing. Got a one up there. There we go. Well, actually, I'm going to survive to the end of the match again. Oh, got that last ghost eaten, right? Let's see if I beat my high score from last time. And one way or another, I'm definitely going to, oh, got into second place. So I'm gonna go back. Okay, let's go. Back to the main menu. Let's choose another game. Let's play. I have no idea what Dragon Spirit is. I genuinely have no clue what this... Okay, I see it. It's gonna be a top-down shooter. Alright. The fantasy shooting game makes a comeback after a legendary battle. A new enemy threatens the once peaceful kingdom, the evil Galda. have no clue if this game even came out in North America or not. Let's see what this is like. Oh. I need to turn up the music a little bit for this. Okay, this is reminding me of King's Knight, which makes me a little afraid already. No, it's not. Okay, that's actually a barrier. That... I'm not... Okay. Father, Lace jumped out of bed and said he defeated Zwal. Just then... What is happening? I have no idea what's happening now. Ha ha ha. I am the evil Master Gelda. I will take Iris as my victim. I was not expecting lore like this. Son of the hero Amru, take me and be the gold dragon and go fight the evil Master Gelda. Okay, so this is some kid that transforms into the dragon after... Oh. Okay. I got a game over? Okay, for a second I thought when I died in the game that it launched me back, that it was a dream? Okay, let's see what... I don't remember this happening before. Okay, now I see that happening. Area 1, the Paleozoic area, Rest 2. What was that before? What was I even playing before? This looks totally different. Okay, I'm actually playing the game this time. This time I just felt like I had... Okay, so I could shoot... It's like that other game where, what? That other game where you could drop bombs or... Okay, that was very strange. Oh, I have limited ammo. Okay. This music is cool. Who's shooting all these fireballs that are coming at me? Okay, those are refilling my ammo? Those icons? I thought it was unlocking new weapons, but... Okay. Is that an egg? Oh. Okay, I thought that was an egg on the ground there. Oh, that's cool. I could attack the enemies before they swoop up to get me. But unlike that other game, you don't have any kind of targeting reticule to accurately attack whatever's coming at you from the ground. Or accurately predict. Oh, the feathers or whatever flies off of them can damage you. Area 1, the Paleozoic era, Rest 1. Okay. Oh, so you start back from the beginning of the stage when you do... Oh, he has 2 heads now. So, like, what is that? I mean, this was a human that transformed into this dragon, so is that... Oh, okay. I'm not at the beginning of the stage. This is... Now he has 1 head again, but he's shooting 3 bullets. So, like, if a person who has 1 head up, you know... If they turn into a dragon with 2 heads, they both have the same thoughts and personality as the person that originally transformed into them? Or is it like their left and right brain both get a head? Or... I don't know. Thinking way too much. I honestly never heard of this game. I never heard of this game before, so it's cool discovering this in real time. I just don't know what was going on at the beginning, where I was playing the game for a moment, which looked like it was... Was that an intro stage or something? That was really weird. I lost my weapons, I think. Look at those Godzilla-looking things down there. Okay, I got some... I don't know if some things are ammo and... Oh, shucks. I think it's easier just to shoot these guys, oh gosh, before they hit you. Or do I have a... Oh, it's the boss, I think. Yeah, it's definitely a boss. Oh my gosh. Oh, doggone. Am I supposed to be bombing? I'm not even sure if I was damaging him. Rest 0, so... So is this the beginning of the stage? I can't even tell. I guess if the more I die and try again, I guess I'll get more of a sense of whether or not I'm going back to the beat. No, because these guys, there's like a mid-level checkpoint or something, because these guys definitely weren't at the beginning of the stage. Yeah, I forgot, what was this called? Dragon King? Like, I don't even remember what this game is called, but it's definitely cool. And I have a feeling this didn't come to the US, because I feel like if this came to the US, it would have been more widely talked about. Oh, shoot. Oh, so I have bombs that can destroy a large target, or have like an earthquake like area of effect kind of thing going on. These guys I have to drop bombs on them. Now I'm getting some slowdown when the feathers start flying off of those. I think I have a health bar in this. I think that's what's going on. I'm guessing these... Okay, we're back up to the boss again. But I only... But my health is so low. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I got him. We're actually going to get to the stage 2, I think, unless that was just a mini-boss. Yeah, this is definitely the end of the stage. Oh, more lore. Wow. I'm a maid of Arlia. I was caught by the monster of darkness. I'm not used to shooters having this much story to them, which is really neat. My friends are also prisoners. Please help them and bring back the light again. Area 3. Wasn't that Area 1 before? Does my score determine how I progress through the stages? I don't even know what's going on here. Okay. When those things open up, they look like the ship. They look like Oopa Oopa from Fantasy Zone, which is a game I plan on playing on stream here. Oh gosh. Game over. It's a pity you're dead. I have to screenshot that. It's a pity you're dead. Now, I'm gonna let the screen sit here for a minute. Well, I at least got the high score. I don't know if there's a default high score programmed into this game. Dragon Spirit, the new legend. Time went by. The abominable incident by Zwal was fading away from the people's memory. I'm guessing this is a sequel to something else, or else this doesn't make much sense. But the monsters of darkness were not dead. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to restart. How do I? Okay. Game reset. I'm gonna reset the entire game. I think I did it. Did I do it right? Okay. Start and continue? There's a save feature? I'm gonna let it sit on the title screen for a second, see if I get any sort of... Okay, I'm gonna let it go through here, because I really don't know what's going on, but I like it. I like this game. It's cool. Time went by. The abominable incident by Zwal was fading away from the people's memory. But the monsters of darkness were not dead. Their growing power was ready to cover the earth again. I don't want to press anything and accidentally skip this. Now the new dragon legend is ready to begin. I'm guessing this is a sequel to an earlier game because they're talking about... Okay, now we just have an attract mode. Oh, you go underwater at some point? Okay. So I press... I'm going to start. Now let's see what... Dragon Spirit. But it doesn't say Dragon Spirit. The hero Armu, disguised as a blue dragon, is finally about to fight... Okay, this is explaining what happened before. The dragon Armu is disguised as a blue dragon, is about to fight the evil... Oh, this is a playable intro. That is so cool. That is so cool. Okay, that's what was happening. I'm guessing this is going to end up being the last stage of the game, and it's intended to be too hard for you to get that far in this. Okay. Yeah, I had no idea what was happening before. I'm guessing this is an unwinnable boss fight. Yeah, I can't damage him at all. Oh, I can. I have to read up on this game. This is definitely really cool. I've never seen this much. I mean, mind you, I'm not that well versed in my shooters. And one thing I was looking forward to with these broadcasts is just learning about all these different games that I've never played and might have never heard of. I would have loved this game if I'd found this back on Surf Avenue, you know, back where I used to, when I first had an NES back in 2000, I was getting my games from these flea markets on Surf Avenue in Coney Island. And oh, I beat him. I don't know who that was. Was that the... Armu and Arsha married and had twins. Armu became ill from his battle with Swal. Yeah, this is, I think, the most in-game lore I've ever seen in a shooter. The twins were named Lace and Iris. Meanwhile, Galda started conquering the Earth. I saw this game, I thought, I'll play this for 5 minutes. I'm probably not gonna... Galda took Iris away as his victim. Lace took the sword which his father left to slay Galda. But... Blue Dragon, press start. Didn't before it say Gold Dragon? Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here. Now, before it said, didn't it say that the father got sick from his battle with... So does using the sword to transform into a dragon, like, curse you or cause you to become ill later or something like that? I mean, this is not a game you need any kind of story for it to be a great game. But them adding the story is... This is really cool. I'm very sure I would have heard of this before if this game came out in North America. I'm very sure this has to be a Famicom exclusive. And I've never heard of this game. Like, even buying this game, I saw it, the name did nothing for me. It just sort of went in one ear and out the other. And I really didn't even notice it on here until I was looking at the menu just now, looking for just some other game to play other than Pac-Man Championship Edition, because I could play that game for an entire stream. 6.5 hours I've been streaming. This is definitely one of the longest stream I've ever done. Okay. Yeah, I want to do a review on this game for YouTube. This is such a cool game. I'll see how far I can get. Now I like games like this. I'm generally not that good at them and don't get very far, but this is such a neat game. The fact that they went and put in all this lore and story, they didn't need to. They could have just had this, and that would be the end of it, and that would have been great. Oh, I died. Shucks. Area 1, the Paleozoic era. Okay. So I'm guessing as I get better. I don't know. Tomorrow I might have to do a half hour of this, then a half hour of Pac-Man, and then I'll get into Final Fantasy VII. Because oh, I lost my little options there, if that's what those are called. I know there's so much terminology in these shooters that I'm not really that familiar with. Yeah, so I think that's a life. I'll have to read up after this run is over. I'm gonna read up on the instructions. Actually, no, I won't do that on stream because my stream is set up for in 4x3. Oh man. What are those, stingrays? Or like horseshoe crabs or something? And those things down there, those so look like Godzillas. And Godzilla isn't a word I'm used to using in the plural form, but... Oh, so the... You know, I remember... Okay, so now he has two heads. Okay, I think we're halfway through the stage at this point. Now we're back to one head, but it could shoot 3 fireballs. Now I want to do is get... Now do I just... Now, is my best bet to try to actually shoot these guys out, or to try to avoid their fireballs? Oh, I got hit. What a shame. Okay, so the second upgrade is when you have the 2 heads. And the third, if I can manage to get a third power-up before the boss coming up, is you get... Okay. Oh no. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, we made it to the boss with our power-ups. This is the first time I made it to the boss with power-ups, so... Yeah, with the power-ups, I was able to take him out a lot quicker. Oh man, I did not think I'd have this much fun playing this game. Dragon Spirit, was this called? Now, I'm a maid of Arlia. Okay, I could speed up the... I was caught by the monster of darkness. I was afraid I'd accidentally skip all the text or something. My friends are also prisoners. They'll be helpful to you if they turn up. So maybe they're like the Centurions in Kid Icarus. Okay, now this is a different... Before it sent me to stage 3, the jungle. Now it's sending me to stage 2. So maybe how I do during that intro part will determine which stages I play. So are they kind of semi-branching paths? That is so cool. Got him. I'm afraid to run into the lava just on instinct, because normally in games running into lava is bad. So, okay. So I'm guessing that thing on the lower left is a life meter. Oh shucks. Well, or each of my power-ups a life meter? I don't know. Or my power-up... Oh, I see the volcano. Its plume hit me because I'm up high. Alright, I'm still trying to... I'm figuring this out slowly but surely. After this, I'm actually going to... Okay. I'm getting a lot of power-ups already. Oh, am I invincible temporarily? Is that what's going on? You know, so I have to watch those volcanoes and make sure they aren't shooting plumes of lava into the sky. Okay. Alright, there we go. We want to avoid those. Got the Godzilla there. And they're very lenient with the Godzillas. After they reach the 50% mark on the screen, they don't shoot fireballs anymore. Which is really... Which, fairness is not something I typically really associate with these old shooter-ups, especially Japanese-only games on the NES. Oh, this is further than we've ever gotten before. So, I think. So... Am I up to the boss already? Oh no, no way. Okay, so those are scary, but I can actually shoot those out. Whew. Fortunately, when you shoot them, the resulting fireballs don't deal additional damage, or do they? I'm not sure what just happened there. Oh, darn, I almost got the power up there. I have no more lives in this, so... Game over. Defeated by the Dark Power. Died in Area 2. That's different from what it said last time. Before it said last time, sad you were die, too bad you died or something like that. Continue. What does continue do? Area 2 Volcano Rest 2. I did not expect this to be such an intriguing game. And I never would have played this. I would have worked the rest of my life without playing this if I was not streaming. Because normally playing video games is the last thing I do with my free time, even though I care so much about them. The problem with me is I'm really not bored, but being able to just raise awareness of games that people may not know about is something I was so interested in, and that's why I wanted to start streaming. Because I know I had at least one person watching the Final Fantasy VII stream who never played Final Fantasy VII or knows anything about that, or even about role-playing games in general. So that was really cool, being able to do that for that person that was in chat that wasn't familiar with the Final Fantasy VII. Okay, this is... Okay, getting a lot of power-ups from these guys. Or did I? Did I get powered back down? Is this a single shot, but it's just more powerful? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna watch carefully for which direction they're coming from. Before I was focusing more on trying to shoot them. Now I'm just going to change... Yeah, I'm back to my doggone pea shooter. I'm just looking for flashing enemies. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, I almost got a power up there. Okay. Yeah, I almost got the power up there, but... Yeah, I did not expect a cool game like this. This is a neato game. I mean, that's a weird thing. Like, why would holding a sword turn you into a dragon? I mean, unless the dragon... I mean, the dragon isn't holding the sword, so... I don't know. Like, what's the point of having something that you could only hold in human form, when if its main magic is when you hold it, it turns you into something that doesn't need to use the sword to fight anyway? Oh, shucks. Okay, I'll get the feel for those. Now, here's where they start throwing fireballs and those dumb those dumb lava bird things at me. Fireballs. Oh, no! I almost got to where I was before. Yeah, when I get to there, that's when I start falling apart. So let's see if I can get further than that. I could do individual streams for both Pac-Man Championship Edition and this, so... But I do want to move on to some... There are too many games I want to play. There are just too many games I want to play, and I'm having a blast. This is, I think at this point, the longest stream I've ever done since my very first stream. So I'm really enjoying myself. I'm glad, I'm just so thankful to have you guys, you know, enjoying this with me. Okay. But after... Yeah, but in another 40 minutes, it will be one time to go. I do need to get on with my day. Actually, 6:30. Yeah. Okay, I'm in the zone because I'm thinking about what I'm going to do once I'm done streaming. Am I almost up to the boss? Yes, I made it to the boss. Oh my gosh. Ooh, this is scary. Ooh, nice. Ooh. He's gonna reform. Oh my gosh. No, no, no. Oh, now he has 2 heads. Oh, nice smooth. It makes you need to do nice smooth move. I got him. I got him. Or not. Oh. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Got him on that 3rd cycle. This is definitely my high score. I've never gotten this far before. Oh, who's this? Stronger enemies are coming now. Heal your wounds and prepare for battle. Are you Heat Miser's little sister? Who are you? Now we're up to the jungle. Before we skip the jungle, we're shooting 3 fireballs. This is... But you're shooting them straight ahead because there's another... Oh, shucks. Okay, we got downgraded. We took the hit there. Okay, I don't think we've even gotten this far before. Those dragonflies look like airplanes. Rest. Game over. Defeated by the Dark Power. Died in Area 3. Well, let us continue. Continue. Let's start. I want to start and see if... And maybe dot... Let's die early on and see what happens. I'm gonna die on purpose. There we go. So now let's... Father! Lace jumped out of bed. This is what happened before. And said he defeated Zwal. So... If I die, I'm the evil Master Galda. I will take Iris as my victim. So if I play through the game, then it gives me depending on if I, Son of the Hero Armu, take me and be the Gold Dragon and go fight the evil Master Galda. Gold Dragon, because before it said Blue Dragon, now it says Gold Dragon. Press start. So, depending on how I do in the intro stage, it's going to give me a different scenario in terms of what the storyline for the game is. Area 1, the Paleozoic Era, Rest 1. Yeah, we'll see how far we get. If I get a game over... I'm just going to go back to Pac-Man Championship Edition for another half hour, and we'll see how it goes. Let's play it by ear from there. So do I have infinite ammo. Do I? Do I have infinite ammo? I'm not sure. I'll have to see what information I can find out about this game and how it works. I mean, it's been fun figuring out this much, having no idea what's going on. Because having no idea what I was getting into was like a huge percentage of the fun of this, but... Okay. Yeah, those ones, if you can shoot them on the ground, then they won't jump up and... Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, you're back from your errand? Bubble milk tea and popcorn chicken with sweet and sour sauce. Is that... You talked about popcorn chicken last. Is that one of your faves? Is that one of your faves? The popcorn chicken? was actually thinking about getting carside pickup from Applebee's after this, because I haven't done that in a long time. I mean, I haven't dined in. Even when the dining rooms are open again, I don't think it's really time. It's not. I'm no way I'm dining in at Applebee's right now. I'm just gonna just put in a nice tip, put in the order online, and just drive up, get it, and keep moving, and just bring it on home. I'm weird with Applebee's. I like their. I don't know. I just have a lot of nostalgia for their food, but I don't like their food that much. But every so often, I guess whatever brain parasite I have wants Applebee's, so I just want to go get it, and then I get it, and it's like, well, this is exactly what I thought it was, and it's not that great, but I enjoyed it a lot. It's really strange. That works. And that's because I haven't gone anywhere other than a place that either offers drive-through or they'll bring it to your car, and you could keep going, and where you could pay in advance without having to exchange hands or hand over a payment card. I got distracted there for a second. So what happens if I die here? Let's see what happens. I'm gonna deliberately. Okay, let's see what happens if. I'm gonna look at those two gauges on the lower left, see what happens. Oh, so I have a life bar. Those are life tanks. And let's see what it says. Game over. It's a pity you're dead. So it gives me a different game over screen, seemingly based on how I do in Dragon Spirit. This is a game I'm glad I played. I wouldn't want the rest of my life without playing this if it were not for this stream. Oh, I did. Okay, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to. Is it the bumper? Okay, there we go. That's what we want to have happen. Dragon Spirit. What a cool game. Dragon Buster? Is Dragon Buster like a prequel? 1987? Let's see if what okay, this is definitely bust a dragon for the woman you love, the highest honor given only to the true hero. Yeah, we'll save that for late. This looks like a side-scrolling platformer or something. Oh, this looks like it isn't that good, but it looks like it could be fun anyway. This looks like kind of like something that should have been an earlier NES game, frankly. Actually, let's play Pac-Man. I'm gonna play Pac-Man. One round of Pac-Man, then one go with Pac-Man Championship Edition, and then I'm gonna call the stream there. Because we're closing in on 7 hours of gameplay time, and I've never streamed that long before. I think since my first stream, this may be the longest stream I've ever had. I did not think I'd be streaming this long, considering I've been live since 2. Okay. Yeah, this is fine with the D-pad. Or, I don't know, it's just something about it just doesn't quite feel right. Because I've been playing this game on emulator, and then I played it on Game Boy Advance, this version of Pac-Man. I just never felt... It never felt so unresponsive. I don't know if it's the emulator they're using here, or if I'm just so used to more faithful versions of Pac-Man of the original Pac-Man, that I'm just not used to how to time my movements properly. There we go. Alright. Okay. Got the cherry. Oh, okay. Because well, from what I heard, they like reopened a lot of stuff for a while, but then the disease started spreading again. So then they just had to undo it and start shutting things back up. In terms of indoor dining and things like that. Okay. So where do you got your bubble tea and your popcorn chicken? Did you get the bubble tea and the popcorn chicken from the same place, Clackaboy, or were they from different places and that's just your favorite, like, pairing, and so you just go and get the one from one place and the next from the other, and keep moving. Okay. This feels so slow now that I'm used to Pac-Man Championship Edition. But it's fun just to get a sense of a more traditional Pac-Man experience. And then move on to the craziness of Championship Edition. Oh, shucks. I should have saw that coming. Alright. Just wait. Hiya. I like how they still leave the ghost house even when it's very clearly... Yeah, this is the longest stream I've ever done. Usually it's like 3, maybe 4 hours tops. And plus, that had a lot to do with me trying to end the stream before stupid things could happen with my internet connection or the wiring in the house or something silly like that. But now that I have this new modem, the results are showing. I'm streaming 6 hours without a single dropped frame. That never would have happened before. Or maybe if I just, you know, sacrificed a calf and prayed real hard, maybe I'd get maybe 5 hours, 4 hours in without dropped frames. But where I was yesterday right now as compared to today in terms of, like, I mean, this is my 20th stream. Technically, theoretically, it's the 19th I've actually done, because yesterday's stream, really, I actually canceled before the gameplay started. But it's, I number them in terms of streams planned rather than streams that actually took place. Oh, okay. So is this the same place that you're getting the popcorn chicken from as the, well, your bubble tea? Same place, is that the same place that you got the popcorn chicken from? Shucks, if that was a pixel, further quicker, I would have been able to get the power pellet and eat him. But I'll take what I can get, because I'm having a blast, so I really don't mind. I'm not going for a high score or anything, so I'm not too worried about. Yeah, I might as well eat that last stock, because there's no chance I'm going to be able to get to the ghost in time to eat him and get a few more points. I just like to take out this bottom row first, because it's just such a... You can get pincered in from so many different directions. Now, Inky, you could count on him to double back, so I'm not so worried about it. And this little tube right here... Oh, yeah, I was definitely going to... most bubble tea places. See, I'm not even familiar with bubble tea places. So it's kind of... So, it's not really... Is it more that places offer bubble tea? Like, a place will happen to offer bubble tea? Or is a place like, oh, that's a bubble tea place, and then they have other, like, food and refreshments to go with it? Because I don't know much about bubble tea culture or anything, because... Like, I know I could tell you about creperies a little bit, but it's like, I don't... It's funny how certain foods always will have those certain other things that will traditionally be eaten with it. So a stand that offers one thing will often sell those other things as well. Let's see how far I can get. I'm gonna put this in a save file. I'm gonna save when I lose here. I'm gonna do a save file, because this definitely does not seemingly. I mean, you only have so little time to try and eat the ghost before they start flashing. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, the tunnel saved me there. Okay, this is not the direction I plan to take, but my finger kind of slipped on the D-pad, which... Got it. Yeah. Come on over. There we go. Gotcha. Can I... No, sometimes my finger just slips on the D-pad. Oh my gosh. Oh, hey. I could have... If I was a little... Okay. Now, what I want to do is... No. Okay, it's the ZL, and then the L bumper is to to rewind, and then the L trigger brings up. Okay, I'm gonna save. Okay, save. Alright. Play state to data 1. It's taking a... Oh, I didn't realize I had to confirm there. I was wondering why it was taking so long. Alright. For the road, we're gonna have one run at Pac-Man Championship Edition, and that'll be the stream. Alright. Alright. Now, if I don't do that great, I might extend it and be like, okay, just one more until I could make it all the way to the end of the time. But I'm getting good at this. Well, now that I'm not using the joystick, as authentic as that would be to a more realistic arcade experience, I'm just playing a lot better with the D-pad. So this is... Oh, man, this is so much fun. I am... Doggone gnats. Oh, my... Oh, I thought Blinky was going to come back and get me, so I took my chance going down. This freaking gnat is in my face. I'm probably going to accidentally inhale him, which I do not want to do. Oh. Now, I was too busy... Now I was just being distracted by the fly. Okay. Oh! That was just being clumsy. So we'll... Is this game on the Switch? I'm playing this on the Switch. I'm playing it on my Switch right here. Yeah, this game is on the Switch. It includes a number... Well, when we come out of... When we finish, I'll show you which games are on here, Clackaboy. And... Actually, this game actually originally came out on the Xbox 360, and as a Pac-Man fan, I really wanted to play Pac-Man Championship Edition for the longest time. I didn't really know much about it. I just saw some screenshots and knew it looked cool. But I never had a system that it was available on before, because it never really came out on the Nintendo systems. And it's not that... I mean, in the generation before PS3 and Wii and Xbox 360... I actually owned all three systems. I'm not Nintendo-centric, but I wasn't like a Nintendo fanboy where I didn't want to play the other systems. The main reason I didn't play the other systems is because, or own them, is because, well, one, I didn't have an HD TV at the time, so I really couldn't get the benefits of the graphics. And then on top of that, when it came down to most of the game... in that generation, there were fewer platformers coming out, and most of the platformers that were coming out were on Nintendo anyway. And plus, at that point, I was out of high school, I was having more responsibilities, and had less time to play games, so I only have time I have less disposable income, no more allowance money, and I only have time and money to support one system. And most of the games I like to play, I love so many platformers on PlayStation 2, and they really kind of slowed down significantly in the next generation, except for on Nintendo. So that's when that's why I ended up kind of slowing down on the other systems at the time. But that's why I never had a system that could play Pac-Man Championship Edition. And the same thing kind of goes for the following generation with PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. And so I just got the system that they're the most games I was interested in. It's not a matter of loyalty to Nintendo or anything like that. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, oh no. Oh my gosh. I had a clear way out and I goofed. But yeah, this game is on the Switch, and this is a unique version. I think PlayStation 4 has this version as well. But this is like an NES demake, because the original version of this actually used high-res HD visuals, whereas here we're going back to the pixel art style of the NES. Oh gosh, that's my brain thinking quicker than my thumb. Oh, I almost got to the end. I'm very sure, because this is time. So if you don't die long enough, the game will end automatically. I got third place, not bad. Okay. Let's go to the main menu. I'll show you what games are on this compilation. It is called Namco Museum Archives Volume 1. We have Galaxian, which is the game that came before Galaga. Galaga is the sequel to this. Then we have NES Pac-Man. These are all NES games. Xevius, which is a less... Look at this. This is kind of the forerunner to that Dragon game I was playing before. It's much less sophisticated. It came much earlier on. This came out in 1984. Mappy, which I never liked that much, but I'll give it another chance on stream. Then Dig Dug, which I never really liked a whole lot. I don't dislike it. The thing what they do with the music, where there's only music as you're moving, is cool. Tower of Duraga, I've heard a lot about it. I heard it's kind of a dungeon crawler. Look at, oh, here we go. Looks like a maze game, sort of with some fantasy elements. Oh, enjoy. Sky Kid, which reminds me a lot of Nintendo Sky Skipper. I don't know how similar it is, but... Then we have Dragon Buster, which looks like some kind of... Yeah, it looks like some game where you're just fighting a fighting game where you fight against a dragon. Then Dragon Spirit, the new legend, where you are the dragon. And... this, I don't know what this is. Oh, okay. You know what this is? This is a spin-off of... What's it called? This is a spin-off of Splatterhouse, which I never played before, I just know about it. It looks like a chibi, cartoony take on Splatterhouse, and Splatterhouse being one of those early games that really sort of played up on the gore and blood and guts factor. So we have this cutesy version that was released on Famicom, apparently. And then we have back to Pac-Man Championship Edition. Now, for the sake of you and your popcorn chicken Calaca-boy, why don't we give Pac-Man Championship Edition another go? And I'll play till 9. I'll play till 9 rolls around. Or until you finish eating. Yeah, give this another go so you have something to watch and enjoy as you eat your popcorn chicken. Honestly, I'm so flat. My heart is warmed by the way... Because I just think of the time I spend where, like, oh, my favorite YouTube videos I like to watch. I remember, like, watching, like, when Angry Video Game Nerd video came out, I'd put in my favorite food and, you know, or go get some Taco Bell and watch it. Or just how certain streamers, you know, you just have your lunch whenever they're on. I plan to stream all of these because I paid for all of them anyway, so I might as well. I plan to have more of a variety night focusing only on just this one compilation. Now, there's a Volume 2 of this that's already out. It launched the same day as Volume 1. And on that one, the only game I'm really significantly interested in, I think Galaga is on there, the NES version of Galaga. These are all NES versions. None of them are the arcade ROMs. These are all NES versions. Except for this. This is a modern NES game that they made, an NES remake of Pac-Man Championship Edition. But one thing that's cool is they have on Volume 2, they have, what is it called? Quinty. And Quinty is the first game ever to be developed by Game Freak. It was Game Freak's very first game on the Famicom. It was localized and it was released by a different publisher in North America as Mendel Palace. And they never released that game. They released Mendel Palace for NES, but it never came out on the Virtual Console or any download services. So I was really shocked because I didn't realize that Namco owned the rights. They originally published this game in Japan. So when they released, when they made this compilation of all these Namco games that Namco published in the 80s and 90s, they included Quinty on there, which makes it the first time that we got the Japanese titled version of, you know, from Quinty, whereas America was called Mendel Palace when it released on NES. And it's the first time it's been available for purchase. This is the first time, to my knowledge, that Mendel Palace and or Quinty has been available for purchase since the original cartridge release. So that's really cool. To play Game Freak's first game. And I do have this game on NES. And one cool thing about it is that it's kind of an arcade game. It has some very slight puzzle elements where you're sliding cards to beat the enemies and to mash them and to force them towards the end of the other side of the stage, because when you mash the enemies against the wall, that's how you defeat them. So it's kind of a single screen kind of puzzle game. but there is a beginning and end to it with a certain number of stages. And one cool thing, and that's coming from the standpoint of, you can kind of see how they're maybe at that point thinking a bit like how a gamer would play, is that you can play the stages in any order, which means you can practice on the later stages that are harder and that you really need more practice on, and then beat the later stages that you're already good at. Or you can play the game in its actual in its intended format, where the stages progress gradually in difficulty. And boy, am I on a roll here. Got you? Got you? Yeah, I'm eating all these ghosts up. Okay. Yeah, they cornered me there, but I have 7 lives at this point. So maybe next week, well, I do have final... You know what? Maybe that first night next week, at 10 o'clock on Monday, I'll do a variety stream of this, of all the games on this compilation. And then on... Oh, shucks. I was only a pixel off from actually getting to the pellet before the ghost... Oh, shucks. I was trying to wait until... Yeah, I watched a couple of online videos about monster parties, and one thing I remember is that there was a game that someone made an RPG Maker. I think his name was Crispin Boyer. It was Crispin something, maybe Crispin Boyer. He was with EGM in the 90s, and he made a game with RPG Maker on the PlayStation called Monster Parties. And he wanted to actually review the game as part of EGM, but to do that, to follow magazine policy, they had to submit it to the ESRB, and the ESRB gave his RPG Maker game an adults-only rating, and because of that, they weren't able to review it as on the magazine. So, I mean, why would you review an RPG Maker PlayStation game? There's no way anyone can play those games unless you trade it on a memory card or something like that, or unless you go to the person who, like, and play it on their PlayStation, because it's not like RPG Maker 2000 where games can be distributed online or something like that. Oh, okay. Okay, first I got confused when I thought it was like a countdown. Okay, get my last few points in. Come on. Oh. Okay. One more time, and then that's it. We're just one more, because we're almost at 9 o'clock anyway. We've reached 7 hours streaming. Technically, I started at 2. I go live 10 minutes before I actually appear on camera to give people time to fill in and let the alerts go out and let people see them and everything. But since you're eating and since you've been such, I'm gonna go ahead and finish. Play this one more time, just one more go. See if we can clear our old high score. And then after that, that's it for tonight, and I'll go and see if... I don't know if Applebee's is open normal hours. If they close early, then good for the people who work there that don't have to stay out late. But if they are open, I'm going to order some car-side pickup and order online so I don't have to have them or me handle money or a payment card. Of course, will be wearing my mask to protect the employee who comes to bring me my meal. And I will take it, and I'm bring it home and enjoy my and I will start uploading this to YouTube as soon as I finish. As soon as I end the stream here, I'm gonna go straight to uploading it to YouTube. I mean, this is a 6-hour video. This is gonna take a long time to upload to YouTube. Usually, my streams are only maybe 4 hours tops. I think once I stream 4 in it. But just with this, so Monday night at 10, I'm going to do a variety night with just all the games on here. And then on Tuesday and Wednesday afternoon, probably at 2 or 3 or 4, I'm going to be playing about a half hour to an hour of this. And then I'll get back into Final Fantasy VII. Maybe. I'll see how far I get with in tomorrow's Final Fantasy VII stream. I'm probably not going to get out of Midgar unless I decide to go really late with this, which I don't see myself doing. We'll see what happens. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Got you, and got you. I don't expect it to be doing after this coming week. I'll see how it goes after I finish tomorrow. But after this coming week, I'm probably not going to be playing much more Final Fantasy VII because I'll probably be out of Midgar by then and close to the point where I basically plan to be up to. I doubt I'll actually play through the entire game on stream, or if I do, I'll do a couple of streams here and there and then get back into other games. I'm just thinking of all these other games I want to get into. Oh, I keep getting hopeful that I'm going to be able to beat Blinky. Yeah, there we go. Beat him around the corner, but of course I never do. I just get overconfident. Yeah! Whew. That was a close one there. Ooh! If I had been quicker, I had my thumb down on the D-pad to try to dodge. Oh, that was just me. That's just the game being fast and me not being fast enough. And because it's funny how this game, it places this new importance on grabbing dots consecutively to increase the more dots you eat consecutively, the more I think you get your score multiplier. Yeah, I got him. Come on, where's the fruit? Where's the fruit? Where's the fruit? Where's the fruit? Oh, have I not eaten enough dots to make the fruit appear yet? Is that what's going on? Yep. Oh, now that was silly. That was silly. I'm losing a lot of my lives really quickly. There we go. I guess you have to eat a certain number of dots before the fruit appears. They sure do stay blue for a long time sometimes. Like that time, I feel like I only... Yeah, I got him just in time to... Oh, I love... Oh, shucks, I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't fast enough on that right turn. Oh, my enlisted... Oh, excuse me. Let me... It's, in... No. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, always check out on my my info bar on the bottom. It will it'll tell you what commands they are, and one of them is VODs, and that'll post. That's the link to my my playlists. Yeah, so I thought I deleted the thing that says coming up next Final Fantasy VII, but that's just as well because I'm gonna need it for tomorrow anyway. I'll play through maybe a half hour, or maybe even a full hour. Yeah, probably I'll have to keep it to a half hour because I do want to get as far in FF7 as I can. Alright, it's almost... Time's almost up. Okay. Didn't beat my high score, but I got pretty close. It's 9:57 EST. It's time for me to call it and move on with my evening. I streamed a lot longer than I planned to, but I'm just really grateful to be able to stream reliably. 7 hours, and 7 hours of streaming. I cannot believe that. But, and wow, I still have Gatorade left. And this is all the water I've... Actually, I did did I top off my water? Yeah, I did refill it a little bit. I got second place, so I will... alright. I'm gonna call it there. Thank you so much for joining me. This is probably one of the higher tier streams I've had. It's a relief, as much as I love Sonic, it's a relief not to be playing it right now, because I did kind of burn myself out on that a bit. But I will be streaming tomorrow at 4 o'clock, maybe a half hour of Pac-Man Championship Edition, and then I'm moving on to Final Fantasy VII again. We're gonna go through the wall market section of the game. So I will see you next time. Let's see who's around that we could maybe give a raid to. Oh, Pete is playing Final Fantasy 13. And I was probably going to be watching him anyway, so let's let's head on over. I'll see you later. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you over. I'm gonna send you over to Pete now.